So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like your future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. To your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
So, after an entire season, we get to this very point. After all the games played, after all the matches won, we get to the final Sunday, and it's all about Scrub Killer and Hogan Mode. Welcome to the final regional. I am Shogun, joined by Johnny, Cole, and Stumpy. And Johnny, it has been a fantastic season to this point.
It's been absolutely amazing. What a split we've had as well. We've had so much fun. I think mostly thanks to Hogan Mode, but also the Zentality takeover. Yeah, I mean, so much has been going on. It's brilliant. We've got almost an entire roster of teams locked in for a whole week now, but we're still having an absolute blast.
So let's have a look as we just confirm what I've just been telling you. Maybe I've got my dates mixed up. So let's take a look at how this season has gone to this point. But I believe I've got this completely right. We are down towards that bottom right now. The Invitational for the Spring Split. We have only got 2 events left to go after this for the European teams. We've got the Major and we've got the World Championship, Stumpy. That's come very quickly.
It has, but it's over here in Europe. How exciting. It's going to be in Dusseldorf in Germany. Very, very hyped to be seeing that. We've got the wildcard obviously for the first week and then the main event for August 8th to 13th. But before that, Shogun, my gosh, you've jumped ahead. We got the Major. These teams are, or this team, 2 teams, are still competing to make sure that they get to over in Boston, July 6th to 9th. It's going to be a bit of a scary few hours, I think, for these teams too.
Yeah, it's not been too scary for the European teams, but there are some teams over in the South American side, Cole, that are very worried. I saw Jilby tweeting probably about 2 minutes ago just saying, yeah, there's like 3 teams in contention. I don't know who's got it. I don't really know who's going to get it. He seems a little bit conflicted.
Yeah, it's intense. You have to remember that it's not just European Rocket League that's on show. We have all these different regions, all with their own battles and tournaments and events going on at the same time. So make sure you check out as much as possible because there's so much Rocket League in the world.
Yeah, and if we think that South America's got it rough at the moment, let's talk about North America and the fact that we just don't know. We don't know who's going over there. Anybody could be there right now, Johnny, and it is almost the exact opposite to Europe.
We love it. Everybody's so stressed out. I cannot wait. We're all going to be watching the stress and watching the drama take place. The only thing that we really, really hope happens in North America is we know that the gameplay is going to be great. We know that the scenarios about who qualifies, who doesn't, that's going to be amazing. But I hope there's a fallout on Twitter. I hope that they all... It's the only thing we've not had yet is from North America. So yeah, I hope we get the delivery on that.
I mean, there were some big conversations happening last night on Twitter. We've not got them up, I don't think, but on Twitter, Rise again was sowing more discord. AJ was out there saying, you know what, it's the same players. Garrett was getting involved. There were some G2 players. It was so much fun seeing them just completely break apart, being like, you know what, maybe we should foster some more talent.
I mean, that is all of the nerves and the stress that these players have got to get to go to the Boston Major. But for you at home, it's quite simple. Exclamation mark tickets. Go and get yourself there. And we look forward to seeing you. But for the other teams, yeah, it's worrisome time as we take a look at what happened yesterday and give you the recap of all of the best moments. And it started off, Stumpy, with Vitality Team Liquid in what was a slobber knocker.
It really was. Going to 7 in the end. And Liquid, the performance that they put up was fantastic. Yes, there was a couple of pauses. There are a few issues that we saw going through, and that affected them, I think, a little bit later in the day. But during this series, taking Vitality to that 7 and smashing them in a couple of games too. They won 2 on the trot at the start. They then managed to then get through to that game point 3-2 up. But Vitality, they worked it back. They took it 3-2, 3-2. They just managed to have that edge on top, and you see how much it means to them even still.
All of which took us to the other upper bracket semi-final, which was Karmine Corp versus Team BDS. And Karmine Corp were the favourites coming in here, but Team BDS, they've been steadily improving since Rise has been brought in. And this, I would say, is perhaps their best performance of all, coming up against Karmine Corp, the team that's trying to reinstate themselves as, you know, that top 1 in Europe. And Team BDS are just showing us all that they're in that conversation for the team just below Team Vitality. And of course, Johnny, it came down to a Game 7, Champions Field. You were casting it with CJ, and the return of Rise on Champions Field is a special thing to behold.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible. I mean, just like Stumpy mentioned, just to see how much it means to these teams, despite the fact that they've all already qualified for the major. They're giving it everything. Team Liquid gave it everything against Hogan Mode, and it wasn't enough. Hogan Mode continuing to keep the slight uncertainty open. You know, Moist are all but qualified, but Hogan Mode can, of course, force a tiebreaker for that last major spot if they win the event today. But what a gauntlet they've had to go through. Starting off with Team Liquid yesterday, it doesn't get any easier. Karmine Corp, BDS, Vitality, all ahead of them still.
So here is the bracket, but I want to keep on the Hogan Mode topic real quick because they are down there in that lower bracket. We were sat in the VC yesterday in the green room with some of our North American colleagues, Achieves and Daz especially. Their reactions to Hogan Mode winning that were extraordinary. Just Achieves was dumbfounded at the pure thought that Hogan Mode could make it that far. It was.
The thought of there being that much depth in a region, they couldn't wrap their heads around it. I'll tell you how they did it, Stumpy. The way that Hogan Mode did it was by calling a tactical timeout after winning game number 5, then losing 6 after it, and then winning game 7. It's never before been done.
They conceded 7 seconds into the first game
after making their own tactical timeout.
Yeah, but listen to this, though. So if Hogan Mode are going to qualify for the major, their path ahead of them, they've already taken down Team Liquid, who have qualified for the major. They're faced K-Corp today, who have qualified for the major. Then they'll play the loser of BDS Vitality, who also have qualified for the major already. And then they'll play the winner of BDS Vitality, who, guess what, have qualified for the major. So if they can do it, if they can qualify for the major by winning all the way through and then winning the tiebreaker against Moist, they'll play literally every team that's qualified for the major. It is the hardest run possible.
Yeah, I mean, it was maybe the idea that everyone was saying, oh, Europe's so boring, it's so simple this time around. And then Hogan was like, actually, nah, we can still make this a little bit interesting for ourselves. So you can see they're just out on the outskirts at the moment. They've got 7th in the spring points. But if we have a look towards the world's points at the moment, they are also not out of contention over there. Right now, Europe's sending 6. We're feeling pretty confident that Europe gets to send 7.
Look at them.
G1 currently over in that spot, but Hogan Mode could steal it.
Let's go, bro. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, bro, it's not over, bro. They've got to
Chief's
win.
Gonna hate you by the end of
They've
this
got
podcast. He's gonna absolutely just.
You know what I loved as well?
Yeah.
I loved seeing chat get as involved as they did as well. Everyone in chat, whenever I saw Scrub scoring a goal, there was the right arm muscle emoji, Scrub, and then the left arm muscle emoji, and it just said, let's go, bro, every time. They were like, everyone was popping off, it was just like, bro, whenever they saved something. It was just perfect.
So,
it's such a community team.
very quickly, just so for anyone who's not been keeping up with the scenario for Hogan Mode, to make Worlds, they need to win this event, win the tiebreaker against Moist, get top 2 at the Boston Major, the Spring Major, and then also have Europe do well enough at the state Boston Major to get another spot for the World's wildcard. It's pretty simple. It's essentially a lock. Let's go, bro.
No worries.
Right, well, that's our scenarios over in Europe, but over in the other regions, they've been playing to try and find their top teams to go to the major. Starting off with APAC, Johnny, let's see how they've been doing.
I mean, we had to put this one in just for me. This is just so inspirational stuff. Well, not one demo, but 2. We've got a little demo on the backboard. Center ball, bang, on the backboard. Jump demo, get the second guy as well. Leaving it open for Lunatic. I mean, this is something you should all be trying in your own games. Why force the ball through the opponents when you can take them out in front of the ball?
Gotta love dodging into a demo, but how about this one? Getting a double tap after being nudged to the side. There he was, Leo DKN for Team Ruby. Gets the ball up, follows it up really neatly. And then that touch there, so often you see it, it just completely gets you out of the way. But not for Leo. He follows it home, smashes it in, and Ruby get the goal.
It couldn't be a European weekend without seeing a Hogan Mode go, bro. We're past him, bro. It's gone bottom corner, bro. It's stuck its way in, bro. I absolutely love this goal. I love a passing play. It was selfless from every single player on the pitch. Starting with Scrub, heading over towards Ground, who's just on that back corner boost. And then that shot from Rezi, bottom corner, where both players have to backflip to save it. Neither could make it. Genius.
We asked yesterday, what would it take to not have Zen be the top play for EU? And the answer, a Hogan Mode passing play, bro.
So I might have to peel the curtain back a little bit on that one because there was a Zen player that was higher rated and I just outright, I refused to let it go on. I ignored it. I'm so sorry. But I thought we had to have Hogan Mode over in that position.
Makes sense.
Over here for the RLCS, we are celebrating Pride Month. And you as well can join in with this by grabbing the Rise Beyond bundle available in Rocket League's item shop. You can claim your items up until July 4th. So go ahead and do that. I look forward to seeing you wearing them over on the field. They are incredible looking items. Maybe less incredible have been, well, my predictions. I should really sell myself on that. My predictions have been less incredible, but I'm going to fix that, okay? I can't fix it in our prediction competition. That ship has well and truly sailed now.
That pie's
but
big.
I've added this in. Major predictions. We are going to say, I guarantee that, and then we are going to follow it with our statement of what is 100% definitely guaranteed, never going to go wrong, going to happen at the major. And Cole, as the oracle, you might as well just spoil the entire thing already.
Here's what is going to happen. I guarantee that Scrub Killer does the world's most powerful Sue after Hogan Mode beat NRG in the major semis to guarantee Worlds. Cool guarantee, baby.
Anyone else said this, I wouldn't believe them. I think this is a troll pick, but this will now happen.
What?
Wow.
You say Cole pick? Did I mishear when you said Cole pick, Shogun?
You're an internet Cole. And that is a very strong prediction. That's like a double in one. That's a triple in one.
Oh, baby, beautiful.
It's Hogan Mode at the major. It's NRG in the semis to then guarantee World.
Get World, yeah. Wow.
Cole make the absolute most out of the word count here.
The world's most powerful Sue.
Yeah.
It's a powerful Sue.
I thought I was being bold. I thought I was bold, but I've actually gone with a very tame prediction comparison to that.
Yeah,
Mine's awful
hear it.
now.
Oh, what is this?
There
What
it
is
is.
this?
Ooh.
0 NA teams make top 4. That's my tame
I
prediction.
can't wait for the screenshot of on Twitter of you above that screenshot going,
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to get out of the way a little bit. So
There it is.
We can take the screenshot. There we are. Let's just move away from him right there.
Okay.
Let's let Johnny own the screen. There you are. There's the screenshot.
There we go.
Yeah!
In.
Our arms are going to be
I
famous.
actually... I pivoted away from mine because I had something very similar. I had no NA in top 3 originally, and then I switched away.
Okay.
So
Oh, look,
hey,
I've
we
got something
were
a little
close.
bit
I
more
actually
sensible.
Maybe agree.
I have something a little bit more sensible here. Don't worry, guys, because
More
I guarantee that the top 3 teams will be from EU.
wow.
Okay,
Top
love this
3.
energy.
It's a little bit
Yeah.
different. It's similar because Johnny's
It
saying
is,
there's
it
no
is.
North American. I'm saying they're all going to be EU. Guys, I just asked, can you get out my screenshot, please? All right, this is mine.
Wait,
All right,
can we get out of my
screenshot.
screenshot after?
Cool, there we go.
Right,
Cheers.
All right,
Thank
cool,
you,
we're
guys.
back. Yeah,
lock it
if
in,
people didn't get the
Very
screenshot in that amount of time, then we can't really
good.
help them.
Thank you. Yeah.
Go on,
Okay, so
Shogun.
you guys seem to have, looked into the eyes of a relatively equal opponent and decided to punch that way. I've decided to punch down. I'll be completely honest. OCE will fail to beat any other region at the major.
That's such a tame prediction because OCE both play NA in round 1 and then they play each other and then they play, I think, EU. So it's like, you really want to be right for a team.
He wants to be right once this split.
Oh, wow.
Let's all just shrug for the screenshot.
Yeah, come on, what? Right, there you go.
There we go.
We're not impressed.
I don't care.
like to imagine
you know
somebody
what? That will
tuning
somehow
in
be wrong now.
at that
OCE's
exact
making top
moment.
8.
Oh God, imagine. I mean,
If
if that's what it
actually
takes.
happens, I can say anything, and it just doesn't come true now. Like, I've become the Asura of the Rocket League
It's
commentary world.
OCE down to stop EU getting its 7th spot at Worlds. It's like, can they do it?
OCE to deny Hogan Mode Miracle Run.
No.
Imagine going all the way to top 2 just for
Unsubscribe.
OCE to eliminate EU4 and you don't make wildcard anyway.
I'm looking towards the chats right now, by the way. I want to know from chat, who do you think has got the your favorite prediction? I was going to say boldest, but quite frankly, that is Cole. Who's got your favorite prediction out of all of them? I'm not even a MENA team. Not even a MENA team in there, Stumpy.
No,
Really?
Just
No?
Europe. Just Europe.
Just Europe?
I'm not on the MENA
Which teams?
bandwagon.
Which team, Stumpy? I'll put you on
Vitality,
there.
Liquid, Karmine Corp. The 3.
Ah.
The 3 make it. Top 3.
So, but we already know the MENA team that's going, though. It's Rule 1.
we did.
For those
Rule
of you that
1,
maybe
yeah.
haven't been keeping up, Rule 1 have managed to displace Falcons for that singular MENA spot. And we decided that,
They're not that good.
they deserve a real challenge for once. So we took to the field and we said, you know what, Rule 1? You've got some big challenges coming your way. So let's test you against the very best.
This is too much pressure.
All right, Johnny, you brought MENA in. Now it's time to just put them back down.
Don't bump me! Don't bump me!
Oh, no.
Ah!
Well done, well done, well done, bro. We're already doing better. I have no boost. I'm just going to wait on the floor patiently.
Oh no!
Better.
What was I doing?
No,
What was I
that's
doing?
worse.
Oh, where does he come from?
How was I getting to that ball?
Off the wall! Look like he did!
Shogun wins those.
Just shoot it. Just shoot it. Just shoot it. Just touch it.
Any
Just touch the ball.
touchdowns.
Breathe on the ball.
That's not even good for you.
Oh, scored! It happened!
He will take MENA out of this world. Come on.
The same way I brought them into it.
We're like little ants that they can't squish. Oh, they scored. They squished us. Technically true.
Oh no! Oh, I'm so
Well
good!
done. You're huge.
I'm so
Well,
good
I'm so
again!
good.
We're in this game,
You're a
lads.
mighty warrior.
So fast.
I bumped him slightly.
Right, Roas,
It's all you, Shogun,
one
all you.
player.
Oh no.
All you.
Good ball. He's there. He's there.
Oh my goodness!
He's
Got this!
What a save. How?
there. He's just going to
What?
score that.
No!
Unlucky. 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 That happened. I'm up.
Perfect.
Boost is just such a commodity in this
Oh,
lobby.
where you going, Roas?
Let's go!
How does he keep getting
All
away
me.
with it?
All me. All me. I did this with no help. No help from anyone.
If Stumpy is like overly complimentary to this team when next time he casts them, we know why.
Oh.
Lads, what's happening to that defense?
That's slow, that.
I was
I
expecting a
thought
thunder
it was
pass.
a good play.
Lackadaisical.
That is like a daisicle. Not a single daisicle was there. Right, show. Double help him. Cheat.
Here it comes.
I bumped him.
We got a keeper.
I
We
went
got a keeper.
forward.
We got a keeper.
Touch.
It's just you.
Oh my word.
So good.
Whoa.
Shogun,
you
you're
challenge
perma
him.
keeper, surely, mate.
I don't believe
No, I don't want to go
Touch.
back to perma keeper. Oh, I can't get that.
Oh! I didn't know.
Top bins. It's top bins from full goal. That's it. Carry on. Carry on. That's it, boys.
this. I've got so much boost right
Downfield.
now.
I got no boost at all. Has anyone here got boost?
I'm not having a good time here,
Go,
boys.
jump. Just believe.
No, he's done me. He's done
That's on me.
He's
I'm
clearly
sorry,
done me
Stumpy.
there.
I told you to jump.
He's clearly done me there. I was going to stay grounded till I heard Shogun's immortal words of jump.
You jumped against the
If Shogun says jump, Stumpy says how high.
We're holding them at 5. This is
Yeah.
respectable.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is
Respectable
respectable at the
5.
I got this double, though.
Fake?
Oh, what a
Oh,
touch!
he actually does.
Oh, they
I
should have just let me score.
Oh my god, he's got it.
Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
So
Oh, dear. Oh,
it back.
Oh my god. Me and Johnny saw our name up in lights. Big challenger. Find me two.
All right, Johnny, by yourself.
A big
Have fun.
demo.
Goodbye, they score.
Surely this is my day.
No,
It has
what?
to
You
be.
after those saves?
No, I think it's
Shogun
Shogun.
Shogun might
Johnny,
win
Stumpy
this,
Cole.
yeah.
What? Cole clear that.
Just Cole, if you're top 2 again.
Oh, you this is ridiculous.
Top 2!
This is ridiculous. I cannot believe this.
Top 2, take it away, Desk.
No, don't.
That's how we do it. That's how we do it, lads.
That's how it's done, ladies and gentlemen.
Well
That
done,
is how you
Johnny.
score a goal.
Love for Johnny,
you.
everybody.
Yeah,
Or-
I've
Well
scored
done,
versus
Well
every
done.
team. Wait, why are you talking about Johnny? I scored again. You're versus another team.
Look, though.
Versus
Of course, it's about Stumpy, isn't it?
That was all me.
Well done, Johnny.
No one else
Well
got
done,
a
Johnny.
touch.
I'm so that's
I
my
now
co-commentator
have
right there.
That was so we played every team twice. I have 0.125 goals per game now.
Well done,
I'm on
man.
the board. I'm
proud of
no
you,
longer
Johnny.
0 goals per game. I'm on.
Can we talk about what that experience was like? Because I feel
Yeah.
like every single one of those matches has felt different. Against EU, suffocating. Against
Yep.
Optic, a little bit more space.
Floptic, yeah.
They were also
How would you guys describe
It was
that
odd
match?
against Rule 1 because I kept thinking, oh, I've got time, I've got space, he's not doing much. And it's like he was downloading everything I was thinking and just put his car in the perfect place to dunk me horrifically. Every
can I-
time. Their reads on the game, insane.
Can I summarize? So my like phrase I would use to describe playing Rule 1 was, can we go with like, it was like almost false optimism. Like it was a false sense of security.
It's claustrophobic.
You felt like you're fine. You're like, oh, this is fine. I'm just going to 50-50 this ball, and then your car bounces into the ceiling while they walk into the goal with a low 50.
They always had another touch, which always like threw us off. Like you go up for it, and you think, okay, I can at least get a 50 here. And then they'd air roll and just get it perfectly over the top of you. It was really hard to read anything that they were doing.
It was very
The best way
subtle.
I found it was that it was like you're playing against your big brother. And they want to let you play, they're encouraging you, go get touches. But I am going to score on you the moment I get this ball. Like, there's no mercy on that. So yeah, that was a weird one. That was probably the most space that we've had in any of those games, and it didn't matter whatsoever. We still got smashed, but hey, I feel like we're playing better and better, and I think we deserve to play against teams more often in the future.
A lot of teams are dodging us, by the way. A lot of teams
They
are
are.
dodging us. We're not going to name names, but a lot of viscous teams are dodging us.
Some
not-
wet flowing
not very-
teams that
not very solid teams are dodging us. We're just going to
the
put
ones
that out
that
there,
me and
so
Cole
not
might
gonna name names.
represent of a Friday.
Maybe
are
should be
dodging us.
liquidated.
Not naming names though.
I think,
Not
by the
naming
way,
names.
if
we
people
don't wanna
want
name names,
this,
so.
do people want us to try and play some teams at LAN where then
Oh,
we're
it'll
together?
be so good because we're a LAN team. We
are a LAN
perform
team.
on LAN.
We
We
thrive
throw
on
each other
LAN.
fist bumps, all that.
Yeah.
That's where we do our best work.
Imagine if you get scored on. Well, actually, not imagine if, because Stumpy is guaranteed to score on you no matter what. And he will just stare at you. He doesn't have to do any work to look over the monitor. He just knows he's better than you at that time. I think that'd be a special skill that we have. And also, one of us, or two of us, would have to split screen over.
Someone have like a laptop, like on the little chair on the
Right, well, let's move in, shall we, to our prediction competition. Wow, I'm worthless at this thing, but it's not about me.
I'm
It's about the
worthless.
fight for second place, to be honest, because Cole has run away from it. I've, not really run at all, and Johnny and Stumpy, it's 2 points between you, I believe.
Yeah,
Yes, 2
me and
points.
Stumpy are still in a little battle for second, which means absolutely nothing. But Shogun's lost. Cole's won.
Do we think I get double digits today? I'm on 7.
You've been very safe with today, Shogun. I thought you'd be crazier than that, mate.
So the
But
points
you've gone
everybody
for-
has, Shogun has 7, Johnny
Let's
has
go!
18, I have 20, Cole has 27. He is so far ahead. It is I
Sometimes
can't
it'd be like
catch
that.
him.
Sometimes.
I can't catch him.
Every dog has its day, Stumpy Goblin.
Well, speaking of which,
not so good.
Johnny, your bracket.
My bracket
So this is the key
a lot
one.
more inspiring than Shogun's.
Johnny
Let's
and
just
Stumpy.
put that out there. So
I had a
I've got
feeling.
the miracle run.
Oh no! Johnny, what have you done?
I've got also the heartbreaking Vitality Game 7 win to deny the miracle run.
I hate
That's my-
that so much.
Yeah, that's my prediction.
Oh,
Why do you have
God,
the
yeah, the
worst
end is
possible
still a
bracket?
Vitality win.
I don't want to predict Hogan Mode winning because I want it to happen, and now at least there's
such
a
a coward.
small silver lining if they lose in the grand final. There's a silver lining because I said it was.
You win
I
both
think
ways.
that might
Oh,
be
this is a coward
the
prediction.
worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life. That's awful. That's the
That's
disease.
There's always
bracket.
times for that to change, cool Cole. So let's get Stumpy's bracket up, shall we?
I've gone so fundamentally boring, try not to sleep. Vitality win. Hogan Mode, unfortunately, lose it. I can't do it. I feel like they've had a massive day yesterday. You rarely see those teams do it too on the trot.
Are you still going? Sorry, I fell asleep there.
Yeah,
Just
sorry, mate. And then it's a
boring
BDS
bracket.
win. And then, of course, the Vitality final. But I also go for a bracket reset. But Vitality, they're just good, lol.
Finally, I guess that takes us to me, and I've been...
But the winner.
You know, I've already
If
won.
this was be the Premier League, and we have to give you like a guard of honor and start clapping for you on your way in.
Yeah, you have to applaud this most boring
I'm gonna
bracket.
start
This is
applauding
even
it.
more goal than Stumpy's.
Oh,
but
you
I'm
don't even
going
have a
for the world
reset.
record. No, I'm going for the world record here. I want the most points, never to be reached.
You
in a
literally
split.
couldn't lose today, and you're
And
still
yet-
gone for the boring bracket.
Because when you have to, you know, when you're chasing victory, when you're chasing world records, you don't give a damn about entertaining the fans. All you want to do is just win.
Patira
I've changed my
mindset
mind.
right there.
Yeah.
I've changed my mind. Cole's is the worst bracket that I've seen today.
Yeah, I know,
Johnny's
I know.
looks pale in comparison.
It's an L Cole, but it'll be.
That is an L Cole. Can we get some L
No,
Coles in
I
chat,
respect
please?
Cole
Thank
because he's
you.
not made it about him today. So I appreciate him sort of like guiding himself into the background and just probably getting it right, to be completely honest with you, because that's the way it's always been. Here's the prize pool for today. 24 points on the line. The 24 points that Hogan Mode desperately need if they are to force a tiebreaker. That's right. You go ahead, you win every match today, you beat whoever it is in the finals twice, and the best you get out of it if you're Hogan Mode is a tiebreaker match. But you also get $30,000, which is certainly lovely. But here is how today's schedule shakes out. Stumpy, if you could be so kind, because I just briefly mentioned it, but for anybody that has not seen a bracket reset final before, how does that look?
So basically, every team in a double elimination bracket has 2 lives. Doesn't matter where you lose them, you have 2 lives regardless. That's what our lower bracket is all about. The teams that are currently in our upper bracket final, BDS and Vitality, whoever then gets through to the grand final, they still have those 2 lives intact. So the team coming from the lower final is going to have to beat them once just to then reset the bracket, and then they're both on 1 life. Whoever wins that second series, if it gets there, they are going to be the victor.
So there's what we've got there. All of these matches are best of 7s. All of these matches feature tiebreakers. And our first one up today is our upper bracket final. We're going to find out who holds all the marbles in this regional. Is it Team Vitality, who look to complete the treble, or BDS, who seem, well, like a phoenix from the ashes? Their season has come together, Cool Cole.
Yeah, it's great to see Rise coming into this team and actually practicing what he preached. He said he wants to join Team BDS, not just to make majors, not just to make worlds, but to win worlds. This is the team for him. He's finally got it. He's got Monkey Moon firing again. They're looking like the BDS that people have been fearing. Even Seiko Johnny is looking like the Seiko of old on his endpoint days.
Oh, yeah.
Monkey Moon's having his hair stroked as well. There's apparently good team camaraderie there. Everything's working.
So good luck.
It's
All right.
good for them. The crazy thing is Monkey Moon and Alpha 54 in RLCS Season X played against each other in upper finals many times with completely different rosters. It was Extra and Marked by 8 with Monkey Moon back then, and of course Alpha had Kadoff and Fairy Peak playing alongside him. So yeah, Monkey Moon and Alpha, this will be like a bit of a throwback for them. Like, oh, hold on, hello again in the top 3 of a tournament. Let's see who can win this time. Vitality have had everybody's numbers so far this split, but
Look at these camera
BDS.
angles.
They've got a lot of camera angles. Like,
Sorry, Johnny, I completely interrupted you there. My brain was just like, that's a different camera. We don't
No,
normally
no,
see
forget,
this. This is just quite fun.
forget about history. Let's live in the present for a second. Look at the amount of camera angles they've got. Vitality have also got some cheeky angles here.
They did.
Yeah,
The
who wins the
whiteboard's out,
battle
guys. The
of the
whiteboard is out. What's on the whiteboard today?
Zen's
Prediction
paying
chat.
attention.
Zen
He's
is paying a
looking.
lot more attention this time. Last time around, he was tweeting while Ferrer
I don't
was
like
doing
that.
his
I want him to pay
speaking.
no attention. I want him to be spinning in that chair.
Wee!
Well, and actually going, well, just saying yes, Cole, is what you're saying.
Wee! Very good.
Yeah, I love when Ferrer's just like, he had fantastic messaging on the broadcast yesterday. He's an incredible mind. He has brought that Vitality team into one of the top spots, the top spot in Europe and probably the world right now. They're going to want to make it the triple. All of us, I
Yeah.
believe, have got them making the triple today, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Eventually.
In different
With
ways.
Different routes, but yeah,
Different
we
ways.
all eventually
I've
have
got the
same
dullest
winner.
way.
Yeah.
They are inevitable.
All right, well, we will find out whether or not they can do that. But I'm just so happy for Ferrer, man. I remember meeting up with him whilst walking around at the London Major, and it was just like, in the crowd, like, Ferrer shouldn't be in the crowd. Ferrer needs to have a spot at the table when it comes to RL Esports. And I'm just so happy that he has found his way. And he's doing such a fantastic job.
He's a brilliant representative of Rocket League esports and esports in general in so many ways. Is Ferro. I was speaking to him yesterday in particular. You come to realize just how much of an impact he has on the people that he coaches and things like that. So yeah, as you mentioned, Shogun, good to have him up there.
Love that from BDS too. Just like the handshakes with extra. I love that he's still hanging around. Make sure that everyone's happy. They're warm in their hands. This is going to be a really good matchup. And I love that it's BDS Vitality back. It feels right to have them up at the top.
Yeah, extra very much. I mean, we need a tier list at some point of like nicest people. I feel like that's actually counterintuitive now that I say it out
Nicest
loud.
people tier list. That's so toxic because no one wants to know who's at the top of the nicest player tier list.
Well,
So anyway, Stumpy F tier.
Hey, come on.
Hey.
Don't worry, I'm going
Me
right
and
next
Cole
to you on
did,
that one, buddy.
just as a side note, we did do a little podcast about heroes and villains in Rocket League if anyone wants to check that out. But we should probably talk about Vitality and BDS instead, I reckon.
Well, here is how those two teams match up at the moment. Vitality, as we previously mentioned, looking for the treble. BDS looking to try and stamp their name as the team that denies them for it. We have not had a team lose after getting the advantage, so to speak, in that grand final. So this very well could be the match to decide the entire thing. As you can see, boring across the board. We've all got Vitality here, but maybe you at home disagree with us. Hashtag BDS or hashtag VIT. Looking forward to seeing where you're going, and you agree with us.
That feels good.
That right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's certainly awkward, but lads, I have enjoyed every single moment of doing these pre-shows with you this season, but I've decided to get rid of you for now. I want to go and join my boy, CJ over on the commentary desk as we get into our first best of 7 of the day. Team BDS against Vitality. Who is going to move on?
The upper bracket finals upon us, ladies and gentlemen, and how good is it to sit alongside Mr. Shogun for our first real, just authentic official cast together, I feel like. Yeah. It just keeps on happening, but right now we have an absolute belter of a series upon us, and though everyone at home, Shogun, will be very pumped for this matchup. Vitality are just so exciting to watch and good to see.
Myself.
As we're just going to kick this one off, Mr. Shogun's just decided to leave me here. It's unbelievable. I just want to hang out with him for 1 second, and he just disappears when I want him the most. Then maybe on net, Shogun. Hey, you're back.
Somehow, through the art of throwing, I managed to break the space-time continuum. That's a great job by me and a great job by Zen. You see, I didn't miss anything.
Didn't miss anything. Look, you
I love
just
that
came
you
right.
start this off, by the way, of a conversation about how we never seem to work together.
Can we just pretend, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the upper final. It's great to be here with Shogun, and it might have started 1-0. It's been a little bit haphazard, but rest assured, we are in business right now, Shogun. It's good to have you here. It's a pleasure.
It's certainly nice to be here. It's very fun to watch which one of these teams can potentially move on through. I feel like Vitality proved a lot of things to us because I was mentioning yesterday on the cast of Achieves, it's very easy when you are coming into the RLCS to imagine, it's just going to be playing good Rocket League. But you'll be able to attest, DJ, there are times where the series just gets weird. There's technical problems. There's things outside of your control, and you just have to stay locked in. And that's incredibly difficult, and they managed it.
Yeah, both sides really have had tough upper semi-finals, and both going to Game 7. Vitality, they look down and out. I was tweeting about how Vitality will be worried about that Hogan Mode, the Gold brothers down in the lower bracket, but they found a way against Liquid, and then it was the same with BDS. They were 2 goals down in that Game 6, coming up against Corp. They found a way, they got back, and they won Game 7. So both sides going through some trials and tribulations, but both sides look just in form right now.
Yeah, BDS. He's trying to add to their score. Seiko! Incredible shot from him, and that has been the player with the most question marks around him. He's the one that has been under the most scrutiny, and a play like that is much required.
Respect to Rise there, he's completely faked out Zen in net. Zen trying to cover every single angle possible, and well, it was all Seiko in the end, getting the double touch off the sidewall, and a unique goal. And Seiko Shogun, he's a bit of a unique player, just the way he moves his car. You can almost tell without a nameplate that it is Seiko. He's not the spinny tornado operator. He's quite steady with his movement and purposeful.
it has made him on occasion a little bit readable. I mean, a lot of the players that do that, at least they're able to disguise what their intention is. Seiko is very open with the cards that he's playing. As the fact is, he's better at playing those cards than you are, and as you can see, he goes for the challenge. Demo as well, bump, Redosin's all by himself, almost got clad into. Does avoid it at least for now, but this has been a hectic start to this first game.
Yeah, this is the BDS special right now. They're just throwing caution to the wind in offense. It almost feels like sometimes when BDS are in top form, they don't have a third man. They're just so aggressive, but it can't come back to bite them.
Bye-bye.
Here's the demos, and there it is,
Bye-bye.
counter-attack Vitality. They make the most of that no third man.
You can just see the screen freeze and it all go black and white for Rise for a second. Just at this moment he knew, and unfortunately he was completely correct. 2-1, Vitality were up against the run of play. That did not matter. One mistake, one easy pickup, one easy demo, and Vitality are now on the hunt for a second.
They're back in business now, as it was Seiko to get them back level pegging, but again, as right on cue, as I was just talking about BDS's, I guess, positives, their biggest strengths, and sometimes it can come back to bite them as their biggest weakness. They're just committing too hard and leaving Rise in that one-on-one. It's a free demo for Vitality, and right now, Shogun, they're looking in control.
It's an interesting stylistic matchup now that you mention that aloud, because we've seen Vitality. The word of the split for them has been trust. Just all the time. They trust to not have to rush back, and now they're going to trust Alpha to turn that in for a 3-1. They just rely on each other to play what they need to do, and if they are going to leave Rise back, or any player back, for a potential 3v1 cover, the demos are going to be hunted for. That will be play one for Vitality, and if BDS are going to stand a chance in this series, they need to find a way to avoid that.
Yeah, Vitality have that conventional play style, whereas, as we said with BDS, a little bit more unconventional, but it has certainly worked well for them over the course of last season in particular. We saw what they did at the World Championship. Now Rise is seemingly filling that role well, but these open nets won't be BDS's recipe for success, as Alpha gets the 4th on the board.
Well, the opening 2 minutes look very positive. The 2 minutes preceding that have been all Vitality. You know, smashing through Team BDS. Alpha now got a hat trick. Well, this is what happens when it's not quite a stop-start for them. You let Vitality get up and running. BDS need to find something. They need to find some glimmer of confidence that they can get from this game, because it's very quickly getting away from them. Can Monkey Moon provide? Redosin just hovered on the backboard. I think if we had like a heat map of where Redosin plays, it is like 40% on his own team's backboard.
Yeah, and it's 20% shooting on his own team's net as well. Redosin we've seen before in a few other regionals. It's a little bit questionable. I know that Johnny was having a good laugh about that.
That's what's on the whiteboard today. Redosin, please don't.
Please don't. Look, he's got chaos, but I think the team loves him for that as well. You don't know what you're going to get, but Zen is just offloading this one to that man we're talking about, and Vitality are running away with game one.
Is this a goal steal? Is this a stat pad? This is a stat pad.
No,
100%.
it's a beautiful pass, I think. Zen has just found him there. And
CJ is only saying this because if we go for his career and we start removing these, that would be a good 30% of them off the board.
It'd be so many. It'd be so many. But I mean, look,
you need the CJ, the Stumpy Goblin shooting. Just, oh my God, could you imagine the debuff if you put Com and Stumpy Goblin onto a team?
Wow. I think the world might break. And I think it's Echo.
I think the servers can figure that one out.
He's not going to be able to find that one on net. I mean, we've talked about BDS a lot in game number one, and that's because Vitality, they're the benchmark, Shogun. We know what we're going to get with them. We've seen it in the first 2 regionals, and we're just sort of looking for a crack in a kink in the armor here, and a way to get back in and wait for these teams to find just an avenue to score. And it was Seiko to get 1 goal on the board, but since then it was Vitality, the counter-attacks, the pass plays, the midfield dominance. I mean, that is just super impressive from this team.
They got smashed. They got outright smashed by Team Vitality, because Team Vitality have got that little bit of something special. We seem to have this every single time we have one of the top teams in Europe. They are just better on Sunday. Any questions that you have, any issues that they've shown up to that point. I mean, KC, all the way through this split, whilst they were the top team in Europe, struggled a little bit, and they made everyone think, oh, maybe they're off this weekend. And then they went ahead and beat everybody. We had the same thing with BDS. Less so with Dignitas when they're in their heyday, but even teams like Vitality back in like Season 8, I mean, they were rough all the way up until it was a Sunday that they were required to play well at. It just seems to be what champions do.
I mean, they're just clutch right now, and we saw it in the Liquid series, as I said yesterday. They looked down and out there. Liquid were on top. It was the best team Liquid have played, but then Vitality, they just go up another notch. Game 6, when push comes to shove, they're facing match point. They get the job done, and they did it in 7 as well. So Vitality right now, as we said, they're looking pretty bulletproof, but BDS, they are slow starters. They've done this so many times before. They can find a way back in, just like they did against K-Corp yesterday.
So for this Vitality squad, they have only been beaten once. That was by KC in the bracket reset, or to reset the bracket, I should say. They still went on to beat K-Corp again afterwards and win the whole thing, so hey, even when they lose, they still win. But BDS looking to try and give the first real shadow of a doubt to this Vitality team. This is a heavy commit to start us off. Monkey Moon tries to turn. I think Liquid were onto something against Vitality yesterday. They weren't quite able to get the job done, but I think you have to match the pace because this is rough right now. You cannot stop moving against this Vitality team because your car will not survive the incoming demo.
Yeah, this is a problem though. We saw Rise and Monkey Moon both tracking back in defense. There was no one there. Again, no third man ready to sweep in. That means they just get caught front post. They track back and then they have to stop, backpedal, get behind each other, and by that point, Shogun, they are just demo targets. They have a big red cross on their head saying, hit me right here, please. And that's what Vitality are doing. Alpha just cleaning up.
Oh, that's in. That's it. Oh my goodness. Well, I think I hit the crossbar originally and Zen was able to get back afterwards. I can't tell if that was off a bump or if there was a miscommunication on Vitality's side. Either way, BDS are in a fantastic spot to play. Monkey Moon moves in. He's unchallenged. Goes backboard double. Needs someone to follow. Rises off the off angle. And Zen will just calm it down for now. You see on the boost totals as well, Vitality are relatively comfortable with a few players, especially with them covering the backboard. The BDS have got to make something from this. This is as good as it's got for them. They've got the pass, they've got the goal.
They've just popped it over the top in midfield. Monkey Moon does the rest. Look at the trust in the three-man pass play. Seiko just getting it inches over the top of Radosin in the midfield. And Monkey Moon will show you he is going to put that one away every day of the week. BDS, that's a three-man pass play that we like to see. We even saw it yesterday in the series against K-Corp, just using that extra pass and having that composure in front of net.
BDS, they are now back in this. Managed to keep it relatively competitive for the first 2 minutes last time, but it went all downhill afterwards. Rice takes his time against Alpha. That has not been a winning strategy for most of this tournament. And it almost resulted in another goal. Seiko denies at least for now. Oh, this is awkward. Rice, he's not got it, but he needed Seiko to help.
Oh, desperately close there is BDS hanging on by a thread. Alpha 54 setting up off the ceiling double. Drops it down, doesn't quite get the power on it, and BDS, they're just getting swept through their back lines right now. The demo's coming through. Zen also just charging downfield. Vitality, this is a sight to behold right now, this offense. Seiko needs to get a huge beat in midfield, does so. But even when BDS get the ball, they're just giving it up straight away to this man. You can't be doing that. Radosin going for 50-50s. Vitality, Shogun just setting up this offense, and it is unrelenting.
I think there was a little brief period of play there that I really enjoyed what BDS were doing defensively, where they just went, when they tried to just find the 50 midair and then get the second player as quickly as possible. But this wait and see, you're waiting and seeing what Zen is going to do on the ball. I can't think of any idea I dislike more. Get to him. Whatever you can do, throw yourself at it. Who cares if you're out of the play for a while?
It's too scary to wait that long with a player of his caliber right now, especially only a player of his caliber, but just the form that he's in. And I don't even know if it's form, Shogun, or it's just him, because right now we've got 2 from 2 regionals where he is absolutely popped off, and right now Alpha 54's getting the bumps, popping off Seiko, helping the team out. Bazen is going to work, flip resets everywhere. BDS surviving, hanging on, grabbing the boost, everything they can. and finally working it out at defense.
Seiko was brilliant. Knew that he was on low boost. Knew that backboard wasn't an option because it didn't cover the angles he needed. So he went into the goal. Used the side of the goal as his way to get enough angle and enough leverage on the save. Has kept this at 1-1. Seiko's not giving himself a very good angle to play with. Rise down to Zen. That's a nice position for Zen. First touch was very heavy. Monkey Moon just sends himself. Gonna need more of that, but they need the follow-up nice and quick as well. Redosin. First touch. The demos are just everywhere. We need a demo count at this point. BDS have been brutalized. But they are still in this game. Seiko can be passed off to. Redosin gets contact. Seiko already up. Beats the first player. In comes Rise and he decides to just hold off.
Yeah, great touch there, and Redosin was so awkward, but he just did enough now. 8 seconds. Can BDS perhaps steal this one? Can they force an equalising game here? Rise, flip reset, ceiling, tries to get the dunk. We have overtime. And BDS almost didn't want it. They needed an extra 30 seconds there, Shogun. That was the first time we've seen an attack. But right now, they're straight back on defense. Alpha, you betcha he's getting the bump. Vitality have 2.
Watch from Rise's perspective and realize there was nothing. No option, no dimension, no timeline where he gets that ball away from Alpha. Checkmate, get bumped, 2-0 Vitality.
The kickoff is just the ultimate reset in Rocket League, and BDS, they had all the pressure, the boost control coming down to that last 15 seconds. All of a sudden, ball hits the ground, and well, Vitality just get a free crack. Alpha 54, beautiful cheat on the kickoff. I know Johnny will be hating to seeing those kickoff goals in an upper bracket final of yet another season of Rocket League, the last regional, but there it is again. BDS calling the timeout straight away. Good decision, 2-0 down. It could get ugly if they didn't do it right here.
This is what, again, I'm going to keep harping back to top teams and what they do, because we had an entire year of this over here for Team BDS, where they were that top team, and every single time they played against another team, we just went, wow, that other team doesn't seem to be playing at their best anymore. And it's just, no. You're dealing with Vitality. You're dealing with the threats that they've got. And it's about playing into your win conditions. And right now, the win condition for Vitality is just get the solo plays going. And as soon as you are off the solo play, the recoveries on this team are so good. They are recovering in supersonic so they can go and get a demo. No boost used, no real detriment to the reset and to the recovery into defense. It is a lethal combination to be up against, and BDS just don't have answers.
Yeah, Vitality are playing, as I said, that more conventional style of Rocket League. They've got their clear first, second, third man, but as you said, the value they're getting out of each of those roles, just sweeping through the net, they're not the ones to rotate out straight away. If they can get another touch, if they can grab a boost, get a demo, they'll do so. And there is Alpha 54 just going to work in the overtime. It is business as usual there from Vitality on the face cams. And for BDS with the timeout, Shogun, well, we saw it yesterday with Corp, the ability for them to switch it up, not just between games, but during games as well. It does give me confidence in this lineup to be able to perhaps get some momentum and grab a game back in this series.
Yeah, I think you look at not only the players on the field, but the support staff around them. There will be ideas floating. They will be more than aware that this isn't working. This needs to not be what we go with moving forwards. But for now, that is up for BDS to figure out. Vitality have set the pace, they've set the standards, and they're playing on a play style that we already know they can replicate, not just for 4 games in a row, but for 40. So, BDS, what are the answers you've got, my friends? Because you need an answer, and more importantly, you need this game.
Since the first regional, Vitality, they have been the hunted, and well, they've stepped up every single time. The ball has been in the other side's court. Right now, it's in BDS's to change things up, and what a clear off the kickoff there. Coming out, Vitality just so fast at every touch. Getting so much value as well, but Redosin's hugely awkward. He has to pre-jump. And again, they're just making the right decisions at the right time. Zen now, he gets a one-on-one. He opts to just throw it to the sidewall. Perhaps not the best decision there from him as BDS do get the clear. They're lacking boost, though, Shogun. They're lacking an attacking bit of prowess here. Rise has to throw the ball up again. And this low boost right now is a problem for BDS, but it could be Vitality's issue to deal with. Rise throws it on net, off the ceiling again. Monkey Moon in the center, but no touch coming through.
That was that boost problem that you were talking about. Rise got to the ceiling and then realized that he was out of any sort of resource. Alpha hasn't got any more to play with, but still forces a challenge. I just get worried for BDS every time they're in defense. Doesn't take much of an opportunity for your heart to go in your mouth. Monkey Moon in field, and well, Alpha's the only one there for it. Not quite who he was after. Zen past one, Rise off the challenge. That was an incredible play from Rise. Just needed to make sure he didn't lose it too badly in what was a very awkward position.
That was interesting there. The infield from Monkey Moon to Seiko, but Seiko was so deep, not ready for the pass. Perhaps lacking a little bit of communication here, BDS, but Seiko, he's not worried. He's pushing forward. Zen, huge clear on net. Rise has to get to work. Does get the touch. And beats two as well. The dunk on Zen. Zen pops it so high to get it around him. The smart touch here is Alpha is very awkward. He gets beat for free. Seiko's there, but again, Radosin. Every time, Shogun, every time Vitality look awkward, there's someone there to help out, and there's someone like Zen to just throw it on net.
Zen has turned 2 challenges in a row here from defense into a shot on net. As Monkey Moon pops it high. Oh, there's your opportunity! And still contact. I think that was Radosin. You would be livid if you are BDS. What is it going to take?
That should have been a goal right there. The ball bounced in, bounced out, and then the touch was just enough to throw off the line, throw off the shot. BDS coming in for the follow-up to finish up, but they couldn't quite get it. This is the 3-man pass play. This is what we like. Monkey Moon decides to stay down because Alpha does have the read on that time, and this is what Vitality do. You score on them one way, they shut that down and say, give us another avenue because we've got that one covered every day of the week here. And they're beginning their attack. They're pushing forward. Zen setting up perfectly. Third man. He's off the ceiling. He's got a reset. Monkey has the pre-jump. Rises awkward. Radosin up as well. Vitality every time, like you said, Shogun, every time they're in attack, you just feel more and more worried for BDS.
Oh, especially right now. The pass to Alpha off the side. Has he got time? Decides to put off the backboard one more, and Zen took the shot. Shut down by Monkey Moon. It's fake from Alpha. Because he knows he's got that support. He knows how quickly his team recovers. The boom and clear, asking a little bit too much from Zen, but Alpha will happily take over. BDS. Oh, that's so difficult to make the right decision. Zen tried to get a hold of the keeper again. This is a good position now for BDS. They've looked a lot more equal to this game. And I'll tell you what, they've deserved the goal.
But BDS, I mean, they just had them in defense almost. It lulled them into a false sense of security. Zen, he was playing with fire, their third man, and all Rise needed to do was force a challenge and pick up the pace. And BDS this time, the tables have shifted, the tables have turned, and they get their opportunity to have a counter-attack.
I love that from BDS. Wrong esport, but they decided to send it down mid. And really, you've done all this work to get yourself a lead in a must-win game, and it's gone away because Radosin reads you so quickly.
Wow, it's a poor touch from Monkey Moon there off the ceiling. Just gets dunked straight away, and Radosin, a beautiful touch, as you said, getting a fantastic dunk, a great read. But at BDS, you feel like they can't give up those goals, but maybe it's Vitality that need to be worried because Alpha last game pinched one, and this time it's all about Seiko cheating up.
That's so difficult for Alpha. I think if he turns immediately to net, he's fine. But that's also against the possibility that the ball just gets controlled. So again, another kickoff goal. We're now even. And everything except scoreline in this game. Radosin, not there quick enough. It's been incredible for me in this one as Alpha looks for the top corner. Radosin sticks around. It's just demo a BDS goalkeeper every time.
This is an absolute demo.
It's horrible. Rise, Rise, run away, Rise.
Zen's ready, but he just gets it wide. He just positioned a little bit close for that one. Vitality are absolutely throwing caution to the wind right now. 40 seconds left. There's still a lot of time, but a clear shift up in the game plan. BDS look a little bit rattled. Alpha's off the ceiling. I absolutely love it. Drop down, but the touch wasn't quite on. Zen trying to get some 50s, trying to get to work. He gets the dunk, he gets the open net, and he puts it away.
Again, a wasted touch. Rise went for the big win. Monkey Moon, oh my goodness, he thought Zen was done. He thought Zen didn't have the recovery. How could you ever think that about Zen? Of course Zen's got the recovery.
You betcha he's there every single time. And Monkey just threw that touch. I mean, it was so soft. He tried to keep it to himself, but he still had a man called Zen to beat. And, well, the kid
You
went
just
to work.
expected, all right, I've got a solo play here. Like, I think he just completely disregarded that Zen was still in that play.
His recoveries are so fast, which is probably what caught Monkey Moon out there. He managed to get the dunk. Now with 5 seconds left, scores level. Are we going to get another overtime? This felt like BDS's game. It felt all over bar the shouting, but here we go again. Overtime, please no kickoff goals.
Well, Seiko will take it from the ceiling. He's got 39 boost to work with. Keeps moving onwards. Now that's nice for BDS. They can now move in from this spot. Rise, a little bit too far forward. Have BDS given up another one? No, Zen didn't get enough on the ball. And probably the most comfortable you've been against Zen so far is after he's been demoed, but that also means that he's in a nice defensive position.
He's always there, playing with fire, and I mean, right now...
He could get demoed and I'd still be looking over my shoulder.
I don't know what he's doing, but check his PC, ladies and gentlemen. Zen is just something special. As, again, we're seeing a lot of overcommitting last man, but you almost need to do this in this sort of a matchup. Open shot, can Rise get it underneath? Radosin's ready, and Seiko fires it wide. Zen parries it off to the side. Rise there, Alpha 54. BDS, it feels like their best opportunity to take a game and to perhaps get some momentum back, but Radosin is equal to every challenge. Vitality always can work it out, even when they look in trouble.
Nice pass. Seiko takes over. Up against Alpha on the wall, delays the original challenge. Now Monkey Moon gets the drop. Oh, it's almost an own goal! In from Monkey Moon. It is now an own goal from Zen. Nobody else got to it. Well, he is mortal.
Don't worry about checking his PC. He is human. He is human after all. Zen with an unfortunate, I'm going to call it an own goal. It was tapped in.
That's an own goal.
I'm going to call it an own goal there. The clear didn't come through. He had to jump out off the backboard, but ended up redirecting it back into his top left corner. And well, BDS, it looked like they were going to do it in regulation there, Shogun. It was a little bit of a messy win in the end, but they all look the same on the scoreboard at the end of the day.
I think the best way I can say it right now is BDS look good, but wobbly. And right now, they've got the first win. They can now start settling into this a little bit more and start believing that they can play their game. The big thing for me there, and I keep harping about this because it has been so important, BDS avoid...
But this is, it's almost, as we said, BDS, they're flirting with that third man. They're almost not playing as a third man and almost getting caught out in those situations. But sometimes you have to do that. Against Vitality, Shogun, you can't just be sitting in net. You can't just be resting on your laurels and hoping that Vitality own goal like Zen did there. Because it's not going to happen every single game.
Oh, Radosin, look for the top corner. Monkey Moon recovered it. Now Monkey Moon looking for Rise. That's not going to happen, but Rise actually read Zen. That was a sort of reach. He didn't have to boost to deal with it. And Monkey Moon back down. Alpha going to the corner once again. Waiting for the support. Has he got it? Not quite. Everyone just holding back a little bit here. Currently Vitality probing a little bit, but this has been kind of a tame attempt from them to start off this game. The pace is kind of nowhere.
I was trying to work out what was happening in that corner.
I was wondering what was going on. I was like, sure, there's something I'm not seeing here.
It almost felt like a disconnect had happened just in comparison, in stark contrast to the first few games, but both teams figuring each other out. This can happen after a bit of a shift in momentum, as we said. BDS getting their first game on the board. Vitality perhaps changing a few things up, trying to figure out if they can find some momentum back into this game. Zen just pre-jumping. He's not worried about anything. He doesn't care about any sort of play style. He just wants to push forward. He wants to attack. But Seiko might be just that person to do that. Monkey Moon getting to work. Radosin again. He's on the wrong team. He throws it backwards. Monkey Moon with no boost has to track back here. And BDS, it feels like they have so much more time in defense now. Vitality have backed it up. They're happy to still pre-jump, and they're happy to still get to work in midfield, but the demos, as you said, Shogun, they're not quite as prominent.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Vitality are really trying to go for here. I don't know if they saw that last loss and they had a word and tried to change things up, as we do get one demo from Zen. How's that open up the gaps already? Backboarding goes Redosid, still playable. Seiko's touch requires a little bit of help. Now Zen, oh, that's on target, and Rise missed it, it's off the post. Taking their time, going wave after wave. Yes, the demos haven't been quite as prevalent, but Vitality have still been in the team in control of this game.
Yeah, they've had the pressure, they've had the field positioning right now, and the flip reset. Zen, there's so much respect every time he has a touch. Can Alpha conjure up something here? He's going high, gets the drop down. BDS are in shambles. It's an open net. Zen opts for the double, leaves it for a Dosen, and he says, well, I'll just pretend to pass it off the corner to Alpha. 54. Vitality get the first of the game.
I think he did actually pull himself off properly, so it was solid from Zen. The shot was looking for top corner, didn't quite happen. But Alpha is on form today. You know, I think many people would agree, Vitality got through despite Alpha not being at his level. Today, Alpha is at his level, and that's so scary.
When anyone on Vitality are on form, they can make a top 4, they can make a grand final, but
they just need one. It's so horrible.
But when 2 or 3 are on, I mean, it feels like game over for any team in the world right now, how they're playing. And, well, BDS, they did get one game there, game number 3, but they need to find something here. Seiko needs to get to work. He's been quiet. He fakes it out for Rise, goes to the shot, but your man Shogun out for 54. He's doing it in offense, and he's getting to work in defense as well here. For Dosen, not getting much of a touch here. It's an interesting game to watch. It's certainly a sort of a style here. BDS almost opting for Vitality.
BDS should be ecstatic about this. Like, this is a much easier playstyle for them to go against. And more than anything else, they've actually looked uncomfortable. Very, very strange. It's like they're expecting him to have it again. That's wasted. Rise pops the ball up. Anybody can get to there. Nobody's clicking. But Vitality are the ones that are in the lead for it.
Yeah, as you said, it should suit BDS, but they don't have the scoreboard to match it. Seiko, can he go for the cycle of the sidewall? Or the skin touch, should I say, is Zen. It's a great 50-50. Seiko throws the ball forward. Redosin? He's looking awkward in net, but he still has boost to work with. Does have to use all of it. The half rotation back into the corner is going to work here for Vitality. And, well, they've just killed a lot of time off the clock here. 40 seconds left. BDS need to be pushing forward, going to work. Seiko, this could be the best opportunity for the game. And what a top slot shot from Monkey Moon.
Bang! The moment you saw Monkey Moon was there, you knew it only had one place to go. I knew it, everyone at home knew it, CJ knew it, and Vitality, they knew it, but there was no shot. They were gonna save that one. One each, BDS back into this, and this is a very wide open game.
As soon as Seiko got that redirect, got that touch onto the sidewall, and there was no one there from Vitality, you could see that they were in trouble, but it still required Shogun, it still required an absolute belter of a shot.
It required the best hit possible.
And he has found it there as... Now BDS, they've got their goal, they've got the tie-up, but they want one more. They want to end it in regulation. They don't perhaps love these overtimes unless Zen can own goal for them here. 5 seconds left, Rise throwing it forward. Vitality, could they get the last attack, or is BDS going to try and drop this one down? Alpha, he's got other ideas, but Seiko should be able to put this one on deck. The 50s come through, and...
All right, well, no kickoffs. No kickoffs, no kickoffs, no kickoffs, no kickoffs.
Please no kickoff goals, and for the 80th time this series, we have overtime.
It has very much been the case, but Vitality do have a tendency of winning these razor-thin situations. Zen gets a double commit, puts Vitality into a lovely spot to start this overtime off. Seiko with Rise chasing down the opposite side of the field. Alpha turns, and he can keep going. That is absurd. Didn't quite get the flick that he was after on the reset. Ooh. So dangerous when he's able to do that.
Oh, not again. Monkey Moon is just honed in right now. His radar is locked as Rice goes sidewall, tries to find Monkey, and Monkey gets a huge beat out. Zen is ready for a pitch off the backboard somehow, and Alpha, he's pushing forward. Vitality can just attack out of nowhere. This team is so dangerous, can always get to work. Redosin flips out of the way, just perhaps baits Monkey Moon there into a challenge, and well, that touch isn't great, but it's almost so bad that Zen's not ready for it either. Vitality pushing forward, Alpha pushing forward, but touch goes wide. No follow-up there from Vitality that time.
Yeah, Vitality just didn't expect the ball to get that far. They were already on the rotation back home. And still in a nice position. Alpha, one reset. That's awkward, and Rice jumped too early. BDS got in their own way, and they've handed this overtime over to their opponents.
I'm sorry, that is absolutely tragic. What just happened? Did the Platinum players enter the lobby? Because Rise and Seiko have just had the biggest miscommunication I've ever seen. Rise thought Seiko had it, Seiko thought Rise had it, and then Rise decided to just drop the ball off the front of his car and let Vitality walk the ball in. It was Zen last game going for an own goal, and that is as good of an own goal as you could get. He basically teed it up. He's playing the wrong sport. This isn't golf. BDS letting that one slip in overtime again.
I'm dumbfounded by that. I'm trying to figure it out. Like, maybe like a language issue between the two. I know one speaks French, one speaks English. You know, maybe that just didn't quite, you know, I got it. Maybe didn't quite send over. Wow. I mean, that's now triple match point Vitality.
It's got to be a communication issue. It certainly can't be a skill issue here. We're in the
There's no way Rise's first thought there was, yeah, I'm just going to trap the ball on my own goal line and jump early. Because the problem is he got to that ball, and the moment he has ball cam on, he now can't see Rise. He was blinded by the ball.
I mean,
he can't see Zen. Sorry, my apologies.
Trust me, everyone knows watching at home that when your ranked teammate decides to control the ball in front of their own net, it is a recipe for disaster, and it is no different in the RLCS here. As well, BDS, they're going to have memories like Goldfish. They're going to have to forget about that one as a team and really lock in on their communication and their synergy right now. Because Vitality, they want to end this one and they want to push onwards to that grand final. Yet another grand final for this team, Vitality.
I love it when we can go very in-depth with our analysis, CJ. I really enjoy those, but I also really enjoy the times that we can say, yeah, why did that game end? Whoops, that's the reason.
It's all there is to it. There's not much else there. It was an absolute blunder from BDS, but Vitality did do that in the game before. We have to remember that Zen also handed them a goal, so maybe now the stakes or it's all settled now. It's even, but it's not even down that end because there's no one home from BDS. Yet another demo coming through and yet another open net for Vitality.
Well, the defender was on the field. Unfortunately, his car was scattered into pieces. No one left after that. 1-0, Vitality, who have been up against it in the last two games. It has been a little bit shaky, but you do wonder, can BDS now put that last game behind them? Because they were looking good. They seem to have something figured out, and they had Vitality not playing their game. Not another one. Oh my goodness. Monkey Moon clears. Seiko to Rise. Gets the infield. Oh, that's incredible. Well done, BDS.
That is absolutely lovely from BDS. This is what they were known for. They were doing this all day yesterday, just finding the extra pass, not opting for the shot. And Rise has been the catalyst every time in those sort of situations. Sometimes it's the 1-2s, the 1-2-3s. That time it was just a lovely infield pass on the goal line. And maybe another kickoff goal. Rise, can he walk it in? Alpha getting bumped, but he just dodges it in time. Seiko hunting it down, and now a counter-attack. Monkey Moon's awkward. Seiko's missed. Radosin has missed. Everyone has missed.
Well, BDS turned their rotation into a pretzel, and they've got away with it. Vitality maybe expected a little more, and it never came, and it was fine. We stay at one each, although that might be about to change. Monkey Moon with Seiko. Zen jumps early. He's jumped far too early. Going low. Oh my goodness, I am liking this. The low challenges from BDS. That's something a little new to this series.
I just love when
and
they
it's
find
working.
each other. I love when they find each other downfield, or perhaps when Seiko goes to the solo play. Monkey Moon follow up. He goes wide. Can Rise bury it? You betcha. Second goal on the board from BDS, and it comes through an offensive barrage. It was the team play in the first goal, and this time it was relentless pressure.
They've caught Vitality slipping twice now. Two separate occasions, Vitality just for the first time maybe in the entire time I've seen them, just looked completely confused as to how to defend. They didn't know who was supposed to go. I know BDS had a little bit of that problem as well in the last game. But for BDS, I mean, if they are going to make this comeback happen, you would take Vitality stepping off the gas a little bit and maybe having a few whoopsies of their own. Here's Alpha, goes low on the challenge. Monkey Moon only as far as Redosin. Good recovery, reset secured. Seiko meets him early. BDS, oh, it's another miss, and that's another goal!
Massive mistake from BDS again in defense here. Seiko gets the 50 dunk. Monkey has to help Rise out his awkward front post. He can't get any forward of touch on it. It's not always his fault there. He was out of position and had to make a tough read, but a couple of defensive mistakes there from BDS. It feels like you cannot make any mistakes against Vitality. They let them back in here. Came tied up, but BDS getting pressure off kickoff. Seiko is playing so aggressive, pushing forward, looking for bumps. And Redosin falling onto that boost will mean Vitality get a free counter-attack. Zen perhaps getting a free flip reset, but not quite get the touch.
BDS will see this as a great opportunity because the way these games have gone, Vitality have been beatable. There are times where showing up to the field was about as good as you were getting. This time has not been the case. Vitality have made mistakes. And BDS still find themselves 3-1 down in the series. Need this next goal. They need Rice to avoid being bumped, and he narrowly did it.
He almost turned his car there sideways just to avoid it. It's certainly a fantastic dodge and avoided a certain goal for Vitality. They just cannot concede here, BDS. Want to force that game number 6, get their second win of the series and try and extend this game. We know they can do it. Everyone on BDS just letting Redosin do his thing there and perhaps happy to see what he could manage, and it wasn't fantastic there from him. And BDS now, they're still on defense and they're missing the boost. Redosin sweeping through. That's fantastic. Rise is just chain dashing, but he's broken his own ankles on the sidewall. Someone give that guy a manual because he doesn't know how to do them. he's very awkward. Alpha throws the ball. He's got the flip reset. Rise pops the ball up. He's off the sidewall. That'll be good for BDS fans as Redosin fakes it out for Alpha. He's got the boost to work with. Monkey Moon 50s. Zen tries to offload the ball. Redosin's in the same spot. Another positional mistake from Vitality, but they get out of it and somehow are still on offense. BDS, it feels like they're falling apart a little bit. Alpha, he's dancing with him. He's got a flip reset. He's got the 50. Oh! Zen can't put it away, and neither can Redosin.
How on earth is that ball not in? Now Seiko, opposite side, goes low on the challenge once again. Well, these overtimes don't tend to last too long. Will we even need it? Seiko, low boost. The ball's gone underneath him. Redosin doesn't have anybody up in support, but here comes Alpha. Rises in net, and it's got in! Team Vitality move on, and we'll have 2 lives in the grand finals.
It's Alpha 54 again, and it's Vitality clutching up again. Rise in net, just couldn't get that ball out of the net. He tried hard, but in the end, Vitality, the offense all series long was unrelenting. They kept pushing forward. And although BDS fought hard, they grabbed a game in the series. They tried to wrestle back that momentum. This Vitality snowball Shogun just feels enormous.
Man, that's rough if you're BDS, because there was only one game there where it was unwinnable for you, and that was game 1. Everything outside of that was overtimes, 1-goal games, you know, small mistakes where the game suddenly slips away from you and Vitality take the win. That hurts an awful lot. And they are going to have to put that behind themselves because, well, they've got to come back later on. And if they want to now win this tournament, they're going to have to beat Vitality twice in the grand finals, get that reset, and then basically triple up Vitality's overall loss record with this squad. So, you know, nothing too difficult.
They've got a couple of absolute superstar teams awaiting them in the lower bracket as well. No, Vitality, they look fantastic there. They made, well, one big blunder was a Zen own goal, but it only led to one game, and then they win it 4-1. So even when they do make a mistake, it's a one mistake and fix it kind of mentality there, Shogun, but I am absolutely pumped because in that lower bracket, ladies and gentlemen, forget about Vitality BDS, forget about the upper bracket final. The grand final is going to be upon us next time, and what I'm telling you there is the lower bracket semi-final. Corp taking on the kings of the gold mines. Hogan Mode. Don't go anywhere.
Offense for their own good, and it's leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. One another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking his emphasis on the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
Team Vitality scraps it out with Team BDS as they come out victorious 4-1, sending themselves into the grand finals while they will wait for their opponent after our next few matches. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We're on Championship Sunday for the European Spring Invitational, our last day of regular play, and then it's all just big events from here on out. I'm Leaf, Corelli and Cole joining me on the desk here. Corelli, a wonderful finish to the last match, I think you were saying.
I'm frustrated, man. I'm frustrated. I mean, this was a series that I expected BDS to be a little bit more competitive in. And for me, watching it, it was a mess. And it was frustrating for BDS to play. I think it was more frustrating as a fan watching it because how physical Team Vitality was. But at the same time, I mean, you got to put a hand up sometimes. You really let Vitality get away with some crazy shots that just should not have happened. And it was frustrating as someone who's a big believer in BDS to see them give up some of these goals. I mean, some of these are a mess just watching the replay, and they're on Vitality. I mean, that was a tough one too, coming off the post. I don't know. I feel like there were so many awkward positions here that maybe both teams were putting each other in these crazy spots. But that shot right there, that is inexcusable. I cannot believe that one goes in for Vitality at that last second to end the series.
Cole, you got to believe it, though, because it happened. Vitality's in grand finals now.
It happens. Vitality is yet again in grand finals. You can see it right there, waiting for either BDS and rematch or K-Corp or Hogan mode. It seems that Vitality, Leaf, just have this thing at the moment where as soon as opponents start to believe they might beat them, they fear that, oh my goodness, we might actually beat them. And suddenly they just go within themselves. We've seen it from BDS.
Yeah.
We've seen it from, Liquid before. And who knows who we'll see it against in the grand final.
It's easy to slip into that, that's for sure. But Vitality's sitting in a good position to try to grab themselves the 3-peat, but we'll have to find out about that later. They got a few matches before them that we're going to watch. And of course, coming up next, you all know what it is. It's Karmine Corp versus Hogan Mode. I already see chat rallying behind the golden team right here. They're going to need it because they're going up against one of Europe's best right now. Karmine Corp, Cole, is not a matchup that you're going to take lightly.
No, not at all. Karmine Corp have to be respected still. Itachi, he's been in fine form as well. Exotic was playing brilliantly yesterday. There, he's chilling now. He's just taking in the pre-match vibes. I'm sure as soon as it starts, we'll look a little bit more seriously. I don't think he's playing on his phone rather than a controller today. But yeah, Karmine Corp, Corelli, they've slowed down a little bit, particularly after last split. But maybe one step too far for Hogan Mode.
I mean, that's what it feels like. Like on paper, you look at this matchup, you're like, what in the world is Hogan Mode doing here, right?
Sure, but just so say with Team Liquid.
Right. But that's the thing is, as I was getting to, is like, Hogan Mode, they are a bit proven here, especially in this instance, this regional, where they just took down Team Liquid. I mean, that's a great team. This isn't just some like fluke win from Hogan Mode. I think their first few rounds were a little bit easier than maybe you would want. But for Hogan Mode taking down Liquid, it really opens up the door for the thought of, okay, why not K-Corp?
The Golden Boys themselves there chatting it out. And I think an important thing for them, as they said, for mentality has been a huge aspect for them, Cole, in terms of staying level-headed and make sure they understand where they stand in the region. I
mean, we were just looking at Growly. I don't know if we can have a look at him again there with the guitar on the wall. And he said that if a team takes a tactical timeout after winning a game, as Hogan Mode did to Liquid yesterday, then Growly's going to take the guitar off his wall and start playing guitar. That's how he's going to keep himself chilled. He has promised. So I'm praying that if Karmine Corp go 3 games up, we'll get to hear a little Growly solo.
Yeah, we'll see, though, because, again, this is a tough matchup. Again, on screen, Vatira is not the kind of player to take this lightly. They're going to make sure they're going in there with full swing. There's not going to be any chilling out and laying back on this. They want to make sure every team understands how good they can be. And Hogan Mode's definitely going to have to go up against probably a full swinging Karmine Corp because they're going to want to be in good momentum if they're to move on to face off against Team BDS, Curly.
I mean, you're really looking. I mean, it's the UK versus the rest of France here. I mean, Hogan Mode's the last non-French team for the most part. So, yeah, they got to go through the French gauntlet if they're going to make this run.
That's for sure. Get them going. I see a lot of HMs. This would be very interesting if Hogan Mode beats out K-Corp on this one. analysts. Well, I'm going to get Cole to go first because obviously you guys did your predictions earlier. If you want to remind us,
I did. Can I change my mind, Leaf? You are.
I would love you to because I don't think you picked Hogan Mode
Get the
before.
bros out. What was I thinking? I was a fool earlier on in the pre-show. This is the real me. Put the goal below me, and let's get on with it.
That's my man. You know what? I'm gonna let Corelli go last to see if he completes the trifecta here because I'm going Hogan Mode. I told you, I've been with them the whole way, bro. I've been with them the whole way and I ain't stopping now.
Go on, Corelli.
Well, Brody, Emil,
Brody.
Great talk with Kyle and John yesterday in
Yes,
the interview.
Jack.
I'm going with Hogan Mode. I got the gold bars across the bottom, baby.
Let's
It's
go.
Hogan Mode all the way.
Oh my God, chat, what do you say? Let's go. That's what we do. Let's go, bro. Let's get into our match. Achieves and Johnny are there to hang out. K-Corp is clinched for Major and clinched for Worlds. Hogan Mode needs to win literally everything and have the run of their life to even have a hope. The fans stand behind them. Good luck.
All right, let's go, Johnny. Let's go ahead and see what they can do today.
Let's find out, bro. I'm telling you, bro. There's a good chance we're going to see a Cinderella run, and it all starts now. Hogan Mode up against... Have you heard of this team? Who are these guys? Who are they playing against?
No idea. Never heard of K-Corp.
It's going to be a walk in the park. A walk in the park for Hogan Mode. This is just the beginning. Everybody, sit tight. Get ready for an absolute masterclass by Scrub, Resi, and Growly.
Should be an interesting one, all things considered. I think K-Corp, I would expect them to play at least a little bit better. Liquid did not look the same when they played against Hogan Mode as they did against Vitality early in the day, but all things considered,
whoa!
Oh, a straight whiff, Growly towards the net, and Patir's there to save it. Oh, who knows? Maybe it's just the Hogan Mode, man. It puts the fear in you.
It's the Hogan Mode effect, bro. They've got that, fear factor. They've got the triple threat, and everybody's got to respect that. They're always worried when you go up against this team, thinking what could be happening. Scrub here in a 1v2, no problem. It's actually just a setup for a counter attack. No worries at all. Vatira denied easily there. This is going to be no problem as well for Hogan Mode to defend. See, as expected, Scrub just deflects it to the corner. Karmine Corp are going to need to do a lot better than that.
I think the big person that I actually want to see have a really good day is Itachi. I think he's kind of been the picture of consistency this weekend so far for K-Corp. So I'd like to have him be a solid all-rounder that they can really rely on. And K-Corp wants to be successful. I think that solid performance is going to be good against a team like Hogan Mode, who seems to be throwing a lot of wrenches in a lot of top teams' face. As Scrub Killer right down the middle, and there goes Itachi back for free. Easy enough clear. Second shot from Scrub, denied by Exotic as well. And surprisingly enough, K-Corp kind of struggling to really get the offense going and really pin back this Hogan Mode defense.
Yeah, and this is not brand new, at least for now. Oh, what's a touch by Itachi. Honestly, a very lucky goal there if we're going to be completely transparent here. But that back pass there from Exotic so made it possible. He's really done well to get not a lot of power on that. I was about to say, though, this is not the first time these two teams have played. We were blessed with a Karmine Corp against Hogan Mode match in Regional 1. Karmine Corp took game 1. Hogan Mode rallied. And then they let Karmine Corp win 3 games because they didn't want to spoil the Blue Walls fun early on in the split. They wanted to save it for Regional 3.
Very polite of them. The long road back now, starting hopefully now. Scrub, a lot of pressure in that corner, looking for some type of demo. Kind of freezes Itachi, gets the solid dunk rally. Can you score this one? Itachi again, able to recover nicely and get the big part of the car right behind the center of the ball. And close call for Hogan Mode, but having to look elsewhere. Another dump into the middle. Big whiff from Growly. Resi forced into the safety of the corner, which will allow KC to come forward.
Yeah, KC, they're settled into this match now. I think that the initial fear of facing Hogan Mode is now past, and they're just in a normal game for them now. But still with that just 1 goal lead, not the most comfortable position to be in. And Hogan Mode they're a threat against anyone. This team has really no comparison anywhere in the history of Rocket League, anywhere around the globe. They are just one of a kind. Such a distance away from the World Championship, but everybody still has so much hope for them to make it. We asked Scrub yesterday, what's the plan in order to make that a reality? He said 1 step at a time. They're not looking past Karmine Corp. They absolutely shouldn't look past Karmine Corp. That's their full focus right now at the start of the day.
I think that's definitely the right approach, to say the least. You overlook a team like Karmine Corp, you're either really, really good or really, really dumb. And Hogan Mode, definitely the right approach. Can't afford to look past him. Right now, I think the idea for K-Corp is just, okay, let's not do anything too crazy. Just try and pure basics here as a team bump and some demos come through and keep K-Corp in possession.
It's a bit unfortunate there from Hogan Mode, just as the counterattack was about to commence. Like you mentioned, the team bump brought it to a quick halt. Scrub killer with a fake there to bring Rezi into the play. Very selfless play by the Scot. Karmine Corp, I have to be careful not to overextend and fall for Scrub's tricks. You know, he could just be faking at any moment in Chiefs, in any direction, at any end of the pitch.
That's what makes him, used to make him so dangerous, still is. Can't afford to look over Scrub Killer much in the same way that if you think he's washed, you've got another thing coming.
That's what he said to himself in his interview yesterday as well. He said, you know, a lot of these players, they think I'm washed, and then when I start playing well against them, they start to get tilted. So they're really working with that. Rezi here against Vatira. Vatira does well. Just keep control of the ball there. He's guided it clear, giving his team so much time to get back in position. Just 45 seconds left for Hogan Mode in game one. Trailing by that one goal. And now with a decent little counter-attack getting started, Exotic blocks it. This is again just stalling in the back corner. This is what Karmine Corp do best.
Yeah, I really do like that approach from KC. It's really just, okay, keep ball control, force them to come take it off you. Itachi actually gives the ball away there. Does not play it properly or manages speed. And last few chances may belong to Hogan Mode. Scrub, top of the net! He's going to deliver a banger to tie it up.
A golden goal by the golden striker. Griley off the sidewall. Scrub killer up immediately. No one from Karmine Corp in sight. Bar down and in. 126 kilometers per hour. Unstoppable with only 18 seconds left.
Oh, the devastating blow. Hogan Mode, you just can't shake him. Doesn't matter if you've been in control all game. They only needed one. And they found it. KC hoping to avoid overtime here. If Exotic finds this bump, Rezi, nice job dodging it, but does he keep possession? Decent enough flip reset to keep a good press going. There's the bump. Here comes Scrub, and he will keep it in play. Rezi's going to need help, and KC just say, yeah, that one's not dangerous. We go to OT.
Nervous times for Karmine Corp. Bit dangerous at the end of that game. Now here comes Rezi with a stealing pinch. Oh my goodness! He almost had that. It was well defended either way.
Terrifying opening to the overtime. If you're KC, Vatira in not an enviable position either. Good assessment of what was actually dangerous. Scrub, flip reset, drops it into the middle. Itachi will come and bail everybody out and recognize he had a little bit of space to work with. Doesn't keep command though, and Hogan Mode finally during overtime seemed to have found some strong possession time. But unfortunately that big old Itachi managing that challenge wonderfully, and K-Corp get through the gap.
Well, that was almost a counter-attack for Karmine Corp. It's going to be a shot from Itachi in the back post, blocked by Rezi. And he takes control. He's not got a lot of boost here, but he's going to stay behind the ball. This really does well for his team. He's buying them so much time, and now Scrub Killer does follow up with a lot of boost. He's got Growly waiting in the middle. He goes for the infield pass, and it's a shot on target. Oh my goodness! Hogan Mode put it together.
Growly just camped out. He saw there's only one direction this play's going. It's just how fast is it going to get there? The answer is too fast for Vatira. Growly right on top of it. Bang, left side. Hogan Mode up one. Oh, it's a new day in Europe. You still never know what's going to happen. What is going on here? This is what, 15 shots for K-Corp, 1 goal, and 11 saves.
Chiefs, they should call a timeout right now. Hogan Mode got a flex on him. I don't think they've done it in time. If they called a timeout right there, that would have been absolutely glorious. Growly could whip out the guitar, starts doing a little freestyle solo after the solo play that he pulled off on them earlier on in this game. Oh, we just can't get enough of this team. Incredible stuff. They're a legitimate threat. I know a lot of you listening are probably thinking that, what are they talking about? This is Karmine Corp. They can't be beaten by Hogan Mode. Who are these guys? I watched the second split. I watched the first split. I haven't heard of them. But no, seriously, they are a threat against anyone. They can beat Karmine Corp. But Karmine Corp should win, if we're being honest, just for 1 second. And now we're going to be dishonest again. Hogan Mode are going to win. They're going to win. Everybody's predicting them to win. Imagine a second of honesty. That's all you're going to get. Hogan Mode up by 1.
Long way to go. I really did like that KC approach, though. It really felt solid. Didn't feel like they wanted to press and just allow a dangerous 2-on-1 or anything like that. But the sad part is even that approach, ultimately not enough to get the job done. Scrub Killer blasting one top of the net and then set up Growly to score one on the right side. I don't know, it kind of rattled me a little bit if I'm KC here, is indeed the defense starting to miss a couple of touches. And Hogan Mode pick up right where they left off on the offensive side.
Well, you know what really is wonderful to see from Hogan Mode is that confidence with their second man. Growly was so pushed up in the middle as the center ball came through from Scrub. And remember, Rezi was on 0 boost just seconds before that, so they're fully committed. They do not care that it's Karmine Corp's defense against them. They're all in. All 3 players committed to the attack. Rezi stalls to give time to get boost, and then Scrub and Growly combine with the boost that Rezi gave them time to get to put one in the back of the net. That's what teams need to do if they're going to have any chance against Karmine Corp. So many teams are afraid of this team. So many regions are afraid of this team. And Hogan Mode are not.
Right attitude. Every offense does need to have everybody on the same page. Itachi really pressing Rezi here. Growly, great job at identifying the seam right down the middle. Vatira right back to the wall for Exotic. Can he get this one center? It's a little soft, and it'll be punched away by Rezi off the wall. Growly just trying to slow down the attack a little bit. Give his teammates time to really push up into the midfield. Scrub and Vatira stalemate in the middle. It goes right into the hands of Exotic. Doesn't keep good control, though, and KC poking and prodding, seeing if there's any gaps. Growly, nice deflection up to the ceiling. Itachi down in the middle. Scrub sees it's wide and just punts it away.
Yeah, great stuff there by the Hogan Mode crossbar. The 4th defender that they can always rely on. Growly fakes it for Rezi.
And he's in.
And Rezi puts the top ins.
Oh, you'd think we should have scored right there. Scrub lets one bounce, and then Growly just traps it. Misdirection, let it go. Exotic can't cover the distance. And the left side is open. Would you believe it?
Just a perfect fake there from Growly. Exotic expected a Growly solo play. And it's all, as you said, misdirection for Rezi to just shoot for free. 1-0 Hogan Mode. They've scored 3 unanswered now, but KC might be about to answer. Never mind, here comes Scrub. He's got boost to get back to this ball, so this is going to frustrate Karmine Corp. They're not getting anything for free. They're not really that many mistakes for them to punish.
Oh,
save!
Vatira somehow chopsticks it off the post. Thought for sure that was number 2 for Hogan Mode. Oh, Johnny, you were talking about it. They're committed to the offense. I mean, they just went all the way cross-body to go and get that ball, and just by good grace, Vatira kept it out. Chance to double tap, chop away, and somehow Growly and his teammate don't own goal that. KC starting to get a little frustrated. Transition back the other way as a nice demo to slow things down, but not done yet.
I mean, this really is a factor that we have to think about. Karmine Corp might be looking past Hogan Mode here. We talked about how Hogan Mode said yesterday they're not looking past KC. That makes sense. But are Karmine Corp looking past Hogan Mode to their greater threats that they might be thinking about? BDS, that they need to avenge yesterday's loss against. Vitality, they need to avenge last event's loss against. Hogan Mode have got them on the ropes.
Certainly not looking good right now. Rezi actually caught one step too far. Wanted that center boost. Exotic misses. Should be free for Vatira. And no, it's not. Growly makes it back in time. Scrub on transition. He's got to work through 2. Tries to slow it down. And Growly also on the same page. Throws it out to the side wall. And they'll try and approach from a little stronger position here in the midfield.
Oh my.
A little flip reset for Rezi. Will lock Vatira down on his own corner. Nice couple of challenges from KC. And they may have numbers back the other way.
It's all right. Scrub Killers just pre-jumped yesterday for this. They are so confident against Karmine Corp. The double reset play from Rezi and now Scrub Killer pre-jumping his last man. You know, it really is just such a wonderful thing to see. An inexperienced team like Hogan Mode going and giving it their everything against such a terrifying opponent. We're approaching the final minute. Rezi's got a chance to the redirect, and it's a double commit from Karmine Corp. It actually pounces on it to deny Scrub Killer the easy access. Hogan Mode always helping each other out. Growly notices Scrub's being bumped off the play, so he cuts rotation, takes away the danger.
That great identification of that, like you said, confidence in the second man. Growly knowing that he can just go for that pop towards net. Scrub denies, and a couple of boost steals here for KC, but a missed touch, and Itachi, that's the only play off the sidewall to keep it going. 30 seconds, time a factor now for KC.
Oh, wow.
And you do what Hogan Mode did to you. Nice, easy clear for Vatira. 2 trapped in the KC side. You have to score this. That one's off the wall! Off the wall again, Exotic right side, and they're gonna score. Hogan Mode panic, and they concede.
Oh, well, you know, initially, Vatira completely botched that shot. I don't think he was trying to hit that into the near post, but it works out well. It hits the Hogan Mode defender, and Karmine Corp will equalize. Pretty similar time frame to the last game. It was Hogan Mode coming back late. Now it's KC.
In the regulation looming, KC seeing if they get one more look at it. Growly, great shot right down the middle. It will be kept out by Vatira, no problem. Tachi looking for a little help, chopped down, and Rezi double touch to steal that one away, and very likely overtime as Vatira just tasked with damage control, and Scrub wants to put this one away. He doesn't have the boost, and there he is! To make it 2-0 for Hogan Mode. You gotta be kidding!
Scrub Killer knew he couldn't make it, but it's actually thought he was going for the double. Vatira panic flips on the goal line as well. A complete capitulation from Karmine Corp, who called time out. It's a good thing they did, because I think that Hogan Mode were about to do the same thing. Time out Karmine Corp. Hogan Mode lead by 2.
Oh my days. It's so nice to be a spectator, I think, in this situation, because we can all see Scrub Killer's got 0 boost in the tank. And
yeah.
Like, oh no. You can just see it all playing out. Huge dive from Itachi, and man, Karmine Corp, that's that one cuts a little deeper than you might think.
Wow. It's something special. Vatira, he's separated himself from the situation, which is probably a smart thing to do. He's just menacingly standing there as he's probably just having a little bit of a, early life crisis, I suppose. Like
moment to himself.
How are we down by 2 games? What on earth is going on? They just scored a 0-second goal and I just backflipped on the goal line. I mean, this is something Vatira has never processed before. I mean, I feel like we're getting lots of different little potential screenshots of Vatira standing in different areas of the Karmine Corp facility. I mean, this is something that Endpoint used to do, walking around and trying to get loose, because he might be feeling very tense. If he's double tapping his jump button and accidentally flipping there, must be feeling really tense. So, I mean, props to him. This is a smart move, but wow, what an unexpected position at the start of the day.
I'm with you, though. I think that is a straight kind of just recenter yourself, gather mentally a little bit, and just force the reset on yourself. And that's the right approach, because errors like that, especially in that's what these top players at the RLCS, they talk about, the pressure, the expectation to win when you are the best. And then you find yourself down 0-2 to Hogan Mode. He's got the weights out. Everybody.
Let's go kill his bicep.
You can't write this. You couldn't make it up.
Oh, this is just incredible. They're actually just flexing on Karmine Corp. But no, Gene, actually, if you think about it, this is so smart from Scrub. He's already thought about his goal celebration, where obviously he whips out his biceps. He's got the pump now. He's going to look absolutely massive on the camera. Like, I hope no one from Karmine Corp sees this. They'll be like, my goodness, Scrub looks huge right now. His veins are popping out. This man is a maniac.
Better see a huge flip reset, just jam one straight through a defender this game. That's what I want right now from Scrub in game 3.
Oh, just give us the timeline. Can we please be the universe where Hogan Mode win this game and call a timeout? It's all I ask. It's really all I ask in life.
You don't ask for much.
I don't.
But you will ask for this.
I'm one of those people, when someone says, what do you want for your birthday? I say, I don't know. Now, don't worry, Scrub Killer's got this. Not a panic in the world. Easy peasy. Let me tell you, bro. Little double commit, bro. Double the chance to success, bro.
That's that positive mentality.
Yeah, you've got to stay positive. I mean, it's what got them in trouble in the qualification for the last event. They were overconfident. They started to get really negative when they were losing. Now they're just staying positive. They're supporting each other. They're just having so much fun with it. Oh, boy, shot. Nice save by Vatira, but the follow-up. Oh, Vatira, double save.
What an effort on the goal line from Vatira. I thought for sure that one's going in. Growly's going to make this one tough to read. Exotic, thankfully the only one there for it. Hogan Mode still putting the pressure to KC. chip out to the side. Exotic will win that race. And they back the other way. The only one waiting for it's Growly. Drops the flip reset. Exotic will just throw it into the corner. Hogan Mode stealing boost, though. It's getting a little dicey here for KC. Hogan Mode really finding some nice gaps to move that ball through and doing a great job keeping close to it. Finally, one slips away, but there's Growly once more. How do you get this ball to a scoreable spot? A little fake. There's Scrub, but he wasn't ready for it, actually, and they ran into each other. Everything coming together a bit too slow, and Hogan Mode denied.
Oh, lovely back pass by Rez. He brings Scrub into the play. Vatira's got an awkward touch. He does well to keep it in the back corner. Doesn't want to center it in front of his own net there. Ooh. Now Hogan Mode. Oh, they've been caught out. What a shot by Exotic. It came out of nowhere.
Growly really just rotating back down the center line here. He's seeing that challenge from Rezi. That's what he's gearing up for. And he sees his teammate get bumped off and just doesn't have that reaction time to process what's going to happen next. And before you know it, Pace back to the back post. Couldn't reach it. Great job from KC. Kind of settling the nerves, you would hope. 3 minutes is a long way to go, especially the way this Hogan Mode offense has been coming at you.
And this is, you know, not, again, it's familiar territory for Hogan Mode. They've been behind in this series in game one. They came back late. They kept on just grinding out saves and fighting for the midfield before they eventually had their chance to score. Now, two of them have been demoed here, but Rezi's just attempted a play anyway. You know, the one thing that I think could bite Hogan Mode here is if they get overexcited. This is going brilliantly for them. 2 games in a row, but they've got to just keep the focus. They've got to keep the same game plan that they had in games 1 and 2. That's a really good save by Scrub. Good cover. Well, it could have been a tough shot.
Nasty bounce as well to kind of take possession away. Now both teams vying for it. Growly kind of just chips that one away for free. Itachi able to dodge a demo, and Growly, excellent recovery there in the midfield to put pressure back on that KC side. As Scrub Killer says, come on, do something. And they actually backfires. KC break out beautifully. And one more time, Growly is just getting it done in the midfield on the defensive side. He's moving that ball around quite nicely for Hogan Mode.
A nice offload there by Vatira, but Itachi's shot was denied. Oh, we've got... Oh, wait, who turned away from that? Was that Scrub turning away, or was that just the wall turning them both away? And regardless, we might have had a 2v2 there. This would have been very interesting. I think it would have been... It would have made sense that Hogan Mode...
You feel Hogan Mode would have went for it, yeah.
Yeah, like, why not? Let's get as weird as possible and get Karmine Corp out of their comfort zone.
Karmine Corp's like, nah, we're not playing that game. Scrub to Growly. Growly
to
net, and he will double tap it. Vatira, did he have any boost, or did he just not believe him?
Vatira had 100. He had 100, he just didn't go, and then he couldn't read what Growly was doing. He thought the shot was on target, realized it wasn't. Before he could process where to go, Growly's doubled it in.
Tough situation, and definitely not one that you really expect Vatira to make, right? I mean, more often than not, he makes a play like that look relatively routine. And you hope that that isn't another sticking point in the mindset for him after that backflip on the goal line in game 2. KC doing their best here, get themselves back in this game.
You know, something to consider, Vatira, after their Regional 1 matchup, where Karmine Corp were able to beat Hogan Mode 4-1, tweeted, they're lucky we gave them 1 game. Or I think he actually, he didn't just tweet in general, I think he replied to Rezi or Growly and said, you're lucky we gave you 1 game. He said it to their face. Well, as close to your face as you can get online. But this isn't what they expected. They probably thought, let's sweep them this time. And it clearly is not a sweep today. This could be a chance for Exotic. Low 50. Growly not having it, plays the ball.
Oh, and a trap and cut back to the inside to really force KC to run back on defense. Couldn't actually make anything happen, but that ability to influence play in a certain direction so valuable, and there's that speed. Scrub wisely going to wait his turn here in the midfield line. So Rezi comes through, and Growly cuts rotation, gets through Exotic. Scrub gets a little bit of a piece taken out of him. KC on a score with 0 left, just to put no doubt in their mind.
Wow.
Rezi doing his best to trap this one. He's going to need some help to make this one happen. He finds Scrub
no way
towards the wall, and it comes off a little bit flat. If it came with a little more height, you thought there was something.
Yeah, just wouldn't sit right on Scrub's car for the flick, so he tried to mind game. Corp not having it. They're able to stop that one. Can
he's
they
there.
stop this? Rossi at the back post, well covered by KC. Fake challenge by Growly does nothing, but the flick is just going wide. Resi helps it on its way.
Exotic for Itachi. Very aggressive third man for KC. They have to give ground. Growly really doesn't square that up the way I think he wanted, but the pace of it will actually work out pretty decently. Scrub with a little bit of interference on Vatira. Forces Itachi to just dump the ball long, so Hogan Mode will remain in possession. That's not the right place for that ball, though. And now the fight for possession will start in earnest.
Scrub with quite a lot of a kick on that. Oh, that's a dive by Resi. That's a really confident, surprising third-man dive, perhaps. That almost puts KC in an awkward position. Exotic with a phenomenal read. Oh my goodness, how on earth has he predicted that slight angle bounce?
Ooh, straight pass.
It looks like Scrub will be there. This is how, again, Hogan Mode might end up overextending. You'd think that's surely a threat that Karmine Corp have.
Ooh.
I think that should bounce well for Itachi, or Vasir. Yeah, he's waiting for it. And good reads on the back wall above their own heads. Karmine Corp not panicking.
That's a great demo from Vatira. Really forces everybody on Hogan Mode to slow down. Itachi wanting to keep that disruption going. Exotic is caught one step too far forward, though, in Hogan Mode. And you thought they were going to get backed into a corner. Find a way to break out. Reset all that pressure. Resi goes towards the wall. Exotic, that's the right play. Keep it close. Just don't let Hogan Mode come at you from a decent enough position where anything can hurt you, really. Vatira forced to go to the safety of the corner. The boost steal starting to come for Hogan Mode. Resi
Oh, wow.
with a double tap. Here's Scrub. Keeps it high. Growly's going to need help, but unfortunately, he's not in a good place to shoot.
There's the defense from Karmine Corp holding up at the moment. Exotic's got to be careful with these mind games, though. Growly has read him on a lot of these attempted fakes. That's the demo by the last man, but Growly lost control of the ball. Karmine Corp have everybody back. Hogan Mode trying not to overextend here, but looking for that opening, or maybe just trying to force the issue. Vatira, has he got the double? No, he doesn't, and now Growly on the counter.
Got a big piece of him taken out as he went up for that air dribble. He was trying his best to recover off the ceiling. Scrub a little delay touch, and he actually will keep the ball, and Exotic is very glad Resi was not quite in position for that one, as it would have been an open net. And Vatira just smashing back up the field, and now you wonder if KC might just go back to the idea for game one. Let's just play solid, make them beat us, see what we can do.
I mean, it's a risky play style because this is what Hogan Mode want. They want to attack, so Karmine Corp are allowing them to do that here. But, you know, Karmine Corp have done so well. They haven't panicked at all, and now they're looking to create chances of their own. Vatira unmarked to the back post, but his shot goes wide. Resi will slowly take it back to the blue end. Oh, very committed there, but Itachi unaffected. Now looking for the full-length air dribble. It looks like his reset just kind of landed him on the ball, and not really a lot of motion.
Ooh, and it's going to be a nasty hop into the middle. Growly's going to be
the free jump!
Rub! He was trying just to get in front of the defense. And Hogan Mode is really pulling out all the stops just to try and win the pace battle. Thankfully, the ball went wide if you're a Hogan Mode fan, as Growly will take that one away. But KC trying to establish some position here in the midfield. They might just do that. And Vatira wants to disrupt on the goal line. He takes a bite out of Growly. There's the second demo pass. The middle stolen away. Down this just off the post. Resi can't make the read. You thought Hogan Mode did it again.
Oh, so close, bro. Psionics, please. It's not going to be the post that they wanted. Karmine Corp had a 3v1 and they almost got scored on. Oh, here comes Vatira. Floor double denied, but Itachi and Exotic are both there, and Exotic puts it in. We are not going to a quad match point. It is going to need to be a bit of a longer series for Hogan Mode.
Really nice challenge from Vatira there to get over one. Exotic kind of just waiting his turn deep back and said, oh, that one's easy enough. Growly, at long last, on the defensive side, not in position to make a second effort at it. What a showcase.
Oh.
Both teams.
Timeout Hogan Mode. That is very interesting. So they tweeted out earlier that they're going to save that for after winning a game, and Growly will whip out the guitar. But it looks like they are going to use it to actually discuss beating Karmine Corp at Rocket League, which you could argue is a more sensible strategy. No, I don't hate this. As CJ would say, I don't mind it.
I don't mind it either, I don't think. Because you really just kind of, I guess you don't want to let KC really get settled in and be like, okay, we're good, we got this, let's just keep it going. And you might just think, okay, we have the right idea. Because I don't really think Hogan Mode really did anything here that was like, hey, you need to fix something. It was a decent enough game. It was, in fact, quite winnable. Just got to give credit where it's due. KC played pretty solid defense.
Jeez, I think, do you know what? I think Scrub's doing some tricep dips here. He might be trying to balance out the bicep curls from the previous timeout. Because, as you all know, you want to mirror your exercises. Otherwise, you'll get a little bit too strong in one direction. So he's done the bicep curls last time, and now he's doing the tricep dips. So that's going to straighten out his arms again. And now probably feel a lot more natural in controller position.
If you're right about that, I don't know if I would be happy or disgusted.
I know Kyle, I've known him for almost half of his life at this point, so I mean, if there's one player I should have a good read on, it would be him. But yeah, this is, to look bigger picture here, this is definitely a test for Hogan Mode. Everything was going their way. It seemed like it was just their day and they're going to thrive, which would be perfect for them. Obviously, they've got a long, long way to go if they're going to qualify for the Spring Major and keep their season alive. They need to win against Karmine Corp. They need to beat the loser BDS Vitality. So they need to beat BDS. Then they need to beat Vitality twice, and then they need to beat Moist. 5 series in a row. And they are going to be in a row, 5 best of 7. So this is just Series 1, and they've hit their first road bump. I mean, you can't afford to have too many of these. I mean, just how long can you perform at the top level?
It's an exhausting day. People generally don't think of esports as being particularly exhausting, but some pretty significant mental tax that goes on there. Trying to sit there and be locked in and play peak performance all the time. It is difficult.
We have to praise Karmine Corp as well, because they were up against it there. That was not an easy game. They had several incredible defensive reads. A lot harder to read the backboard above you. As we see there, Exotic with a miss. I mean, it's a harder read from Exotic's POV. I mean, even a world-class player like him, that's much harder to get a touch on that ball. And Growly has got one less dimension to think about. So, well played, Growly. I mean, he nailed that. Not an easy read, but if they keep peppering the backboard like this, even a team like Karmine Corp are going to miss eventually.
You're right. It's funny you point out that exact read, because that's the exact read that I saw BDS make at the World Championship, and I saw Extra hit that, and I was like, oh, they're just winning if they're...
Yeah, it's such a difficult read. You're coming in sideways, you've got to think about how fast the ball is going, what angle is it going to bounce at. You've got to really time your arrival to perfection, whereas if you're just coming at the ball like Riley was, the timing of your arrival isn't as important because you can adjust last second with the height of your car. You don't have that luxury. Oh, hold on. Exotic's actually slotted one through here. Karmine Corp with a quick equalizer for a change. Look like Scrubkiller's touch might take it away, but look at Exotic at that far post, more than ready to send it back on target.
Yeah, just good recognition of where the play was headed. Saw how Scrub jumped at it, said, well, the only way the play goes is here. It's just a matter of where exactly it is. And I think Rowley was hoping that would have a bit more pace behind it so he could actually go out and clear that one away. But came off a little soft. Exotic ate it up. And K-Corp pressing quite nicely here. Not done yet. Itachi just takes the space that's given him and will try and make something happen. And he's going to do a beautiful job of it down towards the net, and Scrub forced to clear it away.
Hogan Mode haven't had to do too much defending for long periods of time. Karmine Corp playing a much deeper defensive line. Oh boy! And this is why it's a bit risky to try and play that deep defensive line against a team like Hogan Mode, who are not showing any respect with their second man. Crowley dives, just crushes it through. And Hogan Mode, right off the timeout, up 2-1.
Rezi as well. He full committed to that one in the corner just as much as Growly did. And they're saying, nope, this one's going in or we're getting scored on. We don't care if we do.
Tira's got a bit of a freebie there. That's well done, Scrub. Been reading it off his own backboard. I think Scrub had a couple of games in Regional 1 where he was just, what's the opposite of stat padding? Whatever it is, that's what he's doing. He says, 26 points games, 10-point games, but not today. He's making a real impact on the scoreboard and off of it.
It's the most frustrating part, I think, about a player like Scrubkiller as well. It's not like he's a bad defender, right? He's always been an excellent defender in the European side of things. So everyone thinks, oh, he's washed. I mean, he's obviously performed quite nicely here on offense, but add in the fact that he's still got that rock-solid defensive foundation to rely on, as Vatira almost finds a couple of demos, but everybody on Hogan Mode able to get out unscathed. And Scrub needs a little bit of help from his teammates to gain possession. It will work out. Vatira actually has to give up that corner boost as well, and they run into each other.
Wow, that was a respawn from a demo, almost getting Karmine Corp in a world of trouble. Really unfortunate that the spawn was exactly in the worst place. Yeah, we're still in a bit of a slower paced game. Karmine Corp not forcing the issue just yet. Yeah, interesting to note, like you said, Scrubkiller known for his defense historically. It's how he made a name for himself years ago, even before he could play RLCS. And Vatira, the same start to his career, defensive player for a very aggressive team. So it's not a bad way to start for these young players who can then have long careers.
Scrub down into the middle. Itachi, that's actually a really nice touch. Just keep it high out into the corner. Everybody thinking that maybe that one gets popped down into the middle. Exotic tries to keep it close to himself, force Hogan Mode to come in and maybe commit a little too far. And Itachi again, he's just taking the space. That's the right idea. It hasn't quite worked out for KC in that regard yet, but I like the idea of not just smashing it back into Hogan Mode, as that's really when KC has started to allow some dangerous approaches. Resi from the top wall, and he's going to chop it down for Growly. Growly's been so solid all day, and he finally misses a put away.
Well, that was a ridiculous pre-jump in defense. It did not connect, but Growly did not able to slot the uncontested shot. They didn't need it necessarily, still up by one, but boy would they have liked a 2-goal difference.
Ooh, not a solid enough clear either, doesn't really get any distance. Exotic just poked down to the safety of the corner. Resi just getting as big as possible. Hogan Mode looking for that single clear, and it is found deep over the head of Vatira in the midfield, and very awkward air dribble as he just interrupts it, and Scrub pokes it away, forces Itachi to make the touch, and how about that second go and get it touch as well to really prevent put away as Exotic gets dunked on by Growly. Not into the net, but Vatira will find the clear, and KC is hoping that they can get possession back cleanly enough to actually put together an offensive drive.
Yeah, they've not starved Hogan Mode's boost yet, and we're in the final 20 seconds of the game now. Hogan Mode are continuing to advance. They're not giving Karmine Corp any ground for free here, and now Karmine Corp have thrown it a little bit more into top gear. Do they have the time remaining, though? Is it too late?
5 seconds. Itachi, that's a nasty hop to handle. It went straight at Scrub Killer. Resi steals it away. There's time on the clock, and look at him chop it down to the floor. Hogan Mode up 3-1.
3-1 Hogan Mode triple match point. Bro, unbelievable. But you better start to believe this team proving all the doubters wrong. I think Regional 1 was just to prove it to themselves that they had it in. And Regional 2, maybe the learning experience. Okay, let's not get too excited here. But Regional 3, they've found the perfect balance. They are confident, but they are not. They're not going too far. They're not falling for Karmine Corp's tricks. Karmine Corp's trying to bait them in with low 50s, trying to trick them with little mind games and passing plays and defense. Hogan Mode are not falling for it. They are just waiting patiently for their clear-cut chances and then taking them consistently. Except that one Growly missed, but we'll let him off.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about it. Yeah. They ended up winning the game, so it's fine. We can forget about the insurance goal.
Didn't matter, bro. Didn't matter. We won anyway, bro.
Absolute chaos here heading into Game 5. KC backs against the wall. Certainly not a sentence I thought I was going to be saying today.
Not this early.
Especially in this match. But you have to give them credit. I mean, everybody on Hogan Mode has just looked absolutely lights out. Challenge game's been great. The follow-through has been great. Defense has been adequate. It's been a complete day so far for Hogan Mode, but they're not done yet.
Karmine Corp clearly have come into this match thinking, let's just let Hogan Mode beat themselves. We don't need to do anything too crazy here. They're going to overextend. They're going to double commit. They're going to miss. And we're just going to win because we are the more consistent team. But that's not been the case. There have been slight inconsistencies here and there with Hogan Mode, but for the most part, they have, like you said, all played very well. That might have actually been a bit of a team save. Not really one that you can play around, but not something Karmine Corp want to have happen now of all times. That is going to be all the more frustrating. In a matchup they were supposed to win. Vatira's in the Octane, by the way, so it's clearly not feeling too great with his own play today.
Ooh. Exotic with that pre-jump as well, and to be fair, he was right on it, just didn't make contact with the ball. Rezi towards Growly. Vatira somehow able to win a challenge against two people, and that ball goes straight to Exotic. I don't know if that trap was the right idea. It's going to slow down the counterattack from KC, even I think the punt would have been the better choice to really force them to play it from an awkward position. But KC still in control, and Rezi, that is a quality touch just to prevent anything from really getting started.
I love those touches by Growly and Rezi especially. You know, Scrub sitting a bit deeper, doesn't need to do that all that often, but Growly and Rezi on their rotation back, always looking to impact the play while they go back into defense. If they can cut Karmine Corp off, they do. And a bit of trouble here, but the ball is in a safe location for Hogan Mode. No clear shots for KC. 2 minutes gone. It's been majority KC pressure, and not really a lot to show for it.
Exotic to Vatira. A lot to pick from, but not enough. Growly actually has the top right covered.
How on earth has he saved that so calmly as well? It just bounced effortlessly into the corner. Karmine Corp would have preferred a bigger touch there so they could pounce on it, send it back in the middle. Growly's actually squashed that between himself and the post, and he's not giving up possession.
Ooh, Rezi gets caught in a really weird spot, gets a piece taken out of him as well. The bump, but he recovers beautifully, just chucks it into the corner for some time. Exotic trying his best, and that's a nasty pinch.
Whoa.
Vatira has Itachi waiting for him. Everyone kind of said, hang on a second, did he just own goal the world?
Back pass. This was a very composed Hogan Mode performance in Game 5. Rezi, reset Merchant today of all days. And the one time that Karmine Corp didn't want to see the mechanics peaking. That's fine, it's a back pass, don't worry. Hogan Mode probably called that. I think it's one of the plays they've been practicing as a team all week in preparation for this. Tension rises, and we were talking about the tension that got the better of Vatira, got the better of Karmine Corp in Game 2. Double commit actually might play. Oh my goodness, the game works out for them! They can do nothing wrong!
I was just thinking, oh, he's going up to steal this. Why? And he bumps his teammate off the ball, says, hang on, I still have 35 boost. Let's see what we can do with it. How about just obliterate the defense?
That is one of the silliest goals I've ever seen. I'm pretty sure Growly's bump onto Rezi hit the ball into a position that Growly could catch up to. That is like something out of a freestyle montage. And it's
and he missed. He's going to put in two.
Oh, he's going to go in Growly!
He goes to the ground pinch.
Karmine Corp, more like crumbling Corp. It's 2-0. Itachi with a huge miss. Growly pinches it over Vati. This is not how I expected Hogan Mode to win this in the one world that they do in fact win. But they're only a minute and 25 seconds away from pulling it off.
I was just thinking before those two goals happened, man, it feels like we rewinded like all the way back to Game 1, where it was just slow, very methodical from KC, see what happens, and then bang! Growly has arrived and has destroyed all hopes and dreams. And KC, on the verge of getting eliminated by Hogan Mode, need a bit of a miracle. 60 seconds to work with. Time starts now. No time to waste. Down to Itachi and kind of drops the shot, but look at that clear!
Growly has played it perfectly off the post for the second time this game, and now we're in the final minute. Karmine Corp are desperate. They are pushing. They're sending everyone, and that one will go through. Vatira forced the goalie to dodge the bump just long enough to allow Itachi's shot to go in.
Great disruption. Rezi actually missed that ball. He was trying to just chip that back into the corner, and you're right, Vatira forcing Scrub to kind of stutter step on the goal line. Couldn't close the lane down. KC cut the lead in half and give themselves a chance at least to stay alive.
Scrub killer. We'll be very happy to see that that's an uncontested clear. Growly actually threatening something here. They've got to be so careful not to overextend. Karmine Corp have increased the pace, and they are going to use those bumps and demos ahead of the ball as the time gets down. Towards the end of the game, Scrub killer with a big pinch clear. It's infield. Vatira a bit too pressed forward though, not going to get on the end of it. That ends Karmine Corp's latest attack.
If you're KC, it's well, I would say demo Growly, but Growly's been more problematic on offense than on defense, and I'm not sure if you can hit anybody else right now. as 10 seconds,
Great
5
cut.
seconds. Exotic down to Vatira. Here's Rezi to block everything.
Surely achieves. This has to be it. There's no way that they score. Surely not. I think that's it. They're not going to catch it. Hogan Mode have eliminated Karmine Corp. The run is alive. The Cinderella story goes on. Can you believe it?
And Moist Esports kind of sitting here like, you must be kidding.
Oh my goodness.
Keep going.
And the bicep curl pump really does come into effect there for Scrub. Absolutely huge.
Shush.
We better be seeing a tweet from Hogan Mode to Vatira saying we're lucky we gave you one.
We gave you one. Now that's throwing it right back.
But that really must have Moist fans in a bit of a shambles, because if you could beat Karmine Corp, you could beat anyone. Obviously, Karmine Corp did make mistakes here and there, but Hogan Mode looked like the real deal today. That was a very convincing performance. They're all playing well. They're all helping each other out. They've got the mental game intact. They are definitely in with a chance to take this whole thing.
Undeniable. That was an excellent performance from Hogan Mode. Really complete package. Not hardly any errors. I mean, the biggest error I think we saw them commit was a double commit, and even that turned into gold with the air dribble. So what can you do wrong?
It was a great investment. You know, they just sent up 2 and got rewarded. What's going on in the face cams? This is unbelievable. I don't think Hogan Mode can truly. I don't think it's sunk in yet what they've just pulled off. But that's just step 1. They're taking it one step at a time here. I mean, some of the saves as well in this game were so impressive. Some of the defensive plays were really well done. You know, they really can do this. I'm telling you, bro, they've got a chance. But I'm not going to need to tell people anymore. I think it is just now simply believable.
Definitely agreed. And Hogan Mode, the run continues. Can they take down all of the top 4 of Europe? Next up on the docket, Hogan Mode versus Team BDS. We'll see you in a few minutes. You're watching RLCS.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Oh! Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher. I never tire. I'm a promise. Vitality, can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? Is this really happening? It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. One another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking it up to the field on the reset. Can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
Take a deep breath. Have fun. Everything will be okay. Move. Okay. Move. Okay. Move. Take a deep breath. Have fun. Everything will be okay. Move. Okay. Move. Okay. Move.
The miraculous journey carries on as Hogan Mode somehow shuts down Karmine Corp as they move on in the lower bracket with no lives left. Everything is on the line for them. They have to keep winning, and they're only partway there. They have a long journey ahead of them, and no one knows what's happening, but Corelli, Stumpy, we are having a grand old time with this.
Whoa. We know exactly what we just got. That was a Growly master class in that series. And don't get me wrong, Resi and Scrub played great as well, but boy, he even bumping his own teammates out of the way to get an air dribble and dunk. I mean, Growly played an amazing series there. Everyone did on Hogan Mode. They deserve that win over K-Corp.
And ironically, that was Hogan Mode being the better team in that game as well. That was, I've seen some comments, people saying Karmine through, they weren't playing up to their potential. They were being suffocated. They could not play up to their potential. Hogan Mode was shutting them down as early as possible, because if you give KC space and give them respect, then that means that you are giving them more time that they need to then set up these plays. Don't give them that time, don't give them that space, and then you can win out these series. Yes, there's a lot more to it than that. But Hogan Mode managed to do what a lot of the teams
look at them.
They don't. They did not give respect. They were reading the misses. Those misses do come in, but other teams will think, oh no, Vatira's got that, Exotic's got that. Okay, clearly Itachi double taps this. No, not always. That shot, by the way, is disgusting. Scrub is a content monster. He was literally lifting weights mid-series as well when KC took their time out. What a series. That is the embodiment of Europe.
We got to say, no matter what happens from here on out, the stock in these players has just risen tenfold going forward for any of them. It's just phenomenal gameplay. That's the thing, is you can't call it a fluke at this point. You know, you say, okay, maybe that earlier bracket a little bit, a little more lax, but look at what they've just done in the last couple matches. Team Liquid, they take down, then Karmine Corp, and they're sitting here now in a top three. It's just, you can't, it's not a fluke at this point, but it doesn't get easier, because now Team BDS is sitting on the other side of the field from Hogan Mode, and the journey carries on. Again, Team BDS just dropping down here from a loss from Team Vitality. So, of course, that is going to, and usually does, Corelli, affect the mentality of teams, but Team BDS is definitely going in with good energy. With Rise on the team, you know he's going to continue to try to lift this team up before this match.
Yeah, and I'm honestly pretty worried about BDS. I mean, that was a very disappointing series against Vitality. And it's not even that they're playing Hogan Mode. Like, take Hogan Mode out of the situation right now. That was not a good series from BDS. And I do think, like, the physical play that came out from Vitality, the control of the game, BDS had none of it there. And Hogan Mode has proven, when you reintroduce them to the mix here, they have proven that they can control the game, both on a macro level and an individual level with guys like Rally with the way he's playing right now. I think BDS really have to look out. If it is on BDS, believe it or not, on them to control this game, because Hogan Mode is playing up to that level where I feel like you have to push to a different space as a team. And for BDS, that previous series was not indicative of that.
But BDS's journey so far has been still very good through this competition. Rise has brought them to a brand new level. They took down Karmine Corp in Game 7 in the upper bracket semi-finals yesterday. Today, they looked a little bit more lax. Of course, they got that 4-1 versus Vitality. They've dropped down here. Vitality are still the best team in the world, potentially. Definitely in Europe at the moment. Hogan Mode, I described them yesterday as our producer, made sure to remind me that I said that they were scrappy little pigs fighting in the mud. And I completely stand by it, because they are, and teams don't know how to deal with that. When you're used to clean Rocket League, and you know what's meant to be going on, and you have expectations of what players do, you cannot read what Hogan Mode are about. They are imperfect, they are scrappy, they at times do things that they should not do, and it is working.
The energy's still high. You know it's not going to stop now. I think all these players on Hogan Mode elated just to be in this position, and knowing, again, kind of like what you said, Corelli, is that Team BDS, if they're paying attention to that match, isn't at a peak right now. And that they might be coming into this with a bit of an upper hand, coming off a really strong win up against a team that came off a not so fun loss against Team Vitality. So it'll be... I think the mentality is super strong, Corelli, for Hogan Mode coming into this.
I mean, Scrub was playing the game with a pump. Do you know how hard it is to have a pump and hold a controller? Like, if you've never lifted weights before, try it. Go lift some weights and then go hold a controller. It's tough.
You just call out all of our viewers.
Not only was he growing his muscles, but he handicapped himself in that series, it felt like, and he still played well.
Okay, chat. What's it gonna be? I know what it's gonna be. I know you're going Hogan Mode, so keep that hashtag spamming. Now, the biggest question we have to ask is the analyst, because again, Stumpy, you're with the crew that went before, and I believe Hogan Mode was not a favorite in any of your brackets.
Correct. Hogan Mode was not there. But you know what, Leaf? It's time, bro. It's time.
What is he doing?
Come on, bro!
Oh my gosh, he's got the weight.
Oh, it's Hogan Mode, Corelli. What are we doing here? What are we doing, Corelli?
I've got them too, bro. Wait, get in the camera. There we go. I got him too, baby.
Let's
Hogan
go, bro.
Mode all the way, bro.
Let's go, bro. Come on. That's right.
Come on.
91%. Let's get to the match. It's time. Shogun and CJ there. BDS was thinking about World's Main,
100,
but now they're
101,
focused on now becoming another notch in Hogan's Mode's belt. The Golden Bros plow onward. It's time to see if miracles can happen for Hogan Mode.
You're going to have to take this, man.
This might be the best timeline in Rocket League esports history, ladies and gentlemen. It felt like it felt like a fairy tale that was never going to happen, but it might actually be happening. Hogan Mode take down K-Corp in 5, and now they've got BDS in front of them, and it feels like they're the favourites.
Oh, this is the absolute best esport in the world. It's easy and simple. Nowhere else could you get a team from out of nowhere become the center of attention and then say, God, you know what? I'm sorry to say this, Seiko. I think the crowd might be against you here.
That was one of the best pre-game segments I've ever seen. Maybe we need that to be a trend here.
Best segments involve him standing up. The last one was when he tried to shoot down Dazarin.
Corelli knocking in 103 bicep kills as well in the matter of 10 seconds. It was seriously impressive. And Well, maybe Hogan Mode just need to recompose here because they were late to join the lobby as well. They were celebrating. They were certainly letting K-Corp know on Twitter about that victory, but they've got another best of 7 to deal with right here.
Right, so for those of you just joining us there and wondering
this is
what
open.
on earth is going on, wait, oh, Crowley takes it himself. That's what each. Well, I'll get to that in a moment because we got to break this down, bro.
If I had $1 for every open net BDS have conceded this tournament, I could buy a gold bar. They've just, again, third man gone, second man not sure, and Hogan Mode tied up. Oh my goodness.
Gold conversion rates are apparently incredible over there.
Oh, it's only getting better with this team performing day in, day out here in the final, in the EU Invitational, the final regional of the season, and potentially it feels like a dream. Maybe a major spot still available for this team.
All right. Well, let's discuss that real quick, because, again, we'll have people joining all the time wondering, what on earth is everyone talking about? What is this Hogan Mode thing that is happening? Hogan Mode are the only team that can disrupt the top 5 in Europe when it comes to getting over to Boston. In order to do that today, wait a minute, Rise actually backed off entirely as well. They had to win their last series against KC, win this against BDS, beat Vitality twice, and even then that's not enough to send them because they'd have to beat Moist in a tiebreaker. They have to beat every single member of the European top 5.
It sounds ridiculous, Shogun, but
it is ridiculous.
But every series, my belief in this team, it just grows and grows. They've been deadly. The past plays have been electric. And they were too much for K-Corp in the end there. And right now against BDS, they looked a bit rattled to start the game, perhaps not locked in. But since then, they got the goal back. And they are well and truly in this game number 1 here. Monkey Moon has been certainly active early on in this game. BDS having more of the attack. Hogan Mode still finding a way and passing it across as Scrub can't quite get the touch. Growly lobs it on. That was wide open. He didn't realise Scrub might be able to put it away. Still Seiko with the touch. Hogan Mode still pushing forward, creating this offense. And this whirlwind, it feels like it's more of a mental battle against Hogan Mode now than anything else because every single person, bar the BDS supporters, Shogun, are right behind them.
Hogan Mode have got that thing where you're in a series with them and it's like, surely we can't lose to them. And that does stack. And right now, that's the chance, and Seiko had to try and bail them out. BDS have also conceded some absolute howlers today. That has to also be put on the board. They can't come into this expecting to be the better team. They need to treat this team with all the respect that they deserve.
Exactly, and Vatira, he said it himself that he was disappointed that they won a game in the first regional. Well, this time it was K-Corp that just won a game, and this time it's guess who, Mr. Kyle, the gold man, giving the lead to Hogan Mode.
It's the golden striker himself. Top bins. Monkey Moon, merely a spectator for it. Every single goal feels like we get more and more weird and wacky over here in Europe, but it gets so much more entertaining.
Oh, we just might be merely spectators to the greatest storyline in esports history, folklore. They'll write books about this. They'll sing songs. As Growly fires it off, Scrub another open net. He puts it wide. Follow-up from Resi. Goes wide again. Hogan Mode could have had a 2-goal lead there in game 1. They have all the momentum. They played the most recent series. BDS still trying to warm up into this match-like pressure. And Resi with no boost. He danced around every single person on BDS. Scrub gets the tap in. Hogan Mode get up 2.
Hey, if this sounds like it's biased commentary, that's because it kind of is at this point. Scrub killer there, turns it in. I am all up for the longest day possible here. Remember during the interview yesterday, Joyo said that he would be happy to be the team that eliminated the dreams of Hogan Mode. He expected to do that in the next round of the lower bracket, not in a tiebreaker.
The pressure is just something else in that sort of a scenario. But as we said, Hogan might have a lot of work to do, and BDS, they're starting to get active in this game. Monkey Mooney's 2 crept up third man again. It's a rinse and repeat scenario. Scrub throws it across to Growly. They go the pinch on the bar. Is it going to go in? I see it, but I just don't believe it.
They can do anything and turn it into gold. Scrub Killer! Growly! That was incredible!
They are dead set clipping in the lower bracket final on Team BDS. A team
I guarantee you right now, Growly could start turtling right here, just turn upside down, and they would somehow get a goal from it. All right, Rice has managed to get this back. That is a long road, though, for BDS.
44 seconds, it's a long time, or it's not enough time, should I say. It's still 2 goals to go here. We'll be interested in the kickoff, Shogun. We saw a couple of kickoff goals in the upper bracket final. We want to see Hogan Mode really lock this one in.
They are mostly against BDS, though. They got 1 versus the 3 they conceded. Monkey Moon up against Rezi. Rezi does well. Back to Monkey Moon, who needs to get it back to Rise. Has boost. Oh, wow, he's not got a car anymore, and Scrub Killer wipes out the shot. It seems like it's fun. It seems like it's a meme. It seems like games. It absolutely is all of those things. But what's lost here is just how legit this team is.
It's just 3 players on the pitch right now, so locked in with each other. The communication at an all-time high. They're having fun. We've seen Scrub Killer as we saw in the last series doing some curls in between games. And, well, if this side doesn't get you up and about for a European regional, I don't know what will, because they've beaten K-Corp. And now they've taken game 1 of the lower bracket final. Hogan Mode, is there anything this team cannot do?
I can't believe it, man. I can't, but I'm starting to believe it. I can tell you that right now. I have a question for you, CJ. At what point, if you are Moist Esports, would you actually log into Rocket League and start going, all right, we actually might need to start warming up here. This is...
Maybe not just yet, but...
Not yet.
Oh, I tell you what, if these games keep going the way they're looking right now, Hogan Mode, they started off slow here. They conceded in the first 16 seconds, Shogun, but straight after that, look at the equaliser. Look at Scrub finding the precision. They're pinching. Team pinches in midfield.
Right.
And everything is working for them right
really
now.
Is. I can't believe every single time we think this team might be done, they just continue to level up. They are incredible. And when you find a team that is playing this hot, you really can't doubt them anymore.
They're just absolutely locked in, and it is fantastic to see. A team that, as we said, they are making the Cinderella run. We've seen it before in, World Championships. I'm looking at Cloud9 back in Season 6, but this is something else. This is just a whole other story right now, and an oddball of teammates coming together and just playing at the peak Rocket League. It's crazy to say, but it is.
It's a team that believes. You don't go for these kind of plays unless you think you can do it. Now Scrub Killer's already up 1-0. They only took 12 seconds.
Gee, if we thought this Vitality snowball was big enough, this is just an absolute avalanche here. Hogan Mode again, 12 seconds into game 2. Monkey Moon tried to pre-jump, but Scrub Killer is just on another planet right now. He is elemental.
He is a World Championship MVP. He is a world champion. And he's a player that if somehow, some way, this Hogan Mode does get to Boston, we know he will deliver on that stage because Scrub Killer is one of the most notorious LAN players in the world.
There is no doubt right now about Scrub Killer. Well, before, as we said, he was the prodigy, but he fell off the face of the earth a little bit. We were joking, myself and Johnny Boy, yesterday that he'd need a wheelchair. He was getting too old for the esport. Well, now he's just about to be able to buy a private jet because this team don't look like losing. The prize money is going to be raking it in right now for Hogan Mode. It's a pleasure to watch, and they are locking it down here in game 2, picking up where they left off in that first one.
Of course, in a split that all of the attention was supposed to be on Zen, it's Scrub Killer who actually managed to be the most talked about player. Is that
it? No way!
Oh my goodness! Scrub Killer! He's not the past, he's not the present. This lad might be the future.
The 50, the follow-up Monkey Moon pre-jumps, and no one ready for Scrub to just go ahead and do his thing in the midfield, off the ceiling. Just the creativity, just to think on the spot, find himself in the right spot. And Monkey Moon, he didn't believe. Well, he's going to have to start believing because Scrub's up again. Hogan Mode looking for 3. Rise has to pre-jump in the centre. They've got 2 goals. They want a 3rd here. They are just not worried about anything right now, this team.
Well, Vitality are waiting, and Vitality struggled more than this. BDS are seeing their tournament crumble. Played so good on Friday, played so good yesterday, and then we got to cast them against Vitality. That was not the BDS we were expecting to see. Now it's the demo. Who's there with the follow? Rezzy!
You betcha, it's Rezzy, third goal for Hogan Mode, and the pressure is too much. The demos are too strong. Seiko's blindsided. Through the smoke screen comes Rezzy. And Hogan Mode, the train is rolling all the way to the gold mine.
3-0, and this match is quickly getting away from BDS. Now Rezzy dropping the ball back down. Doesn't quite have Growly there. Growly, who has maybe seen his stock rise more than anybody else throughout this split, only maybe compared to, well, Rezzy. It has been an absurd, a fairy tale, a dream, and we are living through it.
I mean, we're just waiting for the dream to end, though, Shogun, but it just keeps happening.
It feels like at any moment, BDS should be 7-0ing one of these games.
I thought that about K-Corp in the last series. This is where, Hogan Mode, this is where the dream comes to an end. We've had some fun, but that'll do. But no, this team wants more, and Seiko's missing the pressure right now on anyone playing this team. As you said, Shogun, they're thinking, surely we can't lose. Surely not. Surely Growly can't hit a double. Monkey Moon pre-jumps. But BDS still need 3 goals in the final 2 minutes.
Growly off the backboard. Oh my goodness, Rezzy almost found the angle, actually. Just imagine how the world where this team actually made it to the Spring Cup. This team did not get through the close qualifiers. And they are still on the verge. Well, I shouldn't say the verge. They're still quite a walk to go yet.
They're on the verge.
They're on the path. They're on the correct walkway at the very least.
Well, Seiko does find a little opening here. Just forces Growly's touch out and Monkey Moon coming through, doing the rest. BDS setting up the offense. They do get one back, minute 45. They certainly enough time here. Hogan Mode might be starting to
I'm too
think about
excited
it.
for them, CJ.
There's a chance, and maybe Rise can be the one. He's got a flip reset. He's bumped Growly out. Scrub gets the touch. Monkey Moon, the shot's weak. Rezzy not only gets the save, but also clears the ball in the right path into the corner. Monkey Moon throwing everything. It feels like, Shogun, these teams, these top teams, are having to change up their play style. They're doubting what they're doing right now because they should be beating Hogan Mode, but they're just not sure why they're not.
It's one of those things, and I'm going to use this example I got from a couple of players ages ago, how they used to hate going through close qualifiers. Scrub Killer's actually getting blinded by the inside of the goal, where when they play teams, below them, a lot of teams like to scrim only, top 8 teams like to scrim top 16 teams, and that's missed. That's in. Well, we'll get back to this later on, because this game is now on.
The game is on. There's a minute, and that is a lot of time in Rocket League now. 3-0 down, back to 3-2 for BDS. They've brought the offense, and Hogan Mode, they look awkward. They've been caught out a couple of times now, just flat-footed in net, and all BDS need to do is work the ball around them, find the angles, hit it off the post, and maybe pitch it in. Off the kickoff, Seiko gets the Cookster pinch off the start of the kickoff.
Well, if you were thinking you were dreaming, somebody's trying to wake you up. That was fantastic from Seiko. Brilliant. Managed to slot it through the gap. 3 each. And Hogan Mode have to stop the bleeding here.
Yeah, this is trouble now because these pinches are just, for some reason, locked into Hogan Mode's net. And, well, it's been rare for Hogan Mode to give up 3-0 leads. Usually they have been locking down games so well. We saw in the last series how they dealt with K-Corp, but they need to find the lead again. Rezzy pushing downfield off the wall. Scrubs there, almost gets the dunk. Rowley can set up. Offs her a sidewall double. Does get it. Makes Monkey Moon very awkward, but does get back in time here. It feels like, Shogun, we're destined for an overtime. It just has that sense about it.
Well, that's the danger now for BDS, because every time we got into these clutch situations against Vitality weren't even really outplaying them. They just got in their own ways. On occasion enough, the backboard Monkey Moon had to get in the way of the ball. Can BDS change that narrative in game number 2? Well, that's rough looking as Rise does clear.
It was dangerous now, but maybe BDS are in trouble. Monkey Moon throws it on net off the bar. That could have been it. The 0-second heroics. BDS almost But we do have overtime. Hogan Mode almost thanking their lucky stars, but that sounds crazy because they were 3-0 up in the game, but right now they've taken overtime.
This absolutely should have been done. Very rare that you see a 3-goal lead disappear. 2-goal leads are even quite rare at this kind of level. Especially with the amount of time that they had left. Oh, that's across the face of goal and nobody was there to receive the pass. Now on the midfield, Scrub Killer, good challenge from him, but Monkey Moon does clear, and he's going to play it to the opposite side.
Almost gets the bump as well. He might be able to get the redirect, but Scrub just waiting. He respects the touch, and he's ready for the follow-up. Here's Rise, has a flip reset, hands it off to Seiko, but a great cut there from Rezi just to keep that ball in. BDS double commit! What is that from Seiko?
What? What? Are you kidding me? How is that a goal? Well, of all ways that was going to end, that was quite spectacular.
What is that? A double commit turning into a team pinch?
I've never seen, especially from that kind of angle. Like, they weren't moving forward to it. I've usually seen it like somebody coming left, somebody coming right, and they meet, you know, for a regular pinch. That was different. That was crazy looking.
Had 4 goals on the bounce from BDS. The last one as impressive as any today. I mean, we saw Hogan Mode in the previous series, the double commit pre-jump dunk, but I mean, as you said, it just came out of nowhere. Seiko getting it on his tyres and Rise just launching the ball off it. Seiko just providing a platform to slingshot that ball.
Have you seen that before? Like,
I don't know. It's just launched into the top corner. I can't believe it.
That was ridiculous. I mean, the BDS players like, yeah, we did that. That's fine. That's all good. And for Hogan Mode, that was kind of a good way of summarizing their entire game there, really. Every single time there was a pinch, it went in their net.
A little bit unlucky from Hogan Mode, but defensively they also fell apart there. 3-0 up with 2 minutes left, as we said, and it felt like it was all over, but well, there was BDS for that final 2 minutes, plus that overtime. They had all the control, all the pressure, and now Hogan Mode a little bit, I don't want to say they're in trouble just yet. They did get the first game, it's 1-1, but yeah, maybe a little bit of a wake-up call, or as you said, a reality check for this team. They certainly feels like BDS have regained that control, the stranglehold on this series.
So needed for BDS's tournament as well, because that was the sort of play that was going against them against Vitality. For Hogan Mode, I'll be wondering what could have been. And now, off the post, they're going to have to try and show something a little bit different to their game. We've seen them flying high today. What can they do now that the opposition are starting to fight back? Rise, reset, not going to get past Scrub. Monkey Mode decides to go for the shot. Rise just delays. Growly gets beat. Rezi gets beat. Seiko back over. No, instead tries to go by himself, and that stopped. But BDS have grown into this game now.
Yeah, they're looking comfortable. You saw Rise going for the solo plays as well. That's an open net. Growly's not ready. Tried to go for the beat out, but the demo came through, and could have been an opportunity for the first goal on the board there for Hogan Mode. It goes wide, but Seiko now has an open shot, or at least a double touch. But again, he throws it wide, can't even get the follow-up. Had Boost to work with as well. Scrub Kill, a lot of these touches from both sides now are looking quite messy. Rowley gets 50'd over the top. Monkey Moon solo play, one-on-one with Scrub. Scrub has to get up in the air early, pre-jumps, does well. Takes the double. Rowley can clear it downfield, but BDS is just setting up the offense, building the plays. The flip resets coming through, but Rezi dunking his teammates won't help Hogan Mode. Better stave off this attack for now.
Oh, Scrub Kill looks for the backboard. There's the follow. Rezi, there's no one left. 1-0 Hogan Mode. And they needed to right the ship.
BDS had all the offense, but Monkey Mood faked out Rise, their second man, and then the double commit, the double whiff from BDS. And Hogan Mode had one attack. It was a counter. It was a quick counter attack. But it's all they needed. They didn't need the offense. They didn't need to build the pressure. They just needed that one chance to launch it down the other end. They've made the most of it. But can they hold on to this lead or extend it?
Well played pass, but Scrub Killer was aware of it. And off the backboard, Seiko has time to play. Rezi, that's to Seiko, and stopped on the goal line. Rice keeps the ball around. This is where BDS has spent the majority of game number 3, still haven't got a goal for it. Half the game now down. Hogan Mode just looking a little uncomfortable with the positioning of the third man at the moment, but they haven't been punished for it just yet. Instead, it's a misplay from BDS that could have been caught for 2.
That's a very poor touch from Rise there. He had boost to work with, but just found himself under the ball and perhaps not expecting that trajectory. As Scrub now gets 50s, but the double commit from Hogan Mode, their low boost as well, they have to back off. But BDS have disappeared here. Seiko playing the third man. He can't push up. Resi now gets fired on. He fires it on net. Rise has to make the touch. Does so. Scrub now with no boost, just trying to work the ball around and maybe grab that corner. He will get it, but now Rise is downfield. Double commit Hogan Mode. Touch doesn't come through. Monkey throws it up. Rise looking for bumps. Looking for a little bit of a doomsday dish. Can't quite get it to work. Resi now 50 out. BDS keeping the offense. Hogan Mode looking awkward, but they just work it out in the weirdest ways possible.
They're getting nice little demos as well. Oh, Seiko, he got everyone jumping. They needed Rise, and instead he's shut down. Well, BDS will be wondering how they haven't scored to this point. Monkey Moon tries to fake in a challenge. Now up against Resi. Oh, the pinch! Has it gone against BDS this time? No, Rise wary to it. But this is also the last place he wants to see this ball at the moment. Would prefer that was in the lovely orange side of the field. Instead, the challenge from Resi keeps us in the blue. And Browder can keep chasing.
Yeah, Hogan Mode doing much better this time, keeping that offense, keeping the pressure on as Resi gets a free hit. He doesn't have much boost, but all he needs to do is keep the ball forward. Crowley pushing up. Scrub, great challenge. Monkey Moon very awkward. BDS flat-footed in defense. They need to start working it out or it's going to go straight down the other end. Rise has to get a touch, but Scrub gets boost and ball. When he said that, he gave the ball back straight away here. Rise flicks it over. Seiko, it could be the bump play. The shot goes on net and BDS tie it up with 46 on the clock.
Yeah, BDS just managed to get Hogan Mode in really, really awkward positions across the entire trio. Rally did not know the decision to make. Does he go early? Does he stay around and potentially get demoed by Rise? No real options there that you like the sounds of. And we go to 1 each.
Oh, this could be the chance. Shot off the bar. Follow-up Scrub. 50 out. Another pass. Great go-ahead pass there. The rotation, the half rotation came through. Resi now keeping the pressure on. Hogan Mode, second game in a row, they've given up a lead. Oh, Crowley just cuts rotation, I love it. For BDS already, Rise makes a great touch. Now Monkey Moon has boost to work with. Reset off the ceiling, fake it underneath, hits the musty, gets the dunk. Crowley, he's up for the challenge here, he's up for the chance. He flicks it over to Resi. It might be the fake back to Crowley, but the shot goes wide, doesn't quite get it. Right part of the hitbox now with 4 seconds left. Are we going to get another overtime? And Hogan Mode, maybe another chance gone to waste here, Shogun. Another lead that they've bottled in the last moment.
BDS only seem to do overtime and 0 seconds. That is their repertoire at the moment. That's an awkward pop. Crowley lays it over to Resi, who can play from that position. Nice control from Rise. Clatters into Scrub Killer on his way through. A couple of misses. Resi avoids the demo. Now he's back to Growly. Growly gets the player, and Resi had already pulled out of the player. Miscommunication from Hogan Mode.
Usually they're all over that one, but they couldn't make that work. They're still finding each other on the side ball, and Growly still getting to work with Seiko. Fantastic positioning on the air. Rise. Nice chain dash. He's figured out how to do those ones. Gets the touch as well. BDS on the attack. Monkey Moon dropped down. It didn't look dangerous, but when Monkey Moon's around, anything could be bang on target, on the money here. As more challenges in midfield, more time for Rise to work with. He gets it over the top. Growly, that's so behind him. Should be open, and Rise does it all himself. Another overtime win for BDS.
Well, Hogan Mode might be gold, but Rise always stays Supersonic Legend. What a play! And if you're gonna win an overtime in style, Team BDS are doing exactly that every single time.
The mentality of this team is unbelievable. 2 games in a row now, coming from behind at the dying moments of the game, winning both in overtime as well. And Hogan Mode, it's not the game win timeout, it's the 2-1 down timeout here. Probably a good call in the end from this team.
Yeah, I certainly like it, but that's painful. I mean, you look at the way that those 2 overtimes have ended. The first one, you would say unlucky because you don't know how much BDS intended that. That second one, that's just fantastic. Rise is an incredible, incredible player. And it needs reiterating just the work that he has done to bring new life to a Team BDS that their season was, well, just trundling along. Nothing was happening, and they were looking to give up their world championship with a whimper.
Now it's interesting to see how Hogan Mode respond here. They've, well, as we say that, I was going to say, are they locked in? Are they talking tactics?
I'm so curious what happened to Scrub Killer's curtain. Like, this has been doing my head in now for weeks.
There has to have been a pet involved.
There has to be a cat that tried to jump on that.
You'd think there is a cat involved, but I was just going to say Hogan Mode would be talking strats, but all we see is Scrub just getting some energy in. Just as important, eating a banana. I don't mind it. As now, Hogan Mode, it feels like it could be 3-0. They were 3-0 up in game number 2. They were 1-0 up with 45 seconds left of game 1, but twice in a row the defense has let them down. Their positional mistakes, and BDS capitalizing both times.
Yeah, this is the part where I feel like a lot of people at home are going to be thinking, all right, there it is. The dream over now. BDS should go on to walk this. It is up to Hogan Mode to prove that they've got that extra wrinkle to their gameplay, that it doesn't just have to be going well for them to be putting these results together, that they can bounce back. And it would be quite the bounce back indeed. But oh, man, this is going to require quite the answer, because they are there. They are close. They are in a good position for 95% of the time, and it's the 5% that's losing them the games.
Well, Scrub's still confident, Shogun. He's still flexing to the camera, even when he's 2-1 down in the series here. Hogan Mode, their backs aren't quite against the wall just yet, but this is a massive game. Don't want to be facing a couple of match points here. They want to tie up this series, but Monkey Moon's got other ideas. Straight off the kickoff, BDS in control.
I do feel like Hogan Mode need to change that kickoff. It's going against them a lot now. And
that is
now we've got Rise putting another one in. Oh, dearie me, the alarm's going off. Is it time to wake up from the dream?
Is it the fatigue settling in now? Scrub Killer just insta-challenges last man. I don't mind it, but Rise was just ready for it. He knew what was happening there. He just gets the instant flick over the top. Open net from BDS. Usually it's those guys conceding the open nets of their own, but this time they are on the ball. And right now, as you said, all the momentum feels like BDS's.
BDS, however, do not seem to do simple, easy when it comes to winning their games. It's always been a scrap. Hogan Mode will certainly like to turn it into that yet again off the backboard. We also know that if Hogan Mode do...
Oh my
goodness, that was incredibly close. And we do know if Hogan Mode do get the momentum back on their side, they snowball so well.
Oh yeah, they just have so much confidence in each other in the team, and Seiko is awkward, but does make a good touch. Scrub keeps it in. Monkey Moon's positioning fantastic. Rezi's even quicker. Rise is all alone. His last man off the bar. Follow-up Growly blocked by Seiko again. BDS holding on. They're just scraping it out of net. Time and time again here, but Hogan Mode still pushing forward. That's a great pass across. That's a great pass to Growly. Monkey Moon, huge save. Seiko lands in front and keeps it out of the net once again. This feels like it should be a tie ball game. The BDS seemingly doing what K-Corp couldn't.
BDS's defense has just picked up so much. Vitality, this was the weak suit. And now, it has become a very large thorn in the side of Hogan Mode. Back down. Monkey Moon clears. Seiko, backboard. Oh, he's not going to recover. Instead, leaves it for Rise. That right down the middle, and that might be the only thing that saved Hogan Mode from 2-0.
Now almost in. It's got to be in. There it is. First goal on the board. Resi gets one back. And we have a tied ball game off another counter-attack where BDS fall apart in the midfield. No third man, no rotation back. Hogan Mode capitalise.
Yeah, Rise went for one of those I think I can turns. He was absolutely certain his teammate was making contact mid-air. And I think I can turns into no, I can't. Well, BDS still seem to have a calamity in them.
Maybe this is better from Hogan Mode. They need to play from behind. They need to come back here as the 2 games they've lost, really. They've just thrown that lead. And here we go again, an open net, but Rise goes wide with it. Perhaps not expecting it. He put a lot of pace on it. He was coming in hot and couldn't get it on target. And Now Monkey Moon has to buy time for his team. Does well. 50 comes through. Growly gets it around, however. Rise throwing the ball forward. Monkey Moon passes it to him. He's got no boost. Has to throw the ball away. Tries to get the boost. Doesn't. This could be good for Hogan Mode if they can work it out of net, but I don't know if they can. Scrub's in trouble. Almost gets bumped. Growly's there to clear the ball. Hogan Mode hanging on, hanging in there. Rise doesn't want that. He wants to get to work. The flip reset comes through, but doesn't make contact with the ball.
Rise, when he came to this squad, did not want to be playing defense as much as he was, but it seems like he's taken it upon himself here. He is very dedicated to being third man. Would prefer to send Seiko and Monkey Moon first. And now off the play, Rise! One mistake put his team back on level playing field, but apart from that, he has been the standout player.
Forget about third man. He is the golden striker against Hogan Mode of all teams, and the flip reset comes through off the backboard. Perfect shot, top part of the net, and two keepers there couldn't do anything about it. Another fantastic goal from BDS. Rise seemingly doing it all himself, stepping up when it counts. The new kid on the block from BDS, as crazy as it sounds for a player like Rise, but he is certainly earning his keep here for this team.
Moist Esports needed help earlier on this season from Vatira to get them through to a major. How apt would it be if Rise was the next player that got them to a major? Oh, Monkey Moon's wiped out. Nobody around to help out. Scrub also aim for a couple more demos, but somebody actually needs to be around to take the shot here, lads. You can keep aiming for those cars as much as you want, but that ball's not going to move. Oh, another demo anyway. Monkey Moon's now the target. They are just going all out for this. It's become bumper cars.
Yeah, I don't mind it as well. Shifting it up. There's still a minute on the clock, but they have to start making some magic happen. This is going to be an open net if Rise can handle it. He goes for the bump instead. Rezi can't get it.
What?
He's just missed.
Hello?
Is it going to fly in? It is. Scrub couldn't get back either. And a massive defensive mistake from Hogan Mode. They just might be facing match point after this one.
I was saying after the bump attempts that maybe someone needs to try hitting the ball. It wasn't a challenge for you to just completely ignore that. That was a weird goal to concede. And now that might be insurmountable for Hogan Mode. They've got very little time to find themselves 2 goals. And BDS seem upset about the bumps because now they're aiming for Hogan Mode twice as much as they were previously.
Yeah, this sort of feels like how the K-Corp series should have gone. You know, Hogan Mode almost rattling them early. Seiko, another shot. Can he get it? Scrub misses. No, he gets the follow-up touch. He blocks the save. Another shot coming through. Blocked out again. Rise sending 2 defenders at him. Hogan Mode holding on, but, well, they need goals. They don't need to keep it out of their own net here. And as I said, this feels like what K-Corp should have been able to do. Rattled early, but being able to recompose and get the game back on their terms. BDS certainly have done that. The late momentum could come in their hand, or could come in handy, should I say, for Hogan Mode moving into game number 5.
Well, they're going to require that little bit of extra momentum going into the next game. Because this all seems to go back to that 3-goal swing that we saw in game number 2. Without that, who knows where this series is. But with it, it's triple match point BDS. And even if Hogan Mode overcome this, we start to remember how long the road is afterwards.
Yeah, this is three games in a row. I dare say if anyone can do it, Hogan Mode can, which sounds crazy, but we've also got our professional nutritionalist
I can't believe you're letting him have this on
at
podcast.
Sonics here, Johnny Boy, who he's letting everyone know at home, but Scrub eating his banana during the timeout last game, that won't kick in until about game 6. Based on the timing of that.
That's not useful. They need it now.
So they really need to win game 5, and then the banana buff can come in strong for Scrub Killer. But as you said, they need to win game number 5 first. They need to hold on until Scrub can carry them through game 6.
Surely you could have found like a quicker release energy sort of food around. I know bananas are very strong for that, but it seems like they require that a little bit quicker. Maybe start the series with that one, Scrub.
Yes, could come back to bite him here, but here we go. Game number 5. It's a 3-1 lead for BDS. It feels like they've got massive control of this game, but Hogan Mode every time we think they're down and out. This is their end, their time. Their time ends here. This is the end of the road. They just keep pushing forward, keep going. Monkey Moon says no. Drops down, follow-up rise, blocked by Growly. A huge save early. And if Hogan Mode want to keep their dream alive, Shogun, they need to make a lot more of those kind of saves.
Yeah, right now the alarm is going off, and Hogan Mode, they would love to hit snooze. But BDS are adamant. It's time to wake up. It's time to face reality.
Look at that. That is just top draw placement from Monkey Moon. He has been locked in today. Know that the upper bracket didn't quite go their way, but he was still putting a top corner when he had a chance in the power, the precision, everything going for them right now. The Team BDS and that banana buff Shogun, well, it needs to come in right now because this is dire times for the bros.
I mean, at least he would have a lot of energy for the debrief. But I don't think they'd like that at the moment. And as Rise works his way back, realizes that he can just play for time. Go kill up against Seiko, who just went in as quickly as he possibly could. BDS do win this. This is the kind of speed that we're going to want to see from them up against Vitality, because that's where Liquid had a bit of success against Vitality. And when we did get small glimpses of it from them, they did seem to have slightly better results. Rise up the wall. Rezi's come from the ceiling. He's not got any of the contact with the ball, though. Backboard once again. Seiko just trying to put this series to rest. It's down to Monkey Moon, who went for the pass. And I think the shooting angle was on near post.
Yeah, he could have fired that away near post, but this is what BDS do. They always choose to go for that extra pass, lock in the goal. Didn't quite work there, but they're keeping pressure. They're grabbing that boost. Seiko last man again. BDS just having to track back. They really don't care about defense much. That is their play style. It has worked so far, and it could be getting them into a grand final here as Seiko throws the ball up to Rise. He's going to outpace, but he goes the fake to Seiko. Rezi's up for the task. Scrub pushing the ball forward, trying to get on the counter attack. Rezi's there. Can he get to work? Pops it up. Growly goes straight away off the backboard. Drop down. Monkey Moon's ready. And Scrub, all he can do is backtrack and try and launch another attack down the other end.
Yeah, for Scrub Killer, that is the veteran move to make, to start heading back early, knowing that you were going to get beat, but it's also the thing that you least want to do. You are giving up that offense. You know you desperately need 2.5 minutes left, and actually a big opportunity! Growly's got his first! And is that the spark?
Big miss from Seiko there. He was, again, I sound like a broken record, ladies and gentlemen, but just crept up third man. I know the touch from Monkey Moon wasn't desirable, but he puts himself in a position where he feels like he has to go for the shot, or at least get a touch, should I say. But if he is sitting deep, he can opt to back out and backtrack. There, it just felt like it was his only option. Leads to a whiff, causes that mechanical, the individual mistake. And now a goal back. Scrub's in big trouble. Top corner goes wide again. Hogan Mode holding on somewhat. They're missing the ball in defense, but BDS are trying to set it up. They feel awkward themselves here. Fake from Rise. Another one. 50 underneath. Monkey Moon throws it on net. Seiko again pushed up too far, but can keep it in.
It's just the bumps and the happening off screen that are just throwing Hogan Mode off so much. Just sitting on their PoE for a little while when they're in defense is just so awkward. How on earth is that not in? Well, the Rocket League gods seem to smile upon Hogan Mode for now.
Very lucky there. Another 50. That's on net. Rise is awkward. He hasn't half-hit properly. Half-flip, should I say. Seiko, follow-up. Growly, Rezi, can he put it away? Monkey's getting bumped in net. Everything's coming through. The challenges. And Hogan Mode can't find the way through. Seiko can. He's got a flip reset. Scrubs up for the task. No boost to work with, so he does get the fake and beats one as well. Grabs the corner boost. 50 comes through. Growly sets himself. Goes for the shot. Rezi faking everyone. Goes high. 50'd by Monkey. BDS awkward. They're dealing with it so far.
Well, Rise had an opportunity to control that ball and go for the 1v1 play. Instead, he handed it over to the goalkeeper. And yes, want to do better than that in the future, especially when they get Rise into those kind of positions, who is so good at making things awkward. And now, oh, that's off the backboard. First one to it is Rise. Rezi, 31 boost, gets the pass back out. Nobody quite ready for it. Oh, this is so tense here.
Yeah, it feels right now. This, you know, you could say next goal wins right now if it's got to be down for BDS, but BDS, their position always come back to bite them. There again, you see Monkey and Seiko both in the same spot again. No one willing to just sit a little bit deeper, and it's catching them out for now. Hogan Mode using that to their advantage, at least for that first goal on the board, as Rise Off the Ceiling. Pause is called right now. We've got a bit of a tech issue. Probably coming at the right time as well.
Oh, no, I don't have it. Wait a second. No, sorry, the bit. Yeah, we're still doing the bit. Yeah, no. Oh, I really hope that this isn't a long one, lads.
We have not stopped.
This could get rough.
We have not
how many
stopped
different... there we go. There we are. We're doing... Thank goodness. Okay, we're all good. We're all good. Don't bring that back to us.
Trust me, I actually haven't stopped this whole series. My right shoulder is enormous. It is swelling right now, but, well, it's
I've only been doing the right arm, though, and I feel like that is poor form on my part. I'll have to switch that up. I might start accidentally hitting the microphone. If you hear that, chat, then, I'm sorry, but gains over commentary. I don't know. I couldn't find a way to make that rhyme.
Now, it's been brought to our attention that this timeout, now we don't want to call, anything happening right now, but if they time out for long enough here, ladies and gentlemen, the banana buff will kick in during this overtime. This is unheard of. This is an unheard of pause, an unheard of timeout. But if they can just buy a couple of minutes, I believe that the timer I've set since Scrub ate the banana will be kicking in on the resumption of this game, and Hogan Mode might be able to dance their merry way to 3-game wins on the bounce.
I don't know if we can do this, but are you seeing this conversation in-game at the moment? They're arguing over whether or not Rise can score from this spot. Rise wants it unpaused from here. Growly's telling him, "Now I've got this, mate." I want to see if we can all come together and make a decision on if this is scoreable.
This feels like one of those videos of, what happens next. We've got a pause moment here. Let's get a 1 in chat. If you think that Rise is putting this top bins, let's get a 2 if Growly's saving it.
He's not claiming it's on target. He's saying top bins.
Oh, sorry, top bins.
He's guaranteeing it.
I just feel like Growly with 71 boost would have this under control.
What are you doing, Scrub?
I can't remember how much power was on this shot here. It was on the ball, so I'm not sure, but it is a good scenario. But I want to go back to the banana buff because I think this might be in business. I mean, Reezy right now, he's just checking if his gameplay, if his internet, if his connection's right. But, well, I think that he's got other ideas. I think he knows that if Scrub Killer can just unlock this extra energy, this release of the banana buff, it's game over for BDS.
Potassium, mate. Can't beat it. Number 1.
You know what they say?
We are apparently going back to 17 seconds left on the kickoff. So Rise will not be able to prove if this is going top into. By the way, completely, Growly has this. This is
Growly's
a very easy stop for Growly.
Very, very easy.
There is no real goal-scoring chance here for Rise. I'm sorry, mate.
So the people that said 1 in chat, you guys are dying.
You are just wrong.
All right.
You can join the Shogun channel of predictions because you're just wrong, and that's okay. I've come to realize that is okay, this split.
Well, we're going to be unpausing. We're going to be getting back into this game. And I tell you what, the banana buff is in business. And this has 100% win rate. You cannot beat it like a broken drum set, Shogun. You just can't beat the banana buff.
Well, let's find out, shall we? 17 seconds. Hogan Mode need the next goal. And it's on target. All right, well, I've managed to got a little bit blinded by the explosion as Rise back in field to Monkey Moon.
Oh no, maybe you can beat the banana buff because BDS have fired one across its Rise again, setting it up for Monkey Moon. And now there's 9 seconds for Hogan Mode season, their major, their hopes and dreams to find a way back in. Can they do it, Shogun?
Seiko to Monkey Moon. Is there anyone back? No, there's not. That's a 2-goal deficit. And it is time to wake up. The dream is over.
Well, we had fun while it lasted, but it's time for the big boys to step up. And it's going to be BDS, the ones to move on. A fantastic series. After game number 1, Shogun, they just took a hold of this game and did not look back. Hogan Mode, they fought hard. But in the end, all good things must come to an end. And this is a time for Hogan Mode to say goodbye to their season.
I have a reel of bananas in the other room. I'm just going to go and throw in the bin. I'm unhappy right now. I no longer believe in
I
bananas.
apologise for the banana.
They don't do anything for you. They make you worse, if anything.
I gave a lot of people, I think, false hope there with the banana buff, and I think
you went hard on it. I'll admit it was a little bit, but you went big. You went big.
Honestly, I did. I went for it, and I think my timing was still a little bit off. I don't think the timeout was long enough. But look, BDS, to their credit, getting back to reality. They've been a fantastic team so far, and they've really shown up this tournament. This is probably what we expected from K-Corp in the last series, but they couldn't handle the Hogan Mode. They couldn't handle the Bros. Well, BDS certainly could. They could handle Brogan Mode. They've sent them home, sent them packing, and BDS move on into the grand finals. They will be taking on Vitality again. It was 4-1 in the upper bracket, Shogun. Can we see a change of result here in the big one?
I mean, they need the playstyle switch up, I feel. I feel like the way they went into that previous series, if they go in there with the same mentality, it doesn't work. Vitality are just too good at that sort of playstyle. But if BDS decide to go in and just try for the pace, try and get some bumps on the third man, I would like that an awful lot more. But for Hogan Mode, that is... I can't believe... I hate this sentence. I don't want to say this. That is the end of their season. That's horrible.
It just... It felt like it was going to come a lot quicker, though. It is such a... It's a massive raps to them. Getting third in their final regional. The fact that they didn't qualify through regional number 2 is crazy. Perhaps the Spring Cup was not for them. They didn't quite like that one. But here in the Spring Invitational, they've absolutely shown up. They've taken down some of the best teams in the world. And I would love to see them next season. Just, I feel like Scrub Killer, he's back.
Yeah, absolutely so. And when we come back, it'll be time for the grand finals. Team BDS against Vitality.
Offense for their own good, and it's leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a chronic, I'm a Vitality, can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. One another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking his steps inside the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. Try to find the light in misery. I'm hiding my hesitation. We flew too high. If I could only see all the time that we wasted, but you won't let it be, let it be. When you say that we were coming around, and you won't let it be, let it be. Oh, I can still remember the scene, and we were dancing on a memory. I don't wanna love you no more, and I don't know if you were everything, but please don't take me out of your heart. It's that kind of love we couldn't keep. I don't want it falling apart, 'cause I don't wanna feel like dying. You always told me don't let it go. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. I'll let you down. I'll never let you down.
Will it into existence. And Hogan Mode, unfortunately, cannot complete the dream we all had hoped for them. Team BDS will shut them down 4-1 and move themselves into the grand finals. The weights are gone. Its dream is just falling apart.
The flex is done.
The flex is no more. Is no more. But it was achieves a wild ride for all of us. I think some of the most exciting moments in Rocket League history, seeing this run from them.
Yeah, a lot of fun to see the team that no one thinks they can do it. They always seem to go that one step further than anybody thinks they can, and it's a lot of fun to see them go. But ultimately, as with all teams that no one ever really thinks has a real shot at it, they do get figured out, and that's exactly what happened here against BDS. I mean, you were thinking, oh, game one, hooray, hurrah, but then that pinch went in, and it was all downhill from there.
Wow, that looked a lot faster than that replay than it did the first time I saw it. But yeah, I think BDS, I mentioned on the desk, I was a little worried about them after their first series against Vitality, which granted did have 3 overtimes in it, but it felt like Vitality really controlled BDS more than I think BDS were comfortable with. And that's exactly what Hogan Mode was doing against Liquid, against K-Corp in this lower bracket run. I think BDS, they flipped the switch, they really turned it on, and despite some great antics from Hogan Mode, despite maybe even the banana buff that CJ mentioned, it was too much for Hogan Mode to overcome here. I think BDS really figured themselves out here.
Well, I mean, for Scrub, he's already gotten the World Championship, but for the other two, for Rezi and Growly, again, I said it before, the stock in these two players has risen incredibly, an incredible performance, and I'm sure they're extremely happy. You still saw smiles after the loss at the end there on the team. That they were excited that they just had a fun time going through this, and I expect to see those players in the future making some moves, that's for sure, in the European region. But let's take a look at the bracket now, just to show you where we've ended up here as we move forward in our journey. Only 2 teams remain. It was a long journey to this point. You look at Hogan Mode running through that entire lower bracket, game after game, surprising people to get to this point where Team BDS would ultimately shut them down. Kudos to Team BDS again, coming off a loss there from Vitality, a 4-1 loss, to be able to bounce back. It looked like they might not be able to, but they regained that mentality, and you like to see that too, because you want to make sure as many teams are competing at a high level as possible, and Team BDS is one of those teams you look to be one of those consistent tops.
Yeah, they've definitely earned their spot back in that sort of upper echelon of Europe, and unfortunately, like you said, fell to Vitality the first go-around, but a nice quick rally. Who knows what would have happened if it was K-Corp? No one cares. Hogan Mode, it was their day, but ultimately BDS says, yeah, we want another crack at them, and hope it looks a little better this time around.
And not to mention, I think BDS really ending their, regardless of the result here in this grand final, really ending their season on a high note, right? They trended upwards throughout all of these splits, top 8s. They had a little rough patch in winter with top 12s and a single top 8, but now third, and at least second here in the Spring Invitational. What a way for BDS to cap off their season.
Well, we still have to see how this final match goes. It's time for the grand finals of the European Invitational. Team BDS is facing off against Team Vitality. A reminder that Team BDS, coming from the lower bracket, will have to bracket reset Team Vitality. That's 2 best of 7s in a row since Vitality hasn't lost yet. Corelli, this is a very tough battle. Team Vitality coming in knowing they have that 3-peat right on the precipice.
Yeah, and BDS has already had a crack at Vitality here in that upper final. That was the first time BDS has played Vitality with this roster. They played them earlier in the season, but that was obviously without Zen. So for BDS, the good news is they know what they're getting into, right? Because they just played them 2 series ago. So for BDS, this isn't like their first time seeing Zen, or at least playing against Zen in a tournament setting. So for BDS, I do expect them to put up a good fight here. I don't think Vitality are going to roll over them.
Yeah, I think for me, the big asset here, if you're BDS, yeah, it was 4-1, but with the exception of game 1 of your previous series, they were all 1-goal games. They were in just about every single one of those 5 games that they played earlier, so they know they can definitely compete with Vitality. So that's definitely something to hang your hat on and say it's not like we just got absolutely steamrolled despite what the scoreline says.
Yeah, this will be, again, an interesting approach from BDS, because I'm sure, again, they're aware of how shaky it was last time, again, when they played them in that upper bracket, and then a bit of that start to Hogan Mode. You saw a bit of frustration from Monkey Moon early on in that series. It seems to have cleared now. He's looking a little more on point for it, but for Team Vitality, they definitely have multiple upper hands, I suppose, in this grand final, especially with that extra life achieves.
Yeah, really hard not to give Vitality the upper hand, considering that they have only lost 1 series this entire split, and even that time it didn't even really matter because they went back and smashed K-Corp in that grand final bracket reset the second go around. So Vitality should be feeling pretty confident here, and to be honest, they've looked absolutely dialed in pretty much the entire way through this bracket, with of course their best series going up against Team Liquid, and Liquid really did make them fight for it. Vitality since then has been like, yeah, we're playing a very locked in and consistent approach, and biggest asset for me, definitely, believe it or not, it's not the Zen mechanics, it is that challenge game for me. You see that guy get in the box of an opponent's side of the pitch, and somehow he just can manipulate any challenge to go any which direction that ball needs to go, and it always seems to find a teammate. So loving the challenge game from him, and I think that's going to be a big asset going forward here in this grand final.
I think that there's a big difference, though, between these two teams, and that's one of them had to go through Hogan Mode, and the other one didn't. And I think that's the big bar.
Is that a plus or a minus?
Well, it depends on how you want to twist it. I'm going to say it's a plus for BDS. But in all seriousness, I do agree with what you're saying, Chiefs. And I think Vitality, the consistency that we've seen, I've said this multiple times now, they demand perfection from their opponents. And if you're not giving that to Vitality, they're just going to win.
I think like Team BDS and Vitality are like dining in a fancy hotel, and then you go out and have, a hot dog on the street with Hogan Mode. I don't know. You're getting that experience and that knowledge, right, of what's around you. So I think it's a
BDS good walk in street smart, man.
Yeah, right. They're coming in street smart now. They got a little extra experience having to play Hogan Mode, but and they are warm coming into this. They're the more recent team played, so potentially we'll see it. I guess. Chat, keep the hashtags coming here. Who's going to win it? No more Hogan Mode. So maybe we actually start to use our brains here and vote for teams you think's going to win it. Let's get the desk on board. Achieves, you got the hot seat, so let's see what you got on the board.
Vitality in 5, I think. I think they repeat.
Grelly.
Vitality in 6. I think BDS put up a little bit more of a fight than 5, but I think overall Vitality, they're just gonna do it. They're gonna do it. 3-peat.
I think if we don't get the Hogan Mode story, the story I want to see is the three-peat. This has not been done before, so I got Vitality on the board as well. I think they also have an incredibly good chance, given the fact they got an extra life, even if BDS does come into this really hot, and chat is coming in with the same prediction, 78%. But we got Cole and Stumpy standing by for your grand finals, so let's head to it while BDS and Vitality continue to collect points for World's Main. Vitality attempts a new European RLCS record with a split three-peat as they've won the last two regionals. It's time for last regional grand finals.
BDS versus Vitality becoming somewhat of a mainstay here in Europe. I'm Stumpy, joined by Cole, and this is going to be a French fancy of a series.
It's going to be absolutely brilliant, Stumpy Goblin. It's the one that seemed likely from the top of the day. Of course, Hogan Mode made it clear that it wasn't all about these two teams, but I think when we look at things, these are the highest, the upper echelon of European Rocket League right now.
I think it's good that we can now focus on seeing what these teams are able to do. Hogan Mode they were a question mark. We were wondering what exactly can they bring to these series, and the teams are wondering that exact same thing. That's where KC got caught out. BDS worked through that. They knew how to deal with the unpredictable nature that Hogan Mode put forward. Vitality, they are not unpredictable. They are a well-oiled, terrifying machine with every single cog of equal size. And it's BDS, they're trying to make sure that they are earning their spot and making sure that, hey, look, we are second in Europe. Yes, we only have one new player, but we have earned our place.
Yeah, Team BDS, the fact that they've come back with Rise and they've locked in that second seed is huge. Rise joined this team in order to win World Championships. He moved away from Oxygen after moving away from Moist. This is the final form of his teammates. There was Seiko, who's already showing off with those Kiwi wheels. You have to have huge respect for that in a grand final. But BDS are very capable of taking down Vitality right now.
Yeah, BDS going through Hogan Mode. A little bit mean, but very, very strong result for them regardless. Radosin, though, able to capitalize on the Seiko error on the sidewall. Fancy getting that double touch. Ends up missing it. His teammates had full belief that he would get it. Radosin had no such belief. Shoots on the open, secures the first.
You have to remember, it's been a long old day for Team BDS. Well, Vitality knocked them down to the lower bracket and have just been chilling for the last, 3 hours? BDS have been making their way through late, long series. And they find themselves here, and it will start to become a factor, that exhaustion. Not quite yet, though. Monkey Moon shoots, Radosin saves. It's a good return to form for BDS after that mistake from Seiko. Got themselves back in the game. So Alpha can only put it in the center of the pitch. Monkey Moon wants to try and tackle Alpha, so the extra touch is helpful. Seiko doing everything he can to avoid Zen, who with 0 boost still gets it into the center. BDS has stepped up the pace. Stumpy Seiko misses on purpose that time, but it won't quite be enough for an equalizer.
One pass, though, from Monkey. Central sees Rise, but Rise can't quite shoot into that open bottom left corner. Seiko now with the great interception. Just 50 boost to him, and now Alpha finding Radosin. No touch is coming in, but Rise intelligently waits back. Monkey can then go up for the block. Doesn't need it, so he can clear it long. Zen, being a pest, removes Rise, the brand new players to these rosters. Alpha with one on the reset. The second on the reset. The dunk flies in. Ooh. Zen can't quite make that third contact, but the devilish nature of Alpha is showing.
Yeah, good awareness from Team BDS there when Alpha was going for that double reset. BDS not just got the block, they also had the second man. And against Team Vitality, as Corelli mentioned on the desk earlier, Stumpy, you have to be there for the follow-up. You have to get the challenge game in, because Vitality, what they're showing as these events go on, and as teams figure out how to play them to an extent, is that they are also more than capable of playing the ugly game.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's something that a lot of teams need to focus. BDS are fantastic at doing that as well. You know, they're able to get down and dirty when they need to. That's how they defeated Hogan Mode, where you can't be clean against a team that you don't know what to expect from. Rise, they're passing Seiko. That's clean. That's a save. Zen, his defense has been monstrous so far, and Rise getting one bump on Radosin, and removing one defender makes it a little bit easier. Radosin now on that receive from the pass from Alpha. Radosin now removing Seiko. Rise up for that second touch. Nobody central to receive the miss, however, and with 2 minutes remaining, Vitality continue that push down, but it is very much back and forth.
Radosin is taken out by Rise. Zen's coming in. Zen should be able to steer this one home, and he does.
Brilliant moving from Zen. That was confidence. Radosin slows it down brilliantly, gets moved from the pitch, but Ryzen is on that full commit. Can't quite get anywhere near it. Seiko then dives across net, tries to clear it away, but the second for Vitality.
Perfect start for Team Vitality. The reminder that they are the big bad of Europe right now. Going for this three-peat, going for all 3 regionals. Rise gets the double tap, and Rise gets BDS back in it.
Rising back up, and he is making sure that BDS are not going to be going through this first game completely goalless. Great pass from Seiko, and again, intelligent play from Rise. Manages to get it off that sidewall, immediately slams it central, and I like not going for the insta shot there too.
Are BDS able to capitalise on getting themselves back in this game? Monkey Moon will be able to follow up on the kickoff, and he does so. Seiko's coming in. Seiko shoots! Charged down by Zen. Zen keeps it going. Up on the wall, Alpha's in front of him. Can Zen return the 2-goal lead? He gets a couple of touches. It was one too many, though, for Alpha.
I like that movement, trying to get it central as well from Zen. Maybe a little bit too much beans on that bad boy. Fortunately for him, it goes back to him in the defense. Cut out by Seiko, who's been diving across multiple times. Zen able to easily clear away Monkey Moon's pass. 90 seconds remain, and it has been very back and forth, with now some brilliant control coming in from BDS. Radosin in defense tries to get it just over the halfway line, does manage to secure it, but who is waiting and lurking? It's Monkey Moon hunting for a second.
Seiko's waiting underneath this one. He booms it away, but Zen's already up. A filthy pre-jump. Won't quite turn into a pass. This is already the furthest Team BDS have got in one of these EU regionals since bringing in Rise. A couple of third-place finishes. Could be two better if they can get on top of Team Vitality and get the bracket reset they're so desperate for.
Bracket resets are not easy to get, and then they are also hard to then win that second series. No team has done it just yet in any of our regions this season. Bracket resets have been done. We've seen that previously with Liquid, and we've seen Zen shoot as that threatening shot goes on target, but nobody is able yet to be defeating any of the teams coming from the upper side of the bracket.
It just takes up so much mental capacity just to get the bracket reset and then to keep on going. Rise is keeping on going here, gets the play started again. Monkey Moon puts that one maybe a little bit too central, but Seiko's going to keep on coming. Should have another touch here, but Radosin is so speedy around the corner. Rise following up. Alpha just booming it as far away as he can. Vitality look to have game one sewn up, but BDS, they're knocking on the door all the way to the end.
Brilliant passes coming in, and again Central shut down. Kind of hoping that at some point you'd see one of them go for a solo play. Vitality push on this. No chance until kept up. Monkey Moon to Rise to fake the shot. BDS at 0 seconds are unbeatable.
Well, that gets this grand finals off to an absolute flyer. I thought the ball was hitting the floor. Monkey Moon thought differently and still had the presence of mind to go for the bump on Radosin. What a game one. We have an overtime.
And fakes him out going for that first shot too. Radosin thinks, okay, Monkey Moon's going to hit this, be nice and safe. Isn't able to. Radosin immediately from the kickoff forces Rise to stretch across and make the save. Zen Central, no double. Now Alpha in for that next shot. Monkey Moon gets this possession, and Vitality thought that they had that first game completely sewn up.
Let's see, how shaken will they be? BDS have already been the bad guys so far today, knocking out Hogan Mode. They would have known the world was against them. Now they have something even scarier. They have Vitality against them, the fully French team, the ones who are knocking on the door of 3 tournament wins in a row. Then gets the floor pinch, but no power on it. Keeps it going, bundles it forwards. Radosin can't get the reset, and Monkey Moon steams in ahead of Alpha.
It's good clear again from Monkey Moon to Rise. That duo becoming ever more deadly with every second that goes past. Then another ground pinch.
He's getting one.
It forces Seiko to just try and bear in mind that he can get a couple himself. Seiko got a brilliant sidewall pinch versus Hogan Mode earlier. Now Rise on this push. Gets bumped out the way. Monkey Moon with one doink. Gotta go central. One bump goes central. Seiko shoots wide on the fully open net. The pressure gets to him.
Would have been the doink assist of the day as well. Lovely play from Team BDS. Great approach. They have to start it all over again as Radosin just turns sideways in front of the Team BDS player's car. Monkey Moon sends this one forward. BDS on top. Can they make it happen? Rise is already up against them. Not making the same mistake again. Not letting him floor pinch. Alpha can't get Zen out the way. And Monkey Moon's around the corner. Awkward defending right now from Vitality, Stumpy.
Triple commit on that one ball as well, but it doesn't falter too much as it does manage to find its way into the blue half. Alpha's up with 50, tries to keep it central, but just pass it really back towards Monkey Moon, who relieves it over towards Rise. A miss from him, sees Radosin then catch it in the midfield. 1 minute 40 has elapsed. Zen is removed from the pitch. Vitality somewhat toothless on a couple of their attempts. As Alpha tries to find the nobody man, but Zen is there and sent to the graveyard yet again.
Rise already there for Seiko's clearance. There's great transition right there from Team BDS. Finding each other with every clearance that they make. Every time they get the ball in defense. Ball into a BDS player. They're getting these second touches right now as well. Seiko can't quite beat Zen. Of course, Zen, the biggest outlet for Team Vitality. To have that clear-cut chance almost being the case of a couple of pinches. Radosin, he can go forward as well. It was Alpha Magic that gave him the lead. They had until 0 seconds, and BDS, they're continuing to climb this mountain. His rise around the corner, following up to Monkey Moon.
I mean, the shots on both of these teams, 14 we're seeing on BDS, and we're seeing 11 on the side of Vitality. Pure aggression from both these teams. Great defense coming in, though, managing to block out all of those decent chances. Seiko with one reset onto the sidewall. Does manage to meet Zen, one of the fellow newbies that he's seeing. Monkey Moon central, Seiko demos, rise to shoot, but faked out by Zen. No chance for him. 3 minutes just about elapsed in this first game overtime.
When you consider that you have to get a bracket reset if you're Team BDS, this first game could be so important just to give them an injection of energy after the long day that they've had. Rice puts it up. He won't be able to get the second touch. It just falls into the center. Zen, he gets a demo to benefit in, and Zen puts it away, and Vitality are one step closer to regional perfection.
Vitality take their time with an open net. They bide it, and they shoot on it. Radosin with an instrumental demolition. The arena lights up in yellow as Vitality, game number 1, only 3 more needed for the 3-time regional victory. Something, as the desk was saying, that has not been seen before in Europe.
Zen dropping, casually, a 922-point game. There was an overtime, but it wasn't like it was a, 10-minute overtime. That's just Zen being on the end of everything.
Oh, my...
It's a lot of points.
Yeah,
it's a lot of points.
I'm actively grimacing at how strong that first game was. 6 saves, 6 shots, everywhere on the pitch, and Vitality managed to squeak it out in that overtime too. But what a 0-second goal for BDS, when I absolutely thought it was over too.
Yeah, all 3 players involved as well. There was the infield pass from Alpha, I think it was, and Radosin was going for the demo, maybe the other way around. I saw it.
No, that was it, yeah.
It was that way around, yeah. And of course, then he's the man that you want in the center just to bullet that ball home, even if there is a Team BDS goalkeeper. But Stumpy, it's reminiscent of the series we saw earlier. BDS very much in it, but who's the team that comes in clutch?
Yeah, Vitality manages just to sneak it away on this chance where they won it earlier, 4-1. They have got that precedent. They are going to be the more confident team coming in. BDS did not look as good as they should have done earlier as well. This is a chance for them to reset it entirely. And on the kickoff, on Forbidden Temple, we're going to be seeing who walks away with game number 2.
Already, it's Team BDS starting the second game better, and that's what we want to see. We want to see them continuing to press upon Vitality, because my biggest fear, Stumpy, for this series is that BDS will just run out of puff. So continue to take the front foot, continue to attack Team Vitality, and let's have a grand final that we all deserve.
I mean, they're going to be happy that they got rid of Hogan Mode in 4-1. That didn't go to 7. It was done relatively quick, and Rise has still got plenty of puff to push him down the pitch.
I mean, you talk about the fact that these players have already got where they're finishing, where they're making the major, their seeding locked in. Do you think for a second it's occurred to Rise that, it doesn't matter, we've already got second seed locked in? This is the player who's come in here to win tournaments. He is desperate, as are his teammates, to get back to winning ways.
I've said it before, and I think everybody has really. The absolute genius and somewhat audacity of him to say, Oxford were doing pretty good. We qualified for lands. We were one of the favourites. And yet, really? Oh, God, that defence in BDS is stellar. And really, they were just thinking, no, you know what? I want Worlds. I don't just want to go to these events. I don't want to just participate. I want to win them. And Monkey Moon on the open net is going to be seeing Game 2 as a potential winner again.
Here he is Monkey Moon just showing his pace.
Bounce.
Rolling back the months like an RLCSX play, Monkey Moon all alone in the center of the pitch, the BDS rotation taking away entirely the opposition team, and then BDS having the wherewithal to put away the open goal.
1 minute and a very strong lead coming in favour of Vitality here. And kickoff going beautifully into the back corner, releasing the 100 boost and ball possession, gets immediately shut down by Seiko as the double demo comes in on the back line in favour of Vitality. Zen pinching high with the second. He smashes it home, and he is a smashing player.
You can have all the play, you can have all the possession, but as soon as Zen gets the 100 boost and goes to the ceiling, you're in big trouble. And that's exactly what BDS were in. 2-1 now. BDS have the lead, but Vitality have stolen our hearts.
In the chat, Rise with a nice one, and Zen with a thanks. That's all you can give it. That was an unbelievable shot from Zen. Great wherewithal to just realise those ceiling pinches are relatively underutilised in the RLCS and pro play generally. If you can be a person to master them, then they're going to be coming out in the most terrifying and shocking of ways. Alpha wanting to shock the position now, the defense. One touch out though does manage to find Zen. Yeah, just a little bit shaky as we see BDS start to have to defend some wondrous shots.
Oh my goodness, Zen though is getting all the solo plays now. It was Alpha coming in, it was a top save from Seiko. But Zen is getting way too much time on the ball for my liking. As far as BDS are concerned, Seiko should be able to push this one home. He is. But it's worrying times, but it's 3-1 BDS.
3 minutes remaining with Monkey Moon just getting that wonderful 50 versus Zen. That's all he has to do. That's the setup. Alpha is high, Seiko shoots low. It's a great push by them. BDS making sure that they are a team that will keep pushing. 2-goal lead is not enough. They're going to be trying to push to 3.
Here it comes potentially. It's a good kickoff again. The infield pass is slow and steady, and Rise is following it up. Now Zen around the corner. He's got no boost. He doesn't need it at all. He still manages to get the challenge all the way to Radosin via a few chain dashes. And Rise can turn around, but Alpha fronts it above the Team BDS goal. They find themselves a couple of goals down.
Approaching half-time and now a push of Vitality. Alf with a reset, but Monkey Moon shuts him down handily on that sidewall. And look at Rise's position. He is aggressive in that opposite half. He's making sure that when he's pushing up far, he is trying to find a player or at minimum some boost to work with. One ceiling pinch not going quite his way. Not reminiscent of Zen just yet. Instead, just a little bit too far. Rise, they sees one open net, sends it high. Alf has to stretch to clear it away and of course does.
Seiko, though, continues BDS's good work and almost gets it over the top of Radosin. There was a backflip involved in all of that, but BDS doing so well to keep the pressure up against Team Vitality. Seiko had a shooting chance, and he's rolled it, Stumpy.
Rise had the best shooting chance I've seen. Yes, they're 3-1 up, but that could have been 3-goal lead. They managed to get it in front of net. Rise with just a very poorly timed backflip. Maybe thought Radosin wasn't going to get there. Backflip deliberately, I don't know, but it looked pretty accidental to me.
I'm really impressed with the way BDS have played this. After that Zen Wonder goal, and actually since that Zen Wonder goal, and apart from that Zen Wonder goal, it's been all Team BDS. Every opportunity has gone to them. The boost is mainly theirs. The midfield possession belongs entirely to the team in blue. And Vitality, they're trying these solo plays, but BDS are spreading around the pitch too well. They're too quick. They're dealing with the solo plays too well. Not until. There's also a save there. Zen shoots again, but Monkey Moon now recovers to get the save. Radosin's turn. He fakes it out towards Alpha. Zen's following up. Will this be a fake or a shot? Radosin can't get the touch. Rise should be able to get in ahead of Zen. He is, at least for now. Another save from Rise, and he keeps it going.
Continues that push down. Now maybe a potential counter-attack forming. Rise with 150 in the corner. Zen's going to win that challenge out, in fact. That defense from BDS is world-class. Outstanding from every single player taking their part.
Alpha gets the pinch up high towards Zen. Here is Alpha, gets it back to Zen into the corner. Over the top it goes. Monkey Moon has Seiko to his right. It could be another brilliant Team BDS counter-attack. Seiko with the early shot. This push to the side. Desperate times, though, for Team Vitality.
Great response so far from BDS. Can they keep this going with 35 seconds remaining? It's Seiko in the midfield. Only one player back now lurking beneath. It is Zen. The double reset comes in for Seiko. Just trying to be a nuisance on that ball as often as he possibly can. Keeps it threatening in that orange half. Vitality cannot work their way out.
Vitality, who, by the way, have had 11 shots so far in this game. They haven't seemed like scoring 11 goals. There was the Zen one, there was a couple of decent saves from Team BDS and a bit of a scrap, but apart from that, general gameplay has been all Team BDS's in game number 2. They're well and truly alive in this grand final, Stumpy, and it is hotting up to be the ending that this EU split deserves.
It feels crazy that we're already on Regional 3. It's the Invitational of Spring. It feels like not that long ago we crowned this very team as our world champions. It's crazy how fast that we have progressed through the 22-23 season. We've still got another land to come. Then we've got Worlds to come after that. Boston and Germany, I hope you are ready for this caliber of gameplay.
I know, the standard is always going up as well. The level of goals that we're going to see. Imagine seeing, when we see this Zen replay, if we see this Zen replay, here it comes. Imagine seeing this with a crowd surrounded by 10,000 people, full of French people, full of North American fans. Oh my goodness, it's going to be something entirely special and unique, Stumpy Goblin. But the series goes on. Team BDS.
Worlds is like mostly sold out as well. Sorry, can I just continue to rave about this?
Continue.
Worlds is like mostly sold out as far as I believe. Like when you go on the websites, you have to really scramble to get any tickets for it. You can keep checking in the chat, of course. I believe it's !tickets if you really fancy it. See if you can keep refreshing that page. But Germany and Boston now are going to be absolute riots. Both of these teams are looking like they are going to be there too.
Germany and Boston going to be more filled than this here stadium with these eggs. Except it'll be humans, and it'll be beautiful, it'll be special and fantastic. We've got a finals to compete in now as Zen goes maybe over the top of Monkey Moon. He fakes the flip reset, Alpha's coming in. Zen's facing the complete wrong direction. Not even he can flip his car 180 degrees in 0.1 seconds. And that attack Stumpy Goblin comes to naught. But maybe that one does, and that one's pinching all the way in!
What a dunk! What a magnificent, colossal dunk that Alpha has produced. Sees immediately Seiko's going for an easy hit, sees that the net is completely open, and bangs it long. 25 seconds, Alpha, the vision, the Vitality first goal.
It's exactly what they needed as well after losing there on Forbidden Temple. Zen goes over the top again, it could be two, Seiko and Monkey Moon, the two of them combining. Now here's Alpha. Zen's just waiting, actually no he's not, he's pre-flipping into a flip reset almost. Alpha up against Rise, Radosin's turning around the corner, Seiko's coming in. They need to get here now. Team BDS reacted brilliantly to a Zen goal in the last game. Can they do the same to an Alpha dunk?
I thought Zen was going to be going from a save into another incredible goal. Isn't quite able to work out on that chance. Now Seiko, the previous newbie, up against the new newbie. Radosin tries to block out one, isn't able to get there with zero boost. Seiko can't continue his threatening run. Alpha with one block himself, with a reset as well. The identical car comes and sweeps in. Zen with a pass, Zen with a bump, Radosin with the shot. It falls wide.
It falls wide, but they'll keep on coming. This one's up though. Seiko should be able to clear this one decently, but it's just a long prod forward. Right now you can see how starved Team BDS are of boost. How much Vitality have adapted their game, how much Ferre's magical whiteboard is improving them from one game to the next, because they were second best over on Forbidden Temple. It's not happening here. Zen almost lands the triple. He doesn't need to. Here's Alpha.
I needed that to not go in for my own sanity, quite frankly. Zen's up for one on the reset, hits it on the backboard, can't quite score the triple. Rise has no idea what to do, nearly makes contact, and suddenly there is an identical twin Alpha mobile flying its way in. 2-0 Vitality. Game 3 going in their favour.
It's turning into Vitality domination as well. 7 shots for Team Vitality, just 1 for BDS. It should be 2, it could be 2, it might be 2. Now Rise gets the dunk, almost doubling up to 4 there. First a shot and then the follow-up. Still no goal. Rise is there into the center, Seiko. He shoots. Monkey Moon over the top with Zen. Zen gets the touch and Zen can take it away. A terrifying moment for Vitality, Stumpy, but they just keep on surviving.
That's the story of Vitality. When it becomes scary, they become scarier. 3 minutes left. Alpha on that side will go from a save to a corner play. And Zen with a cheeky little half flip, 25 boost, does get caught out by Seiko, but Alpha is up quickly, misses on that chance. Now Rise, again passing central, utterly selfless on these plays. Seiko with one reset round, isn't able to get anything from that, unfortunately for him, but a boost steal is going to be setting up BDS well for the continued play.
I'm trying to see what Vitality are actually doing differently from the last game to this one. We'll call it a fake, it's Zen.
No, I'll call it a miss. It's Zen, thank you.
I think for the most part, it's just that their solo plays are landing a lot more. The mechanics that weren't quite working for them on Forbidden Temple are functioning this time. That's making BDS take another step back. Look at the redirect, look at the finish. It's pure brilliance.
Oh my good golly gosh, that is outrageous. Zen with a sidewall redirect for the ages. An Alpha to receive. The placement and the positioning from Vitality on every aspect of that play and the minutiae of it was perfection.
The fun's there as well, though. Rise says, great pass. Alpha says, no! Saying, I think it was a shot, Zen. Come on, admit it. You meant that to go in.
2 minutes left and Vitality turning it up more and more. The oven gets hotter and the kitchen becomes more and more crowded as these players try to make something special happen. Zen clear away Monkey Moon's relatively lackadaisical shot. Alpha going central with this play with 50 boost just to get over Seiko, which he fails to do. And it's just going to come down to Vitality now, not pressing too hard, realizing 3 goals, that's more than enough to win a game by.
Yeah, but they'll go for more, though. You sort of wonder, what are they going to conjure up next? Alpha is trying to land on that ball and pinch it towards the goal. Zen was just waiting with a sort of almost sprint start, thinking, go on, ball. What's going to happen to you? Here he comes again. Oh, what a redirect that was! How to get
from
the angle, the tip of that Fennec from the bump as well.
Monstrous plays from every angle for Vitality, and BDS in game number 3 unable to deal with it. Rise on 48 points. He's got 1 shot, which is contributing mostly to that score as well. Chance for him now to make up for it. One brilliant demo, but the flick has got just too many beans in the tank, and it goes off the crossbar. Minute remains. Vitality, they continue this push.
At some point, you have to think it ain't going to be your game, and Team BDS, as that flick bounces devastatingly to the crossbar and above the goal, probably realize that is the moment they can call this one goodbye unless they score right here, right now. But Radosin smartly has had himself all the way back and just takes it forward. This has got very much garbage time written all over it already, if you ask me, with turtles flying over the place and some free jump plays. Sorry, you know what I mean. I just, you know, it's turtle,
I just don't like his music, that's fair. Oh, what a save from Rise on that ground. Manages to clear away the fantastic shot. Does manage to go off the crossbar, however. 20 seconds ticking down on the clock. Garbage time is well and truly there. As Radosin blocks away that one probably final shot for BDS. Fantastic play overall. Vitality, they looked like a new machine coming into this game, and it is whirring, it is fully fired up. The Pistons are overwhelming the energy of BDS so far, but that only means 2-1 in the series.
That was a big drop from Team BDS, enforced by a big rise from Team Vitality. So hopefully as we go to the next game, BDS will be able to set themselves up yet again. Maybe time for a tactical timeout after that one, I say, as Rule 1 very much continues. Look at this. Rule 1 in full effect. Until now. They kept it up as long as they could. Well done.
You just want to steal all the people that hate me for saying Rule 2 yesterday. God, I got a lot of DMs about that, by the way.
I didn't realise
Thank you, everybody who DM'd me about Rule 2 and Rule 1. Love that. Locking heads is definitely Rule 2. Thank you, guys. BDS, they do take that fated timeout. They needed it. Rise only managed to get 114 points by the end. He got a lot of shots. They were all in garbage time. He was near, as Rolders would say, invisible in that game.
He was, yeah. He didn't do too much after doing a massive job so far today. All day long, pretty much, Rise was the difference between Hogan Mode. When Team BDS turned it on and pretty much decimated Hogan Mode, it was because Rise looked like he had it in his eyes. He had had enough of this. He needs to perform right now against Team Vitality. They had 12 shots. To be fair, in the end, Team BDS did have a few of their own, but I think as far as the eye test goes, Vitality were the only team in that last one.
Yeah, I think it comes down to seeing what Vitality can really put up, and it was an alpha hat trick off some of the best passes I think we have seen come from Vitality so far. That Zen sidewall pass
shot
seems like it was meant to be a shot, yes. If we are to believe Alpha, who said no after Rise saying great pass. But yeah, I feel like it's a Vitality machine. As we said, the Pistons, they are firing. It is terrifying to see what they are capable of.
And so far this season, Team Liquid have come up against Team Vitality in a grand final in the first regional of the Open. They couldn't do it. Karmine Corp in the European Cup, they came up against them, and even after the bracket reset, Stumpy, they just run out of puff. This is the last chance for a team to truly defeat Team Vitality in this entire regional split. It's never been done before. The achievement that the team in yellow are on the cusp of making is absolutely gargantuan. And all that stands in their way is Team BDS.
And the closest we've had to Vitality losing any full series, any matchup this split has been versus Karmine Corp. When they took them down in one series, so they've lost one series this entire time, in the grand final when they came from the uppers, so therefore they just went and 4-2'd them in the end anyway. Vitality haven't lost any meaningful series so far. They have won every single matchup. They are essentially undefeated, but not so if you then look at one of their, their Wikipedia page. It is BDS trying to break that streak and trying to win one for themselves.
They find themselves in this series, though, 2-1 down. Can they get more games than they did earlier on in the day when they were defeated by a very, very similar scoreline? Radosin needs to get this one into the corner and get the boost as well. No, he's not, but Alpha can get it himself. BDS, let's see what they can make from this tactical timeout.
And post-timeouts, BDS have won 3 of the last 4 as well. In the series timeouts, it comes down to them not necessarily playing as well beforehand and then just having that minute to be able to talk about it and understand what exactly they need to be changing going through. And Mew is a brilliant coach too, and you add on to him extra, there's no wonder that they have managed to get brilliant results after these timeouts have occurred.
And these series have been close between BDS and Vitality. I mentioned that it was 4-1 earlier on in the day. Every game apart from the first one earlier on was either overtime or within 1 goal. There's not that much difference between the two teams. It really is the thing that Rise was brought in for. Clutch back to that moment where Vitality just forced a goal out of nothing.
That goal at 44 miles an hour, which I feel is very, very unlikely. Does that touch even happen? But that's Radosin hitting it, but then it says that Zen scored it. How's that 44 miles an hour? I don't know, game. How have you done that? Vitality, though, with a 1-goal lead in this one. And BDS, we were talking about their Grand Finals appearances previously. Their last regional event win was Spring Regional 2 last year. Their last event win in general was World. And Alpha has got his eyes set on that trophy this time around.
Yeah, it's starting to look as Zen gets another wondrous redirect. Look at the amount of distance he got himself on the ball there between him and the ball. And Alpha just puts it home. It's easy enough when you're getting assists like that one.
Minute 10, Vitality. More impressive goals flying their way, and Monkey Moon wanting to get one off the kickoff. Rise removing Zen. That's the big threat man, the one who's putting all these passes in and making it horrifying for anybody on defense to be able to deal with it from the side of BDS. Monkey Moon to receive, pops it high, manages to chase it, but a lot of boosts used for not much result, and with Alpha bumping Rise out of the way, it falls back down to Monkey Moon to chase, but nothing to come from it, and he's used about 100 himself. Alpha trying to bump Seiko away from that one. Menaces in the skies, dogfights breaking out.
You get the impression that if Team BDS can't stem the flow pretty much immediately, this Grand Finals is going to turn into yet another Team Vitality victory lap. They've got the ability, they've got the capability. Can they get it done? Rise, he shoots forward, Radosin's there, can't quite get the double, Seiko's coming in. I bet a couple of approaches from Team BDS. They just need that little bit more, Stumpy.
2 minutes now elapsed, and so far BDS only having a single shot on target as well. Nobody from them even above 100 points when we approach halfway through the game. Vitality have been dominant in this game 4. Radosin goes high and gets caught out by Rise. Midfield sees Seiko take control of the ball. Zen is up so incredibly fast that Seiko can barely make a dent on the distance.
Yeah, Vitality doing that thing they like to do, where they just wait, they chill, they counter-attack, and when they come forward, it's utterly devastating. Alpha just about hitting the post. This could be a chance to counter now for Team BDS. Seiko, he had his teammate Rise coming in to take down Zen. Not quite enough. Seiko shoots again, but Radosin's in the right place. And then Alpha, Vitality, they're not just mechanical masterminds, they're defensive masterclasses as well.
It's shot, save, over and over again, repeating, continuing, winning, over and over. And Vitality, they are taking pure control here in the Coliseum. One shot finds itself on target from Monkey Moon, but saved away by Alpha. Seiko, a failed pinch on this chance. They are not Hogan Mode, mate. They are Vitality, and they will shut you down.
Alpha might be able to kill this game almost, but it's saved by Monkey Moon. Out the way to Radosin. Rise charges him down. That's what Team BDS need to do. Get these challenges in. Force a dunk, force something. Give themselves something. Seiko up against Radosin, but Radosin wins it cleanly. And Vitality, Stumpy, they just look half a second quicker right now than Team BDS.
Shutting them down is just going to be so infuriating for BDS too. They're sending 2 men to pretty much every single ball, wanting and hoping that they can get it away. But there is still a minute 20, and that is a great pre-jump from Rise, but Zen manages to work it around with one reset. He taps it central, doesn't even need the reset. Alpha bobbles it goalward. Seiko with one save. Rise with a miss. BDS really starting to let the length of this competition start to slow them down. It has been a long old day. Monkey Moon, though, shoots. Radosin doesn't need to make contact, and Monkey Moon in and out saves it away.
Oh, unbelievable. That was the moment. BDS players steaming in, every single one wanted a touch. The only one that got one was the one who was already in the net. Zen, he keeps it coming for Team Vitality. BDS, are they running out of puff in front of our very eyes? Seiko just wants to follow this ball down. I think Monkey Moon might want the world to open up and swallow him, but here is Rise. He tries to fake his way around Radosin. Radosin's defending, Stumpy. Huge.
He has been the most incredible defensive player I think that we've seen on Vitality. The way that he has not just got that save, but got into a good position. Seiko shooting, forcing 2 players to go for that one. Neither of them actually Radosin on that chance. But Radosin's defense, he has made sure that he has been instrumental in clearing the ball away, as well as getting that first touch too. And the final 10 seconds ticks down. Vitality find themselves on series and tournament point, pushing for the treble.
It's a position they've been in time after time after time this split. And every time we think that another team is going to rise up and take them down, Team Vitality just have that little bit too much.
I have a question.
Okay.
Do we see Vitality Hogan Mode it? Do you know what I mean?
do a tactical
Do they
timeout.
do a tacky tea right before they take the tournament?
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? That would be a real sort of show of faith. It'd be the equivalent of like slow rolling the ball in 1v1. You stop it in front of your own goal and just go, come on, you're gonna come.
Force them to push. Honestly, a Vitality
Goal.
Tacky Tea here would bring in another French Civil War. I'm sure. Like, it would be devastating for BDS, but instead, they're not going to be doing that. They're going to be continuing through as they would just want to think, let's win it out. Let's get the 4-1 yet again versus BDS. But BDS, earlier on in this series, looked like they had a little bit more to give. We have seen teams get second wins. A 3-1 is not a death sentence by any means.
No, not at all. There's definitely the capability that Team BDS get the 3 games in a row right now against Team Vitality that they need. And as for your timeout question, Stumpy, maybe you should have a little word with Farah. So when they're at this position in Boston, they're about to win the Boston Major. They still haven't lost a series. They're 3-0 up against NRG in the grand finals. Just, give a little nod to Farah, and he'll go, oh,
hell no.
tactical timeout.
Oui. We'll hear a very, very silent oui. Just rain through. Make sure it finds the undertones of the entire arena. Deadeye Canyon, a potential burial place for BDS as Vitality want to secure the championship in the Spring Invitational. Their chance for the treble, it may well end here.
A potential burial place for Team BDS, and perhaps Team Vitality will find themselves carved in that stone, turning into legends of the game already, as then he fakes out one. He's found another, just low 50ing his way through.
My word!
It's easy.
That is preposterous then! The slow play, the low 50, tap it in from the bump on that final keeper. Vitality, they run rings around BDS.
I mean, I compared Team Vitality to having their faces carved on stone like Mount Rushmore. I feel like Team BDS should rush less, slow down a little bit, not let Zen do you like that. Because they're trying to predict him. They're trying to see what he's going to do. They're trying to think what Vitality are going to do. And every time they're about to hit the ball, Vitality just pull it away from them.
Good demo on that back with Alpha removing Rise means that these passes have to play a lot more locally. You can't just send it across as Vitality have been doing previously. Can't take that one out of the Vitality playbook. Rise now in the midfield, relatively high on boost. It could get a play, but Alpha shuts him down with 30 boost himself, though, then falls back down over towards Radosa in the midfield with a ceiling pinch caught out by Seiko. And I like this. We're now seeing BDS try to shut down Vitality as early as they possibly can.
Keep it up, Team BDS. Let's have ourselves a final. Let's have a series. You got more than one game in you. Seiko, he leaves that one towards Rise. Brilliant decision, but Radosin, Stumpy, who else reads what they're doing?
Radosin on that chance yet again, just happens to know what is going on. Alpha bringing himself back into the enforcer role. Tries to go for a bump and does open the net somewhat for Radosin, with Zen trying to get one redirect, isn't able to secure it. Now Radosin on that back line. Seiko is very stationary, gets one pass, and Rise, he sees the wrong player and he bumps Seiko into the net. That's not Radosin, mate. That's an open net in your own half now.
That's exhaustion. They're just hitting each other. They don't know where to turn their cars. Then gets yet another redirect. That one's cleared away. Alpha can do anything. His entire tricky repertoire in front of his very eyes. He goes for a double flip reset. Monkey Moon finds that one a little bit too simple to deal with as far as Vitality are concerned. Like, look how much space they've got. Again, Zen dancing his way through the defense. It's still 1-0, but Vitality, it just seems like a matter of time.
It's that 1-0 that Monkey Moon's going to try and turn around here. Zen is up quickly with one pass. Radosin with a brilliant interception. Now Alpha, that back corner, is going to start off this play. One flick goes low. Zen isn't able to get on the end of that for the shot. Nose off his Fennec, isn't going to be able to find it. Seiko fakes out Zen on that play too. Possession falls from 1-2-3. Seiko with a shot, flies high, and Alpha clearing away. Monkey Moon, a weak shot central. Rise was waiting. He should have passed it mid.
But Team BDS have done Operation 1, avoid conceding another goal. Now they have to equalize. Monkey Moon tries to get that started in his own corner. It's not going to happen. Alpha, he's just punching it through. Team Vitality on the cusp of immortality.
Monkey Moon wanted to be a little bit too clever there, and Alpha says, you've got all the time in the world, pal. I'll just wait and let you give me the ball. His teammates rushing back into defense, unable to get anything from it. 2 minutes 20, 2 goals Vitality. As we said, tournament and treble on the line.
BDS, here's Rise. Has to get something going straight away. Radosin comes in though. Seiko will get the save to the side. Radosin follows it up yet again. Radosin, who every time BDS come forwards looks massive. Alpha to the backboard. Monkey Moon can slow things down. And with 2 minutes left, Stumpy, that's BDS's opportunity. Just take a second, take the chance, make the most of it, get the dunk. Bryce is going in! It's the post! It's devastating for BDS fans, but it's still 2-0.
The heart rate across half of France absolutely skyrocketing. In the other half, the immediate, okay, no chance for that one to be finding its way in. Zen to the ceiling, no chance on that double, unfortunately for him. As now Monkey Moon, 90 seconds left with one air dribble, but not quite enough boost in the tank to outwit Alpha.
Can they get a couple more chances, BDS? Rise. He's still trying, he's still scrapping away, but when the ball just falls to Zen, it might backfire. He gets a flip reset. Monkey Moon was coming in. Monkey Moon also gets a decent challenge. They are still going Team BDS. Credit to them for that regard. It's just, the ball's not falling for them, Stumpy.
One ball sent high. Monkey Moon wants to find Seiko. Unable to. 1 minute will begin to tick down with a pass central and Rise onto the opposite corner. Not enough boost to get any convincing shot from it. With one reset though, Seiko, the man in the middle, is gone. The net is open. It is a goal for BDS. 1 goal deficit for them to work back from.
Finally, BDS get their breakthrough. It was a double commit between Alpha and Zen, and Monkey Moon just had to hold his nerve and put his team back in it, and that's exactly what he did.
So well earned from BDS. Not down and out just yet. A push from Monkey Moon is shut down by Radossin off the kickoff. We are now with 50 seconds remaining. 1 pinch high. That's Seiko going mid. There's Zen there to block him out, and he does so. Rise has to shy away from that ball. Zen just sends it long. That net is open. That is the third for Vitality. The second for Zen. 2 goals established yet again.
It makes perfect sense as well. It had to be him. The man who everyone thought would triple flip reset his way to victory has actually turned out to be a brilliant positional player, a brilliant defender, a brilliant team player. So the simple finish from the young Frenchman, it almost seems poetic, Stumpy.
30 seconds remaining. And with those 2 goals, it is going to be huge for BDS if they can get just 1 back. Otherwise, it's a chance for Vitality to just be trying to tick down this clock.
Radossin has a pass to the side if he wants to take it, but right now that's not what matters. It's just about feeling away those extra seconds, counting away the seconds until you've done what no other team in Rocket League history has managed to do in EU or North America. Zen passes it to Alpha and it's almost over.
That's it. On the 0 second mark, Vitality earn themselves the European Regional Treble.
A massive achievement and performance for everyone involved in Team Vitality, not just the players, not even just the coach in Ferrer as they celebrate. The entire staff, everyone there at the Vitality HQ has had their say in something we never thought we'd see in European RLCS.
The 3s to the camera from Ferrer and Radossin. They're like, hey, look, we are just that good. And that as well adds to a little bit of poetry, Cole. Vitality, after winning that series, they take the EU record for the best series win rate in regionals in a single split away from BDS during the RLCS X era. BDS, they went 25-2 with a 92.6% win rate. Vitality, they go 15-1 with a 93.75% win rate. That is sheer regional dominance, the likes of which we have never seen before.
It just seems unfathomable that somebody has been more dominant than RLCS X era Team BDS. And let's take a second, Stumpy, just to praise Team BDS. They bring in Rise and they make it to the major in Boston as Europe's second seeds.
Yeah, I mean, the seeds are locked in, going through this anyway. They come in as that second seed. Vitality, of course, going through as number 2. They get the clean sweep, the 24 points in every regional they competed in this split. Third seed coming in with Karmine Corp, then Liquid, and then probably a pretty terrified Moist after the run that we saw Hogan Mode go on.
Well, Zen was brought into Team Vitality to win them immortality, and that's exactly what is done. I mean, for a debut split, it doesn't get too much better than that, Stumpy.
Yeah, unbelievable. Vitality, congratulations. We can break it down as much as we like, but the desk, that's your job, boys. What are you thinking?
It's not even my job. I'm going to outsource it to these two over here. But what a wonderful end of the story. When we lose one storyline with the Hogan, we get another fantastic one.
Yeah.
Never been done before, Corelli. This is such an incredible feat for Team Vitality, for any team, but let alone a player like Zen coming on and just his debut split and doing this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to highlight how impressive this is. First of all, to even be mentioned with an RLCSX BDS is just already in a different level. But they've done something that team couldn't do. They won 2 in a row in fall in RLCSX. They couldn't get the three-peat. Envy in the winter on the NA side of RLCSX also won 2. They couldn't get the job done. G2 in spring of last season won 2 in a row. They couldn't get the job done, finishing second. Of course, K-Corp this season as well in winter. They couldn't get the job done, finishing second in their final regional there. So for Vitality, unprecedented here between EU and NA to do something like this. And I have one question. Where are the Zen haters now? Because there's been so much doubt about this kid. What is the thought process now? What's the cope? What's the hope, at least at this
Watch him
point?
choke at majors.
Yeah,
That's the cope.
He's already proven so much here. Vitality are so much better with this guy on the squad, and a three-peat is an insane feat to pull off.
Yeah, truly unprecedented and well deserved. I wanted to see it in Regional 1, but after Regional 1, I was like, oh yeah, that's that's the real deal. And they look good doing it. That's the thing. BDS are not even that bad of a team. They're quite dangerous in their own right. But when you can sit there and make some of the strongest teams in the world just look like they can't hang with you at all, I mean, it's a testament to how much work and how good, and that pass from Zen, that should tell you everything you need to know.
The problem with playing Vitality is that the pass that you just saw, those types of play, it's not just like once in a tournament. I mean, they're doing it once in a series, maybe even twice in a series, those types of passing plays, those types of goals. I always say this, and I'm going to keep saying it, is Vitality, when you go up against them, you have to be perfect. You have to expect everything from them because they can pull off everything. They've shown that. They've proven that in each of these 3 regionals by themselves. And it feels like they're just getting started. I mean, it's just one split with this roster. Imagine a whole season.
Well, the question that I ask for this team is, what will it take, Corelli, to be? I mean, you say perfect gameplay, but beyond that, does it take another Zen to be able to do what they're doing? To like, what will be that breaking point?
We've seen it play out in CRL already, thankfully, right? You had a guy like Tristan come in, absolutely destroy everybody, and unfortunately, the only answer is time. Time is the only answer. You have to give everybody else's defense the time to adapt and adjust and realize how to figure out, because there's not a clear-cut answer right now. That's the thing. If there was, a team would already do it and they'd beat them, right? But there is no answer currently, and that's what makes it so fun. You see these catalysts for change, and then you see the game evolve.
So the answer is you have to give it time and wait for Zen to retire, and then you might have a chance. That's it.
Maybe before then. Maybe before then.
We'll see. But it is really exciting. And to talk about that victory, we actually have Johnny standing by with Radosin.
Welcome, Radosin. And we got a little bit of Zen in the background there as well. Congratulations on doing something no other team in North America or Europe, or OCE actually. No one has ever won every regional in a split, but you guys have done it. You've won Regional 1, you've won Regional 2, and now you've won Regional 3. Did you have any idea that was possible way back at the start of this split?
I didn't think it was possible to win all the 3, but when we won the first regional, we had a big momentum, and we were confident for the next. And the second one was more harder, and the third one was good. But I didn't think it was possible to win all 3. But now we are there, so.
Yeah, you've done it, and you've obviously qualified for the Spring Major. So now the question everybody wants to know the answer to is, you've won every regional. Can you guys win the Major as well for the Spring Split Grand Slam? Do you think you guys can do it?
I think regional are different than Major, because Major is LAN, but we are practicing for this, and we're gonna try to win all 3. I think it's possible. But I don't want a negative karma, so I don't gonna speak more about that.
That's very smart of you. Now, Karmine Corp, Team Liquid, Team BDS, and Moist Esports are going to be joining you guys at the Spring Major. How strong do you think EU is right now as a region compared to the rest of the world?
I think EU is more strong than NA. NA, like like you have some teams like one team do top 12, second one do top 1 after. So it's EU is more better, and in EU we have Hogan Mode, so they are better than every team in NA.
I definitely agree with you there. You know, NA doesn't have Hogan Mode, so how could they compare? But okay, before we get to the major, Redosin, you guys have got plenty time to celebrate what you guys just did. Enjoy it. You know, you guys have really just done something incredible. You're the first team to do it. No one can take that away from you. But is there anyone you want to thank, any supporters you want to shout out to commemorate this achievement?
In French or
in French or in English, whatever you want to do.
Ok, bah merci à tous pour le support. Vous êtes des rois, ça fait trop du bien d'avoir autant de soutien et du love, quoi. Merci à tous et merci Rocket Baguette pour les cast FR et voilà, quoi.
Well, thank you so much, Redosin, for joining us. Go and enjoy it, go celebrate, and we'll see you guys at the Spring Major.
Yes, we will, as they make that journey, the unthinkable three-peat. Just to add on to how hard this is, even Redosin Corelli was respecting how hard. He's like, I didn't think it was possible. We had momentum and we were confident after the first one, but then it got harder. And the fact that they still did it, I think just his respect for it shows how difficult it was.
I mean, despite us talking about how great Vitality is, this is not to discount how great all the other teams are that we've seen at the top of Europe. Right. I mean, when we talk about that top 4 of teams with, BDS, you have K-Corp, you have Liquid, that top 4 with Vitality, of course, I mean, that is a scary 4 teams for anyone in the world to go up against. And I mean, they truly look like the strongest 4 teams coming out to this next major, because my, oh my, Europe are producing great teams left and right at the moment.
Yeah, and Cheese, you can see it there too, is Hogan Mode, that gold bar running across the entire bottom. And the team that dropped them down there was Moist. And I think Scrub mentioned that he wouldn't be upset if they couldn't make this run because, they had their shot at Moist and weren't able to take it.
Yeah, they can be satisfied with how they played out. If anything, they should be the most bitter about Regional 2, but Hogan Mode, unfortunately, the run comes to its beautiful conclusion here in Regional 3. And
top 3,
the only thing left is next season, right?
That's just absolutely absurd. I am actually sad that there isn't another split to go, that we get to see more Hogan Mode. That would have been a wonderful treat, but this was a good kind of cap to the end of it. And now, Corelli, looking at our spring points, we have our teams locked in there for the major.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you got Vitality there at the top at 72, BDS, K-Corp, Liquid, and of course, Moist around things out with Hogan Mode falling to BDS. That locked it in for Moist being in top 5 here for the spring points. And by the way, you had mentioned, we'll see about the future. I believe I saw a tweet while that series was going on that Hogan Mode are planning on sticking together.
Awesome.
So
that's great to hear.
I do think we'll see more of Hogan Mode in some shape or form in the next season. So that's exciting.
Yeah, no, it's just it's good to see, because you never know what happens in off season, right? And to see them stick through it, that they absolutely should. With the support they have and how incredibly they performed, I'm excited to hear that. And then, of course, looking at the greater scheme of things after that, after the major, we only have one event left, and it'll be Worlds Achieves, and that's exciting.
Yes, at long last, the season continues its inevitable march towards the pinnacle of every year, and K-Corp, Liquid, Vitality, Oxygen, Moist, well deserved, but that major is going to be an intense one to say the least, because that's the only chance that some of these teams have to give it a shot, namely BDS, of course.
And of course, we want to see you before that. We want to see you at the major in Boston. We want you to join us. Exclamation point tickets. I've already seen some of you guys spamming that before during the games even. Get your tickets. July 6th and 9th. You can join us on the 8th and 9th in venue at the Aganis Arena and hang out, watch some exciting Rocket League. It's always a blast to hang out and get you prepped up. If I see you there, I should hopefully also see you at Worlds. But if you can only make one and you're in the region, you better be going to that Achieves. It's a blast just to hang out and celebrate the thing we all enjoy.
Yeah, nothing's more fun than going to see a live Rocket League event with a bunch of people who also love Rocket League. You can't help but have a good time. Doesn't matter what you're doing, where you're doing it. Rocket League is always a lot of fun when you get to go and experience it with other people.
Yeah, hey, if Hogan Mode can't make it, make them proud and be there for it.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay? If you
Rep
want
the
to
Hogan Mode merch at LAN and say they made it.
They better have a line coming out. But yeah, if you want to make them proud, make sure you get on over there. Let's take a look at the schedule because, of course, for Europe, it's done. The next time these teams will be playing is at the Major, but we still do have some more next week. Of course, First Touch to get you prepped for the weekend. And then North America is going to be finishing off their weekend. So
man.
We have one more really exciting weekend of Rocket League.
That First Touch episode is going to be wild.
It's going to be wild.
Right? But the Hogan Mode takes, the Vatira being invisible takes, man, there's a lot to talk about there on Wednesday.
Twitter fingers. Oof.
Lots of good Rocket League content coming your way. Let's get for our final thoughts here. It was an exciting, both of you, but Chiefs. It was an exciting weekend, I would say, in the least. Entertaining. This is some of the most fun I think we could have had.
That's the most entertaining, inevitable result you've ever seen. I'll leave it at that.
Right. Crowley, you had fun, didn't you?
I always have fun. Are you kidding me? We got some great storylines here for our final regional of the year, and it's fun because you get to talk about the Major 2. You got the Spring Major coming up. That's just a little primer. It's just a little taste of what we're going to get at the World Championship, which is a lot more fun. So I'm excited to see both, and I can't wait to cap off this season.
The Major is on its way, but there's one more stop before we get there. Of course, First Touch. Make sure you're tuning in to that and North America next weekend as we finalize our teams in that region. I just got to say thank you guys so much for hanging out with us this weekend. We'll see you soon. Let's go, bro.
She found a way into my heart. She don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to feeling lonely, hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Oh! With the 7 from heaven! I get higher, I never tire. I'm a chronic, I'm a Vitality, can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? Is this really happening? It's really happening! It actually happened! Fortune favors Liquid!
See this one without first killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable!
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. Rotation back. Forster. It won another rise under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking steps inside the field. On the reset, getting out by everybody. That was otherworldly.
I hope I'm always on your side. No, I'll look up till I die. I hope I won't end up in your fight. But if I do, you're probably right. I surrender. You act like you don't remember me. You're cold as December and explosive when you look at me. I'm sick with excitement.